I do appreciate it. I'll have to figure out how I want to do that, Bob. We're gonna pick up where we left off. For those who missed yesterday's stream, you'll see that things look like they're a little bit not as good as they were on the last stream. That we don't live in a cultist camp, and we don't have stats, and it seems like we're on a new character. That's because we died in the last stream. The long story short of it is we were running low on food to the point, like, not hunger, but on nutrition, that we just kept shedding more and more and more weight. There's some balance issues going on right now with Build 42. That weight is really hard to maintain. And as a result, I had to kind of abandon base and go out and try and seek out better sources of nutrition. And while we were doing that, I got to a house where we dealt with a helicopter, and that didn't end up going well for us. Ended up being very close to a very high population area, because we don't know that part of the map. Can I dig? No. We ended up being near a very high population area of the map, and things ended up escalating, and eventually got a laceration, and got infected. So we did the die. So this is a brand new character. And we're still doing the same sweaty try-hard settings, lots of zombies, all that stuff. We are still by Echo Creek. I definitely want that. So we're by Echo Creek. But what we're dealing with right now is, because we know that there's such food difficulty, we are trying to strategically target that right from the get-go. And to that end, we have found a cow pasture just northwest of us. And I am starting the slow trek of making that cow pasture, like, getting that cow pasture cleared of zombies so that I can take it over. I have no idea if I want that limestone or not. Okay. But in the meantime, we're just kind of going back and forth up the road, pulling some zombies, killing the zombies we see, and just repeating again and again and again. Oh yeah, I forgot I dropped those watches there for later. We're going to keep doing that until we reach the point that, I know. It's so sad. But we're going to try and do that until we reach the point that we can actually get to the cows. Because right now, the balance on the cows is a little funky, that you can produce completely unreasonable amounts of milk. And I'd like to secure that for our future. I would enjoy achievements in Product Zomboid. I don't think it needs them, but if they did add them, I certainly wouldn't complain. I do very much enjoy the achievements. I have lost track of how many days we're on. 4 days. Okay, so it's not... We cannot have the helicopter as of yet. Why don't I see more zombies here? I've killed some, but not that many. I see you down here. Let's deal with that. Yeah, no, dying is a part of Product Zomboid. I made a comment that, progression-wise of Product Zomboid, every time you finish something, that's one less thing you need to do in your run. And the only way that ever gets set back is when you die. So very genuinely, for Product Zomboid to be enjoyable long-term, death is part of the equation. That you are expected to lose that progress. What do you got? Oh, you're just turned at a weird angle. It's two zombies standing in the same spot. I was like, what do you got in your back? Getting all excited I might get my backpack. Yeah, so this field to the north of me has cows in it. And that's what we're after. I want to secure that field so that my future is full of butter. That's a spicy one. Nah, you're full of holes. I was about to be like, that's actually a nice dress for a character. We can go with that angle. Now let's aggro this one. Yeah, where did the zombies go? Like, I know we've killed like 2 rally groups, maybe 3 rally groups worth. I actually haven't checked what our kill count is. Maybe we've killed a lot more than I think. I don't think we've killed a huge number of zombies. Oh right, we had a meta event. That's right. The last in-game day we had a meta event that pulled the zombies northeast. So it may have pulled the zombies out of here, up that way somewhere. Right. So they'll probably mosey back in here in a day or so. Alright. Meanwhile, since I'm sitting here anyways, let's read. The packaging on our new things to grow. If you save and come back they're in a different area. So the zombies move on their own. The only time the zombies should like disappear related to opening and closing the game is if you leave the game, especially by the crashes, when the zombies are right on top of you. Most of the time the game will actually take the zombies around you and literally delete them from existence. Like, it's not something you'd want to go and like, oh, I'm in trouble, Alt F4 the game out kind of thing. But it is a thing that they do. Just that way, if you're fighting zombies, you're more likely to crash and there's a lot of zombies nearby you. They don't want you to be in the situation that you crash, and because you crash, now you're gonna die. Like, it's just a foregone conclusion. Okay. But the point is, while they're all spread out, we should take advantage of it. Alright, so we got those zombies over here hurt us.
What's the worst that could happen?
So deal with them. Then the next one. Do I have anything else to eat here? No. I also need to get rid of that that broken rock. Oh, that is the rock I was just using. That's the broken rock. Okay. I thought you were... Okay, you can have that. You have another filleting knife. That's good. I can keep one on me and one back at base. Let's back off before they aggro me for real. Because they're just... Right now, where some of them have pinpoint hearing, I'm really hoping they tone it down. You said you wish there was a mode that zombies would sprint during the day, but don't want outdoors. It is sunlight, like I Am Legend with Shamble. There's been mods that do that. You actually do have some sandbox settings that will accomplish similar, that you can have the zombies that they will go faster or slower depending on the time of day. So there have been mods that do that. But yeah, now keep in mind, sprinters in Project Zomboid are one of those things that they're an option that you can play, but it is one of those things that the combat based in the game does not lean itself well to anything that can move faster than you can walk. They've seen one, but it disables the Zeds inside those buildings. You want the buildings to be a death trap for them? Gotcha. I mean, unless you're willing to do the mod yourself, that is what it is. I think that's one of those things that sounds like a really cool idea, but unfortunately, the actual play around it, it's a cool gimmick, but then no one will end up playing it for any real amount of time just because, for better or worse, the way the combat is implemented in Project Zomboid, it is very limiting on what you can do with it. That's 99% of game ideas? Yep. Ideas are cheap. Execution's where the money's at. Everyone's got $1 million idea. Making zombies light sensitive would be interesting? Yeah. I could see different stuff with that. I really wish you'd cooperate with me more, zombies. I actually really don't know what you're doing right now other than going back and forth over that fence. Okay. Still trying to decide what I want the aesthetic for this character to be. Oh, my first bag. Bring it here. Also, would you kindly die? Thank you. Yep, you can. But I don't have any sheets nearby me, so you know. It doesn't really help me much. But it is cool. Like, the fact that it also requires, like, no skills or anything, is just you grab a sheet, and that's good enough. Okay, I'm gonna take that. I should feel worse about it, but every time she's like, it's like, it's okay. I feel bad. Not bad enough to do something about it. But you know, kinda feel bad. It's a zombie apocalypse. You gotta understand. Let's see, Sandbark starts to go for lame military gear. And get a lame backpack. Then you'll say you're an airsofter. You wouldn't mind if they made 0 skill alternative sheets that Deteriorates over time. Permanent cheats take skill to make. I'm fine with that. Oh yeah, no, you can definitely get keys for all that. You're running your nutritionist. You just beat Rat to death, and it gave me more calories than 2 of the pork chops you had yesterday. 194. Yeah, no, that's there's been a whole conversation going around that in a lot of different places about the meat from animals, so far as like the new animals needs a bit of a buff. Because killing an entire adult pig and getting only a couple hundred calories out of the whole thing was just like, that doesn't feel like it's where it needs to be. I'm gonna pick up the large stone, I'm gonna put it right back down. Because I believe later on I'll be able to break those up into smaller stones. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna start backing off. Start recovering our, That satchel was a good find. Start see if we can't find some more food. Doing all that kind of stuff. You know, talking to some others, we were kind of saying, I think it would be fair in Project Zomboid, if you kill like an adult cow or a pig and butchered it, you get roughly a week's worth of food. So far as both like hunger and being able to maintain your weight. Because sure, in real life, cutting up a pig or whatever, you would get literal months of food. But that would trivialize the game. But that felt like it was a relatively good kind of middle ground type for it. Where it's enough that it feels meaningful and worth the effort, but not so much that, you get your pig farm and you retire. Not unless you get like a lot of pigs you're taking care of. Which point, obviously, if you do enough effort, you should be able to sustain yourself. Actually tear some clothes up too. How do you get feed and stuff for them? That's what I'm still trying to figure out. Because I know some of them can eat grass, so I'm wondering if it's one of those things that over time you have to like collect some grass as you go into winter to have a nice supply of grass regularly. Apparently it's normal to get about 150,000 calories from one grown pig. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. But it's also those things like, obviously in Project Zomboid, it is a game. You wouldn't want it to be based around real life. Didn't someone say cows were where it is? Where it's at? For milk to make butter. Apparently cows, if you butcher them, are also pretty appallingly bad. Well, in real life, there won't be zombies. That's when people bring up the realism argument as to do something that'd be not fun for the game, or you know, something arbitrary that's like you should do this for realism, my usual response is like, cool, let's make the most realistic Project Zomboid game ever. Okay, there's no zombies, and it's just Kentucky, which I guess is still a survival situation, but, you know, it's just everyday Kentucky. Alright. Realistic in the settings, doesn't have to be realistic in real life. Then what is it a measure of? If you are saying something is realistic, but it's not realistic, is it realistic? I'm not saying you can't have it that's moving in the like gradual general direction of realistic, but it's still not realistic. Verisimilitude? That threads need the threads that needle? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. It's usually, like I said, when people make the argument that, you know, something in the game is unrealistic, it's like, okay, but would adding that realism, well, like, would that adding that realism be a benefit or a harm to the game? You feel like there's a fine line between realism and reasonability and versus fun? Yeah. No, I've argued that there is a balance you have that you have to kind of decide where the line is between actual game balance as a thing. So far as like, is this weapon better than that weapon? You know, like that kind of thing. There's that type of consideration. You have just gameplay for the fun of gameplay. That's another thing. You also have... Sorry, I'm just trying to inventory manage. You also have considerations of... Yeah. Let's go to the shore. Sit down for a moment. Read the magazine we found. But there's also like considerations of like, you know, just gameplay, fun and engaging gameplay. A lot of times we do a lot of gameplay decisions that are a lot of fun. But, you know, when you're being realistic or just hands down make no sense. Alright, so let's check. So we have the thyme and the cilantro. Are those in season or are they not? Cilantro is not worth planting. We are out of season for planting cilantro, so welcome to the ground. And then thyme is way out of season, so that goes on the ground as well. We'll take a sippy sip of our water here. And I'm gonna do a little stroll down the creek here. We're just trying to forage for berries, acorns, nuts, wood, pretty much anything. Because we're tired, so I don't want to go back into a fight. They figured out how to make a fireplace? Do you mean like a campfire? Yeah, it's 3 stones. I've made 2 or 3 of them now. Between the runs. If you make your inventory longer, you can control, click, and go through. Yeah, but I'm keeping this reduced in size. That way I can keep it open without it in the way. Because I don't like this inventory style. I've had too many times where it pops up when I don't want it. This feels very controllable. And then plus I can also do is when I'm in a situation where like I know I'm not going to loot, there's zombies everywhere, I can just go like that. And the whole thing's just gone. I can also just, you know, click at the very top, and then select click to go through the whole thing. Alright. So annoying that discarding doesn't give you anything anymore. I just don't have a mountain of mushrooms rotting because, you know, I can't eat them safely. Oh, yeah, it's time for the berry gamble. Is it a poison berry? Yes, yes it is. That's okay, we'll chase it down with some oregano. You're like, at least we know now, so as if I'm gonna learn. You know what I'm gonna do the moment that that we stop being queasy? We're gonna eat another poison berry. Them's calories. Alright, I was hoping to find one of these. I was not hoping it'd be this far away. You assume you know the stone knife maintenance hotfix from 5 to 1. Not that you need it. Oh, was it 5 maintenance to make a stone knife down to 1? I hadn't really looked at the stone knife at all. It was? Oh, man. Yeah, notice... There's gonna, like, a whole lot of, balance that's gotta be sorted. Yes, this is a dangerous thing to do, what I'm doing right now, which is I am carrying entirely too much because I'm dragging a log back home. The reason this is dangerous is, should I run into any zombies along the way, I will be at extreme exertion and tired. I'm not too worried about it. One zombie alone will still not be a problem. We just will focus on shoving it over. Once it's over, we can just stand on top of it. And even if it takes me 30 stomps, that's fine. We'll get there eventually. You're way more vocal than our last character.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, hankering for education, are we?
Gonna give the new player tutorial? I can't actually at the moment, Darth, really. We're not by any zombies, nor am I in any shape to fight a zombie. But I will when I can. She's like, don't shush me. I'm dragging a log. Is there a benefit to cooking bugs? Some of them it'll reduce the malice, the like how unhappy it makes your character. But from a practical side, is there? Not really. With the exception of centipedes and millipedes and slugs and stuff like that, if you don't cook them, those are dangerous. But if you cook them, they become no longer dangerous. But like roaches and all that, it's genuine, just not even worth your time or effort. Okay. Broken stick on the back, I can use that as a really crappy weapon. You on the ground. You on the ground. You on the ground. Are you playing with mods? The only mod I have right now is minimal display bars, which just puts some bars up here so you can see what's happening behind the moodles. But that's literally the one and only mod I'm running at the moment. We grabbed that yesterday, because we ran into the problem where, we were butchering and eating entire pigs and doing nothing. Like, we were like doing nothing so far as maintaining our weight. So it's just kind of one of those things that we're like, okay, what's happening here? Is it like just next to no calories? Is something wrong with our other stats or whatever? Like, what's going on? So we grabbed that so we can see the calorie counter that's in the background. That was weird. Not sure if that picked up as just the way the air got pulled into the bottle was squeaking. It did pick up? Yeah, no, it was, with those bottles, you got, like, the little area where you get the liquid and they have the little air pocket, or little air hole. The mod you want is proximity loot. Keep in mind, there has been a number of mods that, like, better organize your stuff, give you proximity loot and all that. Those tend to be some of the worst when it comes to performance implications. Which is one of the reasons they haven't been updated very much, is you would go into a room where you had boxes, and your game would just about crash. It would go so slow. And that's because it's loading all of the inventories around you simultaneously, so if they were at all full. So just be real careful with those ones that do a lot of fussing with the inventory. A lot of those have side effects. Usually with performance stuff. You won't feel the performance issues early game, but as you get closer and closer towards late game, it does get worse and worse. Okay. It's time to make our hands all bloody again. Yeah, so it's not even, one thing to keep in mind of the performance of Project Zomboid, a lot of your performance issues aren't a matter of your own hardware. It is a matter of limitations with the Java engine. And there are things you can do to fuss with it, but for the most part, it doesn't do that much.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Just the way it's designed. Yeah, exactly. It's physical limitations of the engine everything's being built on. You seen a map go kaput because too much stuff in the same area at once. Yep. Alright, so we've got some stones. We can go ahead and keep that knife on us. We've got all that. We are very hungry. So let's go ahead and eat a poisonous berry. Yeah, no, I mean, but it's not a Project Zomboid exclusive issue. Like, Minecraft has the same thing, with the loading of chunks and all that, that once you get over a certain amount of system stuff provided for it, there's some stuff that helps, but there's only so much you can do, kind of thing. That outside of, like, redoing the engine. Now, granted, I believe it's gotten way better since they switched over to .NET and C#. But when they're doing their Java engine thing, there was a lot of stuff you'd run into. They're kind of hard limiters on the game. Yeah, no, absolutely. Having lots of stuff piled in the ground is another kind of big no-no when doing multiplayer Project Zomboid. Like, I'm doing it right now because I don't have a other place to put it. But normally if I was playing multiplayer, I wouldn't do that. I'd just delete stuff on body zombies because the performance impact it would have on other people is too severe. It's just every time the kind of almost crying gasp, which is like, I'm sorry. It's the life we're living right now, lady. It'll get better eventually. Not soon, though. Oh, not soon. Yeah, we are very hungry. This style of field is a little annoying because just the wading through it kind of thing. Oh man, not one foraging good? Oh no, she's super duper sad. She is literally hopelessly sad. Oh. A random vehicle key. Right, now's the other one, which we already grabbed the keys themselves out of. We already checked that one's trunk and it was empty, but... A ratchet wrench? Alright. How's Build 42 going so far with 16 times pop? It's going good. This is a fairly new save because we did die yesterday. But that's the whole thing. Man, we are very overloaded again already. Oh, that's gonna be because of all the other stuff. I realized I didn't take a sip from the river, so I was like, oh, let's just deal with that real quick. Okay, so trees up here are much, much denser than down where we've been cutting through. Yeah, so just trying to take a little bit of a different route home. Back and forth real quick to just try and see if we can't get lucky and find anything for us to snack on that's hopefully not poisonous. Okay, that dropped off, so drink some more water. We're gonna spend a lot of time not feeling well. Can't check the glove box. They're wrecked cars, so the doors don't work. Okay, so Ratchet's pretty heavy. I'll eat that worm. Install or uninstall vehicle parts. Let's save the Ratchet for now. Alright, I'll take a stick right here. Okay, I'll rest for a minute. And how far are we from being able to make the, Yeah, so literally I've got what I need to make a campfire.
Oh.
Yeah, so you need 3 more logs and some more branches. The rest I have. Alright, just giving it a minute. Okay. Got some mods of drawing, just minimal display bars. I only turned that on yesterday because, like I said, I was trying to troubleshoot what was going on with the animals where we're eating entire pigs and losing weight still. And it's just trying to suss out, was it the slow metabolism was, you know, super broken, or were the animals just giving us next to no nutrition? Like, what was the deal? And it was the animal meat was giving us almost no nutrition. Like, a giant chunk of pig was 90 calories. So it's a balance issue. Very realistic that I might have to head south and just start foraging a field to try and get ourselves some actual food. So not far from running into starvation. Which I'm not super worried about, but it is a thing that'll need to be dealt with. Drop those for later. I hear you. 1 second, zombie. Okay, I'm ready to fight now. Eat a little bit of that oregano. We're already drowsy. That's not promising at all. That's because we're sleeping on the ground, and it's not a great way to sleep. How much durability does a rock have? It's actually not that great. It's pretty mediocre. It's higher than most of the What are we wearing, anyways? I'd say it's higher than most of the crude weapons, but it's not as high as most of the other ones. Like, I've already gone through, I believe, 3 rocks in the fighting we've done this stream so far. Alright, so we broke that rock. Grab out our stick. Eat the pill bug. Maggots. Oh, nope, that's a watch. Okay. So the problem we have here is we are very hungry, but we're getting drowsy and all that. And that's because we're sleeping on the ground, and sleeping on the ground is pretty garbage. I'm gonna grab all this. I'm gonna bring it back home with us, drop it off, and I'm gonna have to keep foraging. This will become less of an issue as we get some points in forging. The amount will... Alright, you know what? I'll put that in my satchel real quick. Because you're going to complain endlessly about it. Here, it can go on that body. Okay. I heard it. Okay. But see, too bad you still didn't have the gun. You go near the barn, fire away a few shots to lead them to into the cornfield, and then set it to fire. And then set it on fire. I don't do burns. Yeah, no, I generally just don't do burns. You think I'm gonna be a zombie within a day? Only if I get bitten in the next day or otherwise hurt by a zombie. If you're looking at this, that's not... Queasy does not mean zombie. Unless you're taking a zombie injury, that means nothing. That means you're either eating stuff you shouldn't be eating, or you're standing around corpses too much, or something like that. Only if you take a zombie injury and you don't have another reason for Queasy to be there, that's when you start sweating. That's when you go, oh. Yeah, that's nothing. That's because I'm eating poisonous berries. Reminds me of the one time you did as a spectacular... One time you did as a spectacular way to take down zombies with you. Oh, like the one time I did a burn? Yeah, no, I don't like doing burns. So about the only time you see me do burns is like when I'm doing a CDDA challenge. Because it starts with a burn, you kind of don't get a choice in the matter. Like, the building you're in is on fire, so there's no not having it on fire. Alright. Yeah, no, I try to remember. But yeah, I know it would have been like 2-3 years ago was the last time I've done an actual burn. I can't remember what the reasoning was. Like, it's something like we had the game set up and I realized the setup wasn't going to work the way I wanted to. And people kept bringing stuff up, so I was like, you know, yeah, we could do one just to show how it works. And it does let you kill a absolutely ridiculous amount of zombies in a time span, which is why people enjoy it, because all that. But it just destroys so much of the area around it. Was it the one that you collected friendship bracelets? I did not do a burn for that one. We died in our own little base, I believe. Man, that wouldn't have been way back. Quincy Vu, that was the character's name. Quincy Vu, the friendship killer. Where Louisville had just been added to the game. And we did cryogenic winter in Louisville. My foraging is at 3 now. We did cryogenic winter near Louisville. Or in Louisville, sorry. And it was just one of those things that, like, I got to the university and we saw, like, the friendship bracelets. I started collecting all the friendship bracelets that we got to drop. And it was kind of like, yeah, we're just going to be that friend for everyone who didn't make it or whatever. And it was definitely a point where we realized that in the dresser thing next to the bed, we had over 100-something friendship bracelets. I'm like, no, we're not an okay person. Like, whatever is happening with this character right now, this is not okay. And so we started writing in friendship bracelets on the front driveway, friend. But it was certainly a weird run. We didn't quite finish. I got a katana and power tripped pretty hard on it, and was getting reckless and just slaying and just got too bold and got bit. You saw a streamer who got bit and knew he was infected, so decided to go on a blaze of glory. Built a staircase up 6 stories and built a fire underneath. 1 second. Built a fire underneath the top staircase. Walked through broken glass so he was bleeding badly and then walked off the top of the staircase to the fire. That's certainly a way to go. But yes, I'm also wanting to walk along this creek a little because we never know when you might be down here. And there might be like a log cabin or something. I'm not taking the large branch. There's nothing that's happening. Oh yeah, no, and for those who haven't had their character catch fire in Product Zomboid, or mess with that, the zombies are made of, like, the most fire-resistant thing everywhere. It will eventually kill them, but they will burn for a very, very long time before they ultimately die. Meanwhile, the player, on the other hand, might as well be just some nice aerated sawdust filled up with lighter fluid or something. Because you catch fire, and you just roasty-toasty down in seconds. Like, they are very, very different in the severities. Alright. And we haven't seen anything notable on the creek on either side right now. That's fine. You spawned at Echo Creek? Yep. And then we walked over here because this is where I could find water the easiest on our settings. And right now we're just doing a little stroll to, you know, forage real fast because I'm getting low on food. They're just strolling down the creek. We're also trying to see if there's anything interesting down this way. It's looking like a bust so far, but that's fine. But every once in a while in Product Zomboid, you'll come to places like this, you'll just find like a little log cabin tucked in the trees or whatever. And some of those can actually be pretty solid for stuff like fishing poles. Oh, if you want to get to max pop-in settings, you go to the zombie settings, you go to the very, very bottom, and at the very, very bottom there's a little tick box that says advanced. You need to tick that tick box, and then you're going to go up to where it says like starting population and all that, and you're going to choose custom. And once you do that, you should get a number that's like 1.0 or whatever, and you set them all to 4. And the reason we say it's 16 times pop is because you have 4 is your base population, and then your peak and starting population are also 4, and it's a multiplier. So it's 4 times 4 for your starting population, 16, and then 4 times 4 for your peak population, which is also 16. Because your starting population is how many zombies you start with, and the peak pop is how many zombies you will get up to, so far as the maximum you end up having. Alright, we're gonna turn around here. Yeah, it's turn around because now I'm carrying too much. Yeah, and you can also set it to be immediately peak pop. Yeah, that's the thing. If you set it to be like peak pop 4, base pop 4, and then like the later pop, you set that to 1, you'll still get 16. It isn't, you can't have it start higher and go lower with the way the game's implemented. No reason towns are death sentence when you start? Yeah. I have to leave town immediately because even if you are running, like, we did a run or two, I mean, not one or two, we did a couple attempts of trying to not go 0 to hero, but just stay alive holding down in a 16 times pop. You think mine not having that tick box? You should have the advance in the bottom. Like, it's all the way at the bottom of the window. Yeah, it's not specific to tab, but it's all the way at the bottom of your custom thing. You mind showing me what you are? Yep. Yeah, no, it's, I honestly kind of wish they just didn't hide it behind that. I get it. It just doesn't feel like having that does anything. I'm deliberately trying to be farther into the trees this time, so I'm not foraging the same place again and again. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to when the first helicopter can happen. Oh. It's cool that all those have purpose now. Okay. I assume we can't make a stone axe? Nope, requires maintenance 1. Yeah. We died yesterday. We basically left the cultist area to try and explore farther to try and find, you know, some better food, since we butchered a bunch of pigs, got almost no calories out of it. We killed some deer, got almost no calories out of it, and it was finally like, I need to find I need to actually find something that we can gain weight. And while we were exploring, we had a helicopter event. And so, like, we actually got into a house when the helicopter event ended, and it's like, okay, like, things seem to be pretty good, we might be alright. And then I went to deal with one zombie that's banging on a window downstairs, and ended up being one of those things that, because a bunch of zombies effectively have pinpoint hearing now, I killed that zombie, which brought more zombies, which brought more zombies, and there was just, I had nowhere I could really go. So it kind of just kept escalating and escalating until until it was done, because I couldn't, like, just back out and go anywhere. It was pitch black because it was nighttime. And just eventually I got a laceration and got infected. That's okay. We learned a lot from that run. Oh, I was way farther down here than I thought. Yeah, because I'm way up there is where we based. I went farther than I should have. That's fine. We forged up a bunch of goodies that I can add to the pile. We're getting relatively close to being able to make our lean so we can actually sleep, you know, in something where we're not taking some penalty. Can I take those up? No. I mean, we're at full exhaustion, so it's not going to get any worse. I mean, we meet a zombie here, we probably die. Like, one zombie, actually, I could probably take, but... more than that, we probably die. That's the danger of doing what I'm doing right now. Okay. So I need 2 more logs and more branches, and that would be enough to make us the lean thing. And there are some more branches. There we go. Acorns are actually relatively good food. Oh, it's just 1. Alright, never mind. Making a shelter outdoors? Yep. Okay, and we should be right about... yeah, it's right up here is I think where we are at. Yeah, I mean, they made an egg. Like, I know there's a lot of people who really don't like the egg. I'm pretty indifferent. Like that, the bone, eh. I think it's because a lot of people saw the bone icon and they thought they had fractured a bone or something like that. So I think there's just confusion. That was just their way of trying to address it. Is it encumbrance? The egg is I'm injured. And I'm injured because I was carrying way too much. And when I say injured, it's like very minor. It's like we're not at full health. Oh, it did give me the acorns. Cool. So how are we doing so far as actually making this? So yeah, so we're starting to get here. The first thing I want, though, we go to outdoors, is I want the lean. So I still need, I think, 2 more logs. I'll probably need a couple more stones and tree branches. How many stones do I have? I probably need to save these. So you go ahead and take these stones. Yep, so I need 4 more branches, 2 more logs, and 1 more stone. So I'll grab the broken branch. All right. Back to the pile of stuff by the creek. I guess it's a new run then? Yep. Yep, we did die yesterday. Can you show your build real quick, please? So if you look at what we got, we took the slow metabolism, the weak, unfit, all those. We took all the negatives to get ourselves down to 0 stats. We also have slow healer. We grab speed demon, cat's eyes, dexterous, outdoorsy, wakeful, adrenaline rush, adrenaline junkie, eagle-eyed, organized, fast learner, keen hearing. So you get the idea. We have a lot of permanent good things for a lot of temporary bad things. Do I recommend this build? No. Is this like an advanced player's build? No, it's still just a bad build. It's literally a self-sabotage build to make the game harder. But I do like this build, and the reason I like it is it slows down the early game a lot. And the early to mid game, to me, is where Project Zomboid really shines. Like, that's literally when you hit start, this early, alright, I just gotta figure out how to make this happen part of the game, is where the, Project Zomboid is at its absolute best. When you start getting to the mid to late game, that's when you start getting to the point where the game starts dragging on a bit more. Okay, so we're good on food and water today. And we check here. We are in the range that the helicopter can happen today. It isn't guaranteed to happen today, but it can happen today. So what I might even do is I might start just trying to push up this road on the right versus the actual farm itself. That way, if we have the helicopter doing that, do you really survive on bugs? Bugs, poisonous berries, pretty much anything I can find, random vegetables we find here and there. See, and right now the only negative moodle we have is we're hopeless. So we are living our best life, just being horrifically depressed. You know. Oh man, I was doing some Christmas shopping the other day for Tomb and all that. So I went into one of those stores that's, you know, it's the stores with like a whole bunch of like fandom things. They'll have like your Harry Potter and your Star Wars and all that. And I very much enjoyed, they had from Hazbin Hotel, they had the little rubber ducky that says, "Take that, depression," because it's one of my favorite scenes from that. Just the guy being like, "My daughter wants to see me." It's like, "Take that, depression." All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and clear up this way. Let's figure out where those cows got chased off to. Rubber duckies are fake because they're made out of plastic, not rubber. I wonder if once upon a time they were made out of rubber. You know, and it's one of those things that, like, the name came to be, but, you know, as times changed, like, it never updated. Because you have lots of that stuff happen. So how's up this way look? Honestly, not that bad. Okay, so I'm going to keep clearing. But like I said, I'm going to kind of focus on the road here since we're in that range and the first helicopter could happen. And we got ourselves pretty badly screwed by the helicopter the last run at the beginning. It really was a major setback for us. What are the noodles? They look weird. They're the new noodles. I like the new noodles. I know they're one of those things that's like some people love or hate them. But I feel like they do a much better job of letting you know what they actually do. So far as like being able to at a glance be like, oh, we're this. They're far more visible out of the corner of your eye. And this is why I don't like the new hearing. Which it sounds like they are going to adjust that down where the random hearing won't be nearly as much a pinpoint hearing when it comes to combat. Because the fact that I hit a zombie and half the zombies with an entire screen away roll in. It's like, alright, but really kind of thing. The size? When you're saying the size, you say, because you can change the size. Like, for the record, you can completely change the size. You can make it as big or small as you want. If these are too big, you can make it smaller. It's under your user interface settings. You can also make it much bigger than that, too, if you want it bigger. I actually like the colors. Because like I said, I can kind of just look over here, and if I see the green in that, I know I've got this. If I see the blue in that, I know I've got that. Orange in that, yellow in that. Yellow. So you see, like, the only ones that don't stand out is the peckish doesn't stand out very much. Alright, well, you just have a moment doing your thing there. The severity you can't see well? I mean, I guess for me, this stands out really well. But yeah, no, it'd be good to have, like, being able... So we already have a setting in here. So you have, like, first of all, you can change the size of them. So, like, Moodle size, you can either set it manually, so I can go as far as that big. So you can go all the way big. I don't want to go necessarily that big. But you can make it big. But maybe if it... I'm actually curious. So good and bad. We moved bad to being violet. Does it change the moods? It does. So yeah, so you can actually change those colors. So if you don't like those colors and you want them to be different, you have that option. You just got to go into options, accessibility, and change that. So actually... Since we consider color deficiency everything here, see how that looks. So basically, the darker it is, just in general, the worse it is. Oh, I don't want to keep that. Yeah, that's a mistake there. Because it also affects the outline of the zombies. Ooh. We get to know when flowers grow and all that. Yeah, so you get the idea. If you don't like it, they've done a really good job of making it so you can do whatever you want with it. So actually what we could do is make the good like a really bright green. We can make the bad a really dark red. It's like really go almost like pale white green. So again, it just gets deeper and all that. Yeah, so that's telling me we're really exerted. Cooking bugs is mostly a waste of time unless they're a centipede or a millipede or a slug. Even though slugs aren't technically a bug. But because those ones are poisonous if you don't cook them. Whereas the other ones, it technically, like if I'm not mistaken, it reduces how sad it makes you. But not really enough to care about. That one's got a hole in it. Alright. Yeah, I'm tinkering with these colors. Yeah, let's go back to these right now. Wherever it was. Can you make primitive weapons like rope with a stone or stick on it? You can make primitive weapons like a stone hatchet and spear, but like not a rope with a stone on it. That's not one. Yeah, no, they could definitely tone down the thing. I think the idea is that's supposed to be, for again, where we were just talking about the visual cue that maybe it's a little bit harder to see the difference. That is a audible cue that kind of gives you the same thing, where they start, you know, grunting and hacking and coughing a lot more. That, you know, it's like, hey, actually, your character's not just a little tired. They're like properly winded. But yeah, no, when you're sitting there stuck in a situation where your character's just panting away, you're like, all right, come on, calm down. It'll be okay. Or it won't. I actually don't know. Now we're going to go ahead and eat the stale berry. Gotta read this magazine real fast. Any plans for when you're inevitably starting? That's actually why we're here, is this field down here that I'm clearing is a cow pasture. And right now, cows are like serious food when it comes to the butter. Like, it's certainly something that's going to get nerfed levels of a little bit on the extreme. But, you know. Okay, we're still not sick, so I'm going to risk the berry. Items got a massive redistribution. Zombies got a massive redistribution. So it's not that they've changed the up and down scale so far as things. As, areas with more zombies are generally going to have more loot now, and areas with less zombies are going to generally have less loot now. And then zombie distribution has been worked on to make a bit more sense. Well, I intended it going up the road. That didn't really get very far. The big thing is, we do not want to go home until 7 or after. And the reason for that is because we're in the range that the helicopter could happen. So at any time now, we could hear the helicopter rolling in. And I don't want to be near the house when that happens. Alright. What day are you on? We are on the 6th day we survived. Which usually means day 7. They usually will show up anywhere from late part of the 6th day to the 7th day. I don't remember the exact time frames, but I believe we have entered the time frame where it can show up. I don't think the crawlers have actually been made more often, so much as because of muscle fatigue, we're doing less damage, and you're more likely to get a crawler when a zombie is badly injured but not killed. But you don't remember what the thresholds and all that are. We do not know the emergency channel yet. I haven't even had a car I've been able to climb into yet. Those 2 cars down there that we went by are wrecked, so I can't actually open the door and get in. The idea is the doors are smooshed closed. I wonder if it's going to be one of these things that what we're going to find is all the zombies are going to be just crowded around the cow. Well, no, because they turned off the thing where the zombies are attracted by the animal noises. Because that's off by default. Can helicopter show up at night? No, it can show up from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. is when it can arrive. It can stay longer than that, but for its first showing up, that's the time frame. But honestly, 7 o'clock, if you're doing sometimes helicopters where it's showing up in the winter, the 7 o'clock can mean it's going to be there till 10 or after. And that already gets pretty bad so far as being really dark and hard to do much. But that's like your worst case scenario. A large smooth stone? It's gonna have a use. Maybe it'll be for, like, making a stone wheel out of or something like that. Let's not let ourselves push to that high up, weight-wise. Cult of Life is no more? Nope. Where did all... Like, this whole place was overwhelmed with zombies. And like I said, we had the one meta event. But I wouldn't expect that many zombies to move from it. Okay, so I have to get all the way down to the cart to check on it. Hey, Cow, just making sure you're doing alright. I got a vested interest in your well-being. Well-fed, not thirsty. Alright. Oh! Petting the cow made us slightly happier. Also, it seems like the cow's following me. But the good news is, we're just about out of the helicopter's window for this in-game day. Well, I didn't pet the baby cow, because unfortunately the baby cow didn't get close enough to me with us in the zombies for me to feel comfortable trying to go for the pet. But we did pet the big cow. Windmill update when? So you could process flour? Or grains, I guess, in general? Petting animals always makes you feel better? I mean, you're not wrong. Alright, don't helicopter me because we're really in a bad place for that. Like, already being very tired. We'll know if we don't actually hear it by 10 after we're fine. Because if it arrives at 7, that's when it appears on the map. It has to get to you and then circle. And that usually takes, depending on how far away it came in, like 10, 20 in-game minutes. Build 42 is so much harder for you. Any tips? Pick your battles is my big one. You can't just throw down like you used to. Better loot tends to be in areas with more zombies. If you're dealing with problems with weight gain, you need to fish. You need to fish or you need to make butter. There's a balance issue they gotta resolve. You honestly find the combat a lot easier in Build 42? There's definitely pros and cons with it. Like, I find managing the flow of combat to be a bit more right now. Just because that pinpoint hearing they have in some zombies is way, way, way rougher with combat. But on the other hand, when it comes to once they've already pulled it, you can just back up, let the faster moving zombies get closer, like get farther away from the others, fight them, and then fight the slower ones. So you can kind of take it in waves. But that means you need way more area to fight. But yeah, no, I think overall, as far as like is it harder, is it easier? I think it's probably neutral more, just kind of a it's harder in these places, easier in those. Another thing is, don't be afraid to get into this crafting stuff. There is a lot of goodies hidden in that crafting stuff. But it's stuff that people in the previous versions of the game, a lot of people just didn't engage with at all. Hey, hey! Oh, 1 second. That's not what we want. Oh, you're in a tree. Hey, Belnar, how goes? Thank you for the raid. How went the stream? We were just getting jump scared right as that happened. Don't mind me. Alright. We're just massaging his face with the bottom of our shoe until he gets so uncomfortable with it he finally gives up. For those that don't know Belnar, absolutely fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Does a lot of variety, does survival crafters, did a whole bunch of good stuff over there, so if any of that sounds good, you can find it there. It is a bit alarming that I'm finding more zombies in the trees near my home, but it's also not unexpected. It's just... Do you know something, game, that I don't know? Why'd you go to the combat music? Trees are the enemy. And thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so how's your stream and everything? Again, check out Belnar, drop a follow, do all that stuff. But I also understand if you gotta raid and run anything, don't let me keep you. But you are obviously welcome to stay. Okay. So let's go over here. Let's drop the broken stick and the clay. So we should officially have enough tree branches for Arlene now. I just need to find 2 more logs. Let's see, how do zombies work? Is there a set amount or random spawns? So... the zombies are random in the sense that, like, if you play the game, you won't have the same zombies in the same place every time and that kind of thing. But it generally has that, like, this area is a high population area, that's a medium population area, this is a low population area, and what zombies you find in area. It's like, these zombies will generally look like construction workers, these zombies will generally look like students, these zombies will generally look like farmers. That's all set. There is some randomization of it, so it's not if I set the exact same thing and I reboot the game again, it's gonna look the exact or extremely close to the same. There'll be some variance, but it's also not fully random as well. Alright, so we're just a little bit sick from drinking the contaminated water. That's fine. Alright, if we look real fast, how are we doing on being able to craft things? You go to the outdoors thing. The lean-to shelter is what I'm trying to build. I need 1 more stone, 1 more log. If we get to craft stuff, I've got lots of options here. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know you could open that with a blade anymore, like, at this point. Alright, well, while we wait, I got a pile of watches. And I'm getting a little scared that I'm going to discover that some of these watches end up having alarms. Could take them all apart for some electronic skill while we wait. A zombie with 4 keychains with a car in each. Oh, with a car key in each? Neat. Yeah, so I'm taking apart all these watches just so I don't have to worry about them having alarms that can go off on me. And this will improve our electronic skill. Yes, I could wait till I get the book, but the odds of me finding the book with our sweaty tryhard challenge settings, not good. So you're not particularly a fan of the gun changes unless aiming is leveled by firing at zombies even if you don't hit them. Yeah, no, there's I'm not sure if you saw, I believe it was Lemmy posted on Reddit earlier today or yesterday, that they are specifically going to be reworking the gun changes, or they're going to be reworking the guns some more. The major issue is the aim was not working quite the way they wanted it to, so they want to adjust that. And that they are jamming way more often than they're supposed to. So the guns are getting... Yeah. So they're getting it sorted out. But yeah, there's a bug within why it is the way it is right now. Lemmy is one of the main people involved in developing Product Zomboid. Oh wait, let me snooze this real fast. Because I want to wait just a little bit longer before the ad can run, so that we time that when I need to take a break anyways. But yeah, the Cultist House one, the long story short is we were slowly dying of malnutrition, because right now there's some balance stuff that needs to happen with that. And so I had butchered some pigs. I ended up butchering 4 adult pigs, and that wasn't even enough to slow down my weight loss on a meaningful capacity. I butchered 3 deer, and that was enough to stalemate it for a couple of in-game hours. And so we were kind of going out going, what can I do to try and get this under control? And so while we were looking for, I was trying to find either a fishing pole or a cow. And while I was doing that, we got caught with a helicopter, and I got to a house, and it seemed like everything was okay. Had to fight one more zombie downstairs, and it was one of those situations where that zombie made enough noise that drew in more zombies that made enough noise that drew in more zombies that made enough noise, and you get where that's going. Do we know when carrot seeds need to go down? Nope. So for right now, they go on the ground. There's a pond not super far from Rosewood, but it's definitely not close enough to feel great. Okay, and we're still in the range where the helicopter can happen. And we don't have the emergency signal to figure it out. So same plan as yesterday. We are going to go up by that farm and clear up that way. Hey, Alana, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Alana Orama, another fantastic content creator, and another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. But definitely a good time over there with Alana Orama, so definitely check him out. Well, it's good to have you. It's been going pretty good. We're just doing what we can to not commit die. So like, to make sure we survive, we're going to eat a little bit of a poisonous berry. Don't worry about it. Yep. Pure poison. Go ahead and have some lemongrass to at least mitigate that a little bit. Alright, so very likely we will get the helicopter sometime between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. in this in-game day. Technically, it can go till tomorrow, but just like statistical probability kind of thing, unless something's direly changed in Build 42, this is the most likely day for us to encounter it. Because it could have shown up yesterday, it could show up today, and then the latest I've ever had it would be tomorrow from the start. I've heard rumors of it going farther out, but I've never personally witnessed it, and I've come to accept with rumors in Project Zomboid, just accept 99.9% of things you read on Reddit and that are probably wrong if you can't verify them yourself. It is one of those games that is rife with incorrect information. Like, to this day, I still have every once in a while people go, "Nuh-uh, you can survive a bite." And not without mods or changing your settings. Literally, it's a boolean. If you got a bite, you're dead. You got zombie plague. Has anyone found clay yet? Yes, I found tons of clay foraging. The places I've typically found clay is I found it along the river's edge, I found it in the fields, and I found it on the rare occasion on roads. It doesn't seem to be that particularly rare with foraging. It might have a minimum skill requirement of 2. I haven't really paid that close attention on that regard. If bite, then dead. Correct. If bite, then dead. If laceration, 25% chance dead. If scratch, 7% chance dead. You got clay in 0-2? Cool. I figured it probably was, I just hadn't... I hadn't personally messed with it enough to figure that out. That's a large stone. There we go. Okay, I want to not use this stone as a weapon. Because that gives us the last stone I need to be able to make our lean. And now all I need to do to make our lean is I need 2 logs. Alright. Lean, it's, if you ever seen Green Hell, it's what you sleep in Green Hell. Where it's just like, you put down a leaf of beds, you have kind of like a little wooden structure that kind of goes over one side to keep the rain off. Just snooze that one more time. I think they'll be about right for when Tomb gets home. Alright, so I am going to kill zombies, but if we hear the helicopter, the plan is north. That way we draw the zombies away from where I want to be doing stuff. But if we secure this area with our little friendly cows here, then all we need to do is get ourselves some kind of bucket. Don't mind me, zombies. Oh no, I don't have a bruise on my head. It could just be weird lighting because of the way my lights are angled. That if my hair's like swooshed out a little bit or whatever. Oh, well, I mean, that's our first pen. I can actually mark the map now. The blue pen's probably my least favorite for marking the map, just because it's kind of a dark color, but you know. It is what it is. Oh, come on. Just regular shoes. Nope, got holes in them. We've had some bad luck with getting replacement shoes. Ours getting pretty roughed up. Okay, and food-wise, we're not sick, so we gamble with a berry. Alright, that one made us a little bit sick. We'll go ahead and slam down the leak. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so let's go pet our 2 cows. Think you can use a pot to gather that? Yeah, no, it's a thing. You can use probably any liquid container in the game. I just don't have any of those liquid containers. Yeah. No assigned zone will wander. No assigned zone will wander. Well, they're still in here. For right now, I'm down for them wandering. That's okay. Once they figure out where there's, like, water and all that we could secure for them, we could worry about that. Right now, I mean, I'm assuming we're going to want to take them to that barn. That'll probably be a water source near that. Look, man, I'm right here. Literally your other friend's even farther away, aggroed. Alright, keep drawing them away. This is one of those in-game days I don't want to push my luck with the fight, because we might have to bail at any moment when the helicopter shows up. Okay. We probably won't end up using the beta blockers, really, but it is good to have the option. But yeah, no, I think you could use a water bottle, a cup, like literally anything that can hold liquid I could probably collect milk with. The big issue being, just because I can collect milk doesn't mean I can collect a meaningful amount of it or anything. Another pair of boots has a hole in it. Oh, those will be replacements. Okay. Just because we're stomping in a bunch of zombies, we'll be wearing out our boots a lot. Let's see, over the day when we can make a good pair of boots intact, left and intact right. I mean, you'd also hope in real life, you'd sit there and be like, okay, this left boot has a hole in it, but I've got a boot of the same style that the right one has a hole in it. Alright, we could just take the pair, split them, we got 2 boots with holes, and we can chuck, and then 2 good boots. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like, that's another thing in the, you know, real life versus the game. Imagine having a very atypical shoe size. Whether it's particularly small or large, or just like, you know, you're flat-footed versus arch or whatever, and just trying to find, like, a shoe of that not-so-common size. Or, like, if you're an unusually tall or an unusually short person for your build or whatever, that, you know, especially back in the 90s, there were not very many places doing outside, like, the standard sizes, really. Like, if you were someone who had particularly short legs compared to the rest of you, you just had to buy the longer pants and then hem them yourself. Or if you were like me, where I was very tall, kind of lanky for my build, at the time, I had to buy, like, the bigger pants and then get the waist hemmed to not be nearly as big. That was always a frustration, like all the pants would just need to have it, because otherwise it just hang down too much, you'd just drag your feet and wear out the bottom of the pant. Yeah, so you got our group down there. There's the bull. So we've got a calf. We've got the calf, the cow, and the bull. Now, downside is I'm also not seeing a particularly great place for them to get water. Which would be the thing I'd be hoping to solve. Alright. Because the less effort I have to put into it, the better. Alright, follow me up. Trying to aggro more if I don't have to. Because the later in the day it gets, the higher the odds that that is going to be the time that we have the helicopter. Because there's less number of possibilities for it to pop on. Z, do you know how to put custom zombie... Do you know how to put in the custom zombie counts? On your sandbox setting, you have custom drag. You got to go all the way to the bottom. There's an advanced tick box, like way at the bottom of the window. And you got tick box that, and then you choose it to custom, and then you'll get the options to enter the value. I do kind of feel like if you change it to custom, it should just auto toggle the advance. Or I honestly feel like that advanced tick box doesn't really serve a purpose. Like, I feel like it's creating more confusion than benefit. Like, I get what they're going for, as being like, hey, you know, you start messing with these settings, with RB demons. But I don't feel like it really is that big. It's also why I'm resting like after every other kill. Is because I know we're a little bit tired. And I'm just trying to keep our characters as good of shape as absolutely possible. While still doing something today. I'm sorry, lady. Every time she gives the hopeless sigh, I'm just like, I'm sorry. Look, man, someday things will be nice. Someday you can eat raw sticks of butter. That'll make you happier, right? Right? Will it make it better if we put it into a bowl first? Will that make you happy? Hey, Casmar, how's it going? What are our goals today? Right now, we're just trying to clear this cow pasture. We've got a set of cows in here. So we're just trying to clear it out so I can keep the cows, and that should give me my weight gain food. More immediately, we're right in that window when our first helicopter is going to happen. So I'm trying to just be as ready as possible until it does. And the plan is basically go north. When a helicopter shows up, we're just going north. This is a new playthrough. We died yesterday. Food started getting more and more desperate so far as the not having enough calories, so like our hunger was fine, but we were just losing too much weight. That we kind of gave up on the cultist location to try and find a good food source. And while we were out and about, we got caught by a helicopter. And while it seemed like we'd handled the helicopter just fine, it was getting super late at night. A zombie, when, you know, rapped on the window a little bit, and I was like, okay, let's, you know, go deal with this one zombie. And it was just kind of one of those things that one zombie led to more zombies, and being that it was like pitch black in the woods kind of thing, there was really no going away and, you know, solving it. Like, we tried, but it's just, I kept hearing the zombies that I couldn't see because it was too dark. We actually ran into a bunch of... I'm honestly surprised we didn't get in trouble sooner. Because we had a good number of times that kind of thing happened, and that's always... Like, as much as people like to talk about player skill, there's as much of just rolling the dice whether or not you walk through the wrong tree when you're doing that. It's why generally I don't like being in the forest and all that. Alright, chat, so what's going to end up happening here is we're about to get an ad break, and I need to go and step away for a couple of minutes, welcome my wife home, make dinner happen. It's just something that happens around this point in time on stream. So it'll be about a 5-minute break. It's my one big break for the stream, so I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll get you some clips to watch in the meantime, and I'll be right back. Alright, see you in a few. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Too much is like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj is like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... That's one of the things that irks me is like, I do try and keep right. But like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them. And it's just, no. Don't worry about it. I only massively... I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing... I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And we're gonna take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Okay. There's fuel in there, but because we pulled the reactor, it doesn't look like it's that bad. Nice. So yeah, literally all I had to do was just grab the reactor and be like, alright, get it out of here. Oh! There's apparently still fuel in that line? This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Alright, and I am back. Let's see. I have fallen behind. Oh yeah, no, the mods command's not up to date. I should probably update that real fast, because it does come up a lot. Let me get 2 seconds to go fix that command. So, edit. Because it's unfortunately one that I can't really easily hand off to my mods to deal with. And the reason for that is just because of, there we go. It's not just the mods command responds this. There. It's I have one mods command that checks what game I'm playing, and then gives you a thing based on that. Alright, cool. Alright. Yeah, so my only mod here is that one. Which, like I said, it's just giving me the information behind these moodles, so I can do it. What happened? The long story short is things were getting desperate so far as weight loss wise, so I had to go and kind of abandon the cultist area to go seek out food. And helicopter got there. You know, helicopter got me while I was out there, and just, well, we weathered the helicopter itself fine. We were at a house, and a zombie started tapping on the window, and I probably could have ignored it since it was upstairs. It probably would have been fine. But I went down there to clear it out because, you know, that's still probably the better play. But right now, with a bunch of zombies having what's effectively pinpoint hearing, it was just one of those things that I killed that zombie, and like 4 or 5 showed up, and then 20 showed up, and you know, like when that happened, I had to kind of run. But it was already super late in the evening, and zombies have been moved everywhere. And I could go into this compound I was trying to see what it was, or like run into the woods. And we ran into the woods. And just while I was doing all that, I got lacerated. Alright. So, at 1900, that's the latest the helicopter could show up in-game today. If it doesn't show up then, it means we'll be getting it tomorrow, and it can't, like, to my knowledge, it cannot go after that, so it will be tomorrow. The infection chance is 25% chance for infection on a laceration, 7% chance on a scratch, if I remember correctly. And then bite is just you're infected. There's no chance, so you just are. As a product Zomboid wiki? I mean, I've got almost 4,000 hours in the game. Like, I'm probably going to have the information unless it's niche or not particularly relevant, or if it's something that changed. Like when people ask me like specific values for like what does this you know, what's this plant give me versus that plant when I harvest it? It's like, I don't know. Because it's not important. Like, you're not going to strategically change your gameplay based on, does broccoli or cabbage give you more calories? Because if you're trying to sustain weight with plants, you're going to have a rough time. How do you feel about how loud fights are? I feel like it needs to be nerfed. Like, I feel it has a negative effect on a lot of different play styles. Which for the record, there's already been lots of conversations going around those kind of things in a bunch of different circles. I honestly would suspect we will probably see the audio from combat, its radius be reduced. Because for like the stealthy gameplay, it also massively negatively affects that. Because you can't always avoid a fight. Like, every once in a while there'll be that one zombie you can't really get around. And to not be able to kill that zombie either, because suddenly all hell breaks loose, kind of really limits a lot of that. So I do think they need to have a nerf on that one. And I'm talking about, like, the zombies hearing. But yeah, some of the zombies have what's effectively pinpoint hearing. And I think that's okay for not combat stuff to be that sensitive. But for the actual combat side of things, it is one of those things that when you fight a zombie and zombies way out over here are hearing me, even with the stealth side, unless we get silent kills and stuff like that we can do consistently, then you've effectively eliminated your ability to do any type of stealth dealing with zombies. Alright, so no helicopter today. And we're already tired and out of breath, so we're just going to back off. And if we're lucky... The game really slows you down more than before? Yes. The game does have a slower pacing than it used to. That is absolutely a thing, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Because it's my opinion that Project Zomboid's biggest strength is its early game. And so stuff you could do to kind of, like, prolong the early game just makes it a more enjoyable game. Yeah, no, I feel like the stealth changes themselves feel good-ish. I feel like there definitely could be a lot more they could do. But it's definitely a very good, like, it's a very solid move in that direction. But I do feel like there needs to be ways you can either control the volume of the fight, or just that maybe the volume of fighting in general should be quieter. Because we've already got loud fighting, you know, guns. And it wouldn't be against there being some weapons that are particularly good for melee combat, but have the negative, like, because that could even be another balancing consideration, that there's just some weapons that are just really loud, versus there's other weapons that are relatively quiet. Definitely a zombie in here with me. It's over here somewhere. Yeah, I don't have a death command handy. One of the problems with Project Zomboid is the death commands often don't give much context. So yeah, so we were trying to solve our weight loss problem, and so we just kind of gave up at the cultist place. We're wandering the world. Did a helicopter kind of out in the middle of nowhere, got into a house, and that seemed all fine, and then a zombie attacked the house. And as I went to just, like, deal with that, it was just one of those things that the zombies heard me dealing with the other zombie, which led to more zombies, which led to more zombies, which led to more zombies, and just... I didn't really have someplace I could retreat to, that kind of thing. So things just kept kind of escalating. And during all that, we ended up getting a laceration that got infected. like zombie infection. Regular infection I wouldn't care about. Okay, so we just need the 2 logs. We've got literally everything else we need to make the place for us to sleep. And meanwhile, we can go over here. Because cabbage we can actually plant this month, and it will grow. So we probably want to try and get those cabbage down in the ground as well. Brand new game? No problem. You have a good one. Hey, JD, how's it going? Been wiring those crops? Nope. Don't have the means. But it rains often enough they haven't really had a chance to dry out. Hang on, zombie. The zombies have their default hearing, but right now the default hearing includes some zombies that effectively have pinpoint hearing. And just moving the body far enough away, I shouldn't have to worry about, the smell. Okay. All right, 1 second. Thank you, wifey. I love you too. All right. They did change muscle strain earlier. Saw a streamer say that didn't kick in as much unless they're exhausted. Yes, it's 60% of what it was before. Sorry, Sayomega, we can't see what you tried to post. Oh, was it a clip of the death or something like that? Because we'll just see the asterisks, I believe. Gotcha. Oh, a clip for the last death explanation? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's all good. Trying to think of the best way to deal with that, because I could make, like, a last death command, which wouldn't be a bad move or anything like that. I just need to set it up and all that. Alright, so what we could do in the 2 seconds, because I don't get to see that clip anywhere, but if you just made it, bear with me, chat, I'm going to take 2 seconds while our character is resting, check my clips real fast, and see if I can't very quickly make a last death command, because that's going to be a thing that people are going to keep asking again and again and again, with good reason, not complaining. So... yeah, so we have last death. give me the actual link, please. Where are you at? That'll give it to me. Copy link. We can go to commands. New custom command. Last death. Set a cooldown so people don't spam it. Go to chat. Do this, do this. We died after a helicopter trying to find food. Add and save. That should give us a last death command now. Cool. Can you compost the zombies? No. It's not that kind of game. The zombies, it's only their loot that is the only thing that kind of matters. Oh, was it me explaining the last death? Yeah, it's fine too. Because I don't have a clip of the last death. And like I said, the problem with Project Zomboid is deaths come in one of two forms. One is you just die immediately. Like you walk into a door and somebody grabs you in the face and you die. Which means you have all the context you need from the clip. But the vast majority of deaths that are outside that kind of thing, it is one of those things that, like, things slowly get worse, and they get worse, and they get worse until you eventually die. And you just can't put that in a clip. You just see the death, and you're like, but why did Rual do that? That makes no sense. You're like, oh, well, things were actually really bad. And so that was done because things were really bad. Right, and the thing I wanted to do... I want to go to my digital watch. We're going to set an alarm. That way, just in case we start to oversleep, and get ready to move. Because we are expecting the helicopter today. I believe this is the last day, time-wise, it can show up. Yeah, so hands are still hurt. Anything we want to drop off? Nope. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. We can pause real quick. So this is home. This is cow. I don't have much else to add right now. So we're going on the assumption we have the helicopter today, so we're going to put zero focus in on actually clearing that farm. We're going to go right on past the farm. Follow the road to the north, just a little ways. With the hopes of drawing all the zombies up that way. Because the helicopter should be here today. Because I don't think I've seen it go higher than this without actually having it show up. But that's fine. We can go north, and if we find any buildings, we can explore and all that while we wait for the helicopter to arrive. But then the plan is to get our lean built so we can actually sleep properly. And I am thinking we sit there and down in that area by the river. I plan to just build up more and more. I do wonder if it would be worth me taking the time to lead the cows down there and have them live down there at some point. Like, we don't have rope yet, but that's just a matter of doing some carving and all that. Which I've been putting off because I've been trying to get the supplies to the lean. Okay, so we have one in-game hour until the zombies can arrive. Or not the zombies, the helicopter, which I guess technically also means the zombies, but, you know. The helicopter's the actual instigator. Yeah, it's so weird how so many of the animals went away. You hear captive animals drink an excessive amount of water?
Oh.
I'd believe it. So far, we've been checking in on those animals, and they've been doing fine. Are you drinking more than a person each day? No idea. Yeah, I've been told that the cows don't, like, the animals don't update till you load them in. That kind of stuff is the kind of stuff that you kind of have to wait and see a lot of the specifics around it, because there'll usually be a certain amount of truth and a certain amount of missed nuance and all that. Like, that's the kind of rumors you hear all the time in Project Zomboid that you later investigate only to figure out it's not true, or maybe it is true, but not in the manner they're speaking. And part of it is because Project Zomboid doesn't just, like, straight up give you the information about a lot of stuff, so there's a lot of guesswork that goes into it. But unfortunately, a lot of it becomes more rumor mill than reality. We talked about earlier that there's still people who think you can survive a bite without changing your settings or mods. You've got all sorts of conspiracy theories about what the helicopter does based on if you see it, how you can hide from it, and all that. The good news is 90% of that doesn't matter with the helicopter. It's going to circle you. Wherever you are, it's going to draw zombies to. Even if there's some nuanced benefit or negative. Alright, 9 o'clock. First thing in the morning, helicopter. I like it. So let's mark it on the map, 717. Do we have a symbol that would be better for the helicopter? I didn't bother looking. I mean, there's nothing actually radioactive in the game, so yeah, let's put the radiation symbol right here. So, helicopter first, 07 17 93. There is a hazmat suit. There's just no, like, radiation isn't a mechanic in the game. It's not like you walk around, you get a little Geiger counter, it starts ticking up, and you gotta leave. It's just not a thing as far as the game's concerned. So genuinely, I think this field is honestly a perfectly good place to drag zombies to and dump them. It's far enough away, we shouldn't get the zombies drugged to the cow pasture. We're close enough that we'll probably get the zombies drugged away from the cow pasture. It's a nice giant open area, so avoiding the zombies should be extremely easy. You know, barring I have some, like, you know, just over here is a place that's Louisville dense or some ridiculous nonsense. We just have a wave of zombies moving across. But even then, I just retreat the other direction. But I expect this to be a pretty nothing burger helicopter. As you can probably guess from the fact I'm just ignoring it and continuing to forge as if nothing's happening. Now, the real danger is, this is the only one I can safely predict. What do you use a funnel for? I don't know. What city did I spawn into this time? Echo Creek. I'm probably going to be doing Echo Creek for most of my runs for a little while. Just because it's a part of the map I don't know. So it gets to be interesting because I just don't know. Like, when you've learned the map, you can just easily go, oh, I need this, and you go to the place that you get it. Since I don't know what it's here, I can't easily make that decision. I also make a quick bug report real fast, because I'm pretty sure something's not right here. Alright, well, I'll just do that later. We'll do this. And I can put in a thing later. Magazine Zapper. What does Magazine Zapper get me? Some remote controllers, remote trigger, remote bomb. I won't end up using any of those, but it's still a recipe. But yeah, so I think this is supposed to be along one of these roads here, and it just got incorrectly placed. We've still got some of these lingering from Build 41 as too, that people find, like, one place was like a weird door or whatever. Yeah, and those are wrecked, so I don't believe I can get in either of them. Okay. So meanwhile, I got another thing I want to do, which is loot symbols. What do I want to mark something that's valuable so far as a vehicle? Because the symbols have changed a little bit. It's interesting that the fire mark is grayed out for some reason. That might just be what I'm already on. No, it's just weirdly that one is dark. There's a wheel? Yeah, no, I thought there was a wheel. I'm looking for it, though. There you are. Trailer. Yes, in the field. No, it's not overlapping. Okay. Because I could see myself, like, if we were to play this run for months and months and I get a car and I'm like, oh yeah, I should go get that trailer. I could definitely see myself being like, okay, clearly this got, like, wrongly positioned or something. So it's detached it for later. There's a carrot. I mean, I wasn't expecting many zombies, but this is a little bit less than I was expecting. I was expecting to at least have to kite around a rally group or two. Where did those zombies go? How many zombies did I killed? 131? I mean, okay, 131. We did only see a handful of rally groups, and a rally group was about 16 zombies. So that is almost 10 rally groups. So it very well could be where I'm sitting there going, where did the zombies go? It could be we legitimately did kill most, if not all of them. Ooh, cabbage. And Server Lord on the 3-stream streak. Let's see, did ones from the farm come over? Or is this north of that? This is north. What? What? What are you? Okay. It looks like a magnifying glass? Gotcha, so it's a little slide up magnifying glass. I haven't heard it named that before, so that's the reason I was like, what? Okay, so it might be done.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Where did I put that? I put that over here. So that was a helicopter that literally no one showed up for. Alright, how... Okay, that'll be enough out of the way. Hey, Allison, how's it going? We've been having fun. We're on our new run. So that was a helicopter that literally no one arrived for. Now, don't get me wrong, we were strategic in its positioning. We did deliberately go out of our way to go, let's go way over there and draw the zombies up this way. But I was actually expecting someone to show up at all. I wasn't expecting a total lack of any zombies at all, which is probably good because we're already drowsy because we're still sleeping on the ground. You know, 8 days in, our character has never known the sleep of anything but dirt. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of Project Zomboid, and so if you're enjoying this content, you'll probably enjoy their content. So, you know, do the things that help you find the channels where you click on them and then you push the follow button and all that. Alright, so let's see if it actually even drew the zombies away here. It should have. We were definitely in range that these zombies should have heard it. Like, very genuinely, that area with the sheep and all that, we went, oh, there's a lot of zombies. It should have drawn the zombies away from there. New character? Yeah, we died yesterday. Alright. Honestly, that really helps your mood. Like, way more than you'd think. Okay, so not thirsty, well fed. So we're good there. Yeah, so the hope is down here we might be able to get a bucket or something like that. and all that stuff. And that's her feed trough. Okay. You got a question. Can you break doors leading into police armories with melee weapons by just hitting it? That is an excellent question. I believe most of them you are able to break. But I vaguely remember there being one door in West Point that was indestructible. You had to have a sledgehammer for. Okay. So we've got plenty of animal feed and all that here. So we're gonna open all that up. Are those open or closed? I'm really not sure. Okay, that is open. It's just the angle of that one specifically is weird. I'm assuming those are also water things. Okay, so let's go here. So we do have the cow ranch. The cows just got scared away by the zombies, and that's yet another cow. So what we'll probably need to do is figure out how to get the cows to follow me back in to the zone for them. And all that good stuff. Because it looks like we might have a total of like 4 or 5 cows here. We'll deal with the other ones that aggro over. But yeah, so it's looking like we got ourselves a cow ranch. So the next thing we would need to do is any type of fluid container. And then we can start trying to pursue making a butter churn. Fall down already. Don't like it when it does that. All right. So we're still not poisoned, so I'm gonna still prioritize the berries since they're starting to go stale. Yeah, so they're all doing fine. Okay. Yeah, so all of them seem to be doing perfectly fine. Yeah, it doesn't just decrease unhappiness. It seems to actually be a pretty significant amount. What do you do to level up animal handling skill? I assume it's stuff like pet them, milk the cows, get the chickens' eggs. I haven't tested everything, but that would be my assumptions. The big thing I'm going to need to do is figure out what I need to get these cows and all that back in there. But that shouldn't be too hard to do. Because my assumption of what we'll end up needing to do to accomplish that is I will do some carving. That will let me make rope, and then with the rope we can lead them back. There is an animal zone right here. So that would be pretty good. Oh, that cabbage is still, so I'm just going to eat the whole cabbage. Because right now I can't do much to prolong something, so if it goes stale, we're just going to nom it real fast. Alright.
Oh.
I wonder if it makes sense, because we haven't built anything yet down where we're at over here. I wonder if it makes sense to build something on the field right next to the cow zone, just to have that right in the area. I'd still have to run over here to the creek to get water until we get that sorted out. I mean, we still have all the plants I planted over here, so I guess I won't worry about it. I mean, ultimately, I don't think the butter, when you go to move it back and forth, is going to be very heavy. And eventually we'll get car. We've already found a trailer. It's probably fine. It's honestly not a very long walk. And realistically, when I go to build this area down here, I'm going to start chopping down a bunch of these trees. I'll eventually want to put something down to prevent the trees from growing back in. So it would be fun to, like, build our own base somewhat in the woods. I did not. We just didn't have the opportunity to get fuel and gas at any point. I should be searching, I just need 2 logs. Okay. Because we can find ourselves 2 more logs. We get a place... Alright, weird. Okay, find ourselves 2 more logs to get what we need to set up a bunch of the other stuff. Okay. So drop you, drop the flint. Drop the scrap. Drop the grasshopper for now. Drop the broken sticks. Drop the hemp. Drop the twigs and the branches. Oh yeah, no, I would not consider weak stomach. Generally speaking, I don't like weak stomach as a trait. I think it's one of those traits that a lot of people are like, free points. But it does have a lot more negative than people give it credit for. Because, like, right now I can just go up to the river, drink some water, it's fine. I could take the jungle with berries, it's fine. But the moment I take weak stomach, those are things I cannot safely do anymore. What was I planting here? Okay, cabbage. That said, I don't think weak stomach's one of those traits that you're like, oh man, you took weak trait? Ah, you really messed that up. I don't think it's anything remotely that big a deal. There's only a handful of traits that you're like, no, really you want to be careful. Anything that's like hard of hearing or deaf are pretty brutal traits. The nearsighted is a pretty rough trait. That one also can be very annoying from like an accessibility standpoint. Okay, the tomato we'll want to plant. All right. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the seeds I still already have in here. So we've got the carrot seeds. We could also plant, it was the cilantro. Let's see here. So we have info, go to here. We still don't know carrots. And honestly, and cilantro's out of season. Yeah, so we won't worry about those. So that means the carrot seeds go on the ground. And the rest is all fine. Sit for just a minute, and then we'll do a little bit more foraging. And we're hoping to get 2 logs. Would be the ideal. Yeah, some of these textures that now I can pull them up and get stuff out of them and trying to learn to identify them. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, it would not surprise me at all if very quickly people make mods that make the plants grow way faster. Or, you know, mods that make it so you can have like a greenhouse or whatever. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I am curious long term with making the grow times and plants so much longer than they used to be. I am curious how, generally speaking, the player base will react to it. I have a funny feeling that, like, the vast majority of farming is going to see is just not a thing you worry about anymore. Because, like, some of those crops just take a extremely long time to grow. You like the idea of not being able to grow nothing but cabbage all year? Yeah, now my big problem is just how long it takes. I think... Well, it's not real hours. You can't go by real versus in-game. Like, unfortunately with those, it's a big thing. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. There are crops that start getting up to 240 in-game days, and that's like, I don't know. Like... Even for someone who has been playing this game and doing the extreme things that I do, that's not often you have a character live that long. Okay, on average 40 minutes. I get what you're trying to say. It's just the conversion with real life hours versus in-game hours. Like if I play 2 hours days, well, now I've doubled the time. If I cut my days shorter, it halves the time. Default settings. You know, they're like 40 minutes to 30-minute days because of fast forwarding and all that. It's just, it becomes less meaningful. Versus if you say like 240 in-game days, that's already demonstrating enough it is a very long time. And that's an outlier. I believe that's garlic that's that long. They do have some that are short. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Redbeard. My point is more... just the in-game days. That's what matters. Because when you say 240 in real-life hours, that does mean a very different thing. It's still... I don't realistically see people putting in that kind of time into one save. Like the larger majority. I think that's going to be a very niche group. And then when you think about it, you have to keep it watered and all that stuff for that entire period of time. I don't see myself doing that. Yeah. No, it's like, okay, it's neat to have stretch goals, but also it's garlic. Like there's a labor to it, and when you go into like the thought of like, well, what was the cost I put into getting this versus what am I getting as my reward? Unless it is very generous on that garlic, I just, as a player looking at it, be like, man, I would not put in the time necessary. Okay, so we got some branches and such. Yeah, there are some crops that still grow relatively fast, though. There are still some crops that take like 30 days and all that. But yeah, there's some that the amount of time is just silly. You're curious how how impactful fertilizer is? And that could be it. It could be that there's stuff you can do to speed up grow times and all that we're not quantifying for, that maybe you can double the speed, like double the rate of speed that crop grows. Where suddenly a bunch of those ones you look at 60 days and go, man, 60 days. But then if I could double the speed, you're like, you know what? 30 days for something that really is a good payoff? Sure. Way more justifiable. Is he still working getting armors in your run? The idea of making your own stuff is so appealing. Yeah. Well, I think that's a big thing that they're hoping. Is I think they're leaning us towards right now when you die, I generally recommend people always just start a brand new run. There's certainly an argument to be said like, well, I just want to continue my run. That's fine. Like don't let me ruin your situation. Especially there's a lot of people who don't like the whole feeling like the game resets each time. Which totally fair. Totally valid. But I don't really want to go in and continue my run again and again. Because to me, I loot places and then they're less interesting to go to. And packing up your home and going to the next place is really kind of a hassle. And then on top of that, as you get farther and farther away from your home, commuting to and from also becomes a bit of a thing. So I'm curious. Now, granted, that's a player at my level of everything. And it's going to be a very different experience for people who are far earlier in the game and all that. Okay, so drink that. Has anything gone stale yet? Nope, so I'll take a berry. Alright. We're all in the apocalypse together. Yup. Let's see. The way that the criteria, especially blacksmithing setup now, 99% of players will never experience what it has to offer. No, I agree. I do think it's good that they've got stretch stuff to make surviving mean more. Because like there's a lot of mechanics with the game that you'll learn, or I should say players learn, that in the past versions we've been able to just kind of ignore. Did the game like that before, or is it me? I'm not really understanding. Were you saying that the game had stuff that 90% of players would never experience? I mean, there is, but because like you can go without foraging, you can go without farming, you can go without trapping, if you're someone who is surviving like 3 months or less. Texture update, they mean? If people ignore new systems, others will finally can play and establish a bit. Yeah, no, I think it's good they exist. But it's just like the stuff that, again, it's the reward for the effort kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, I have no, like the only mod I'm running is this one little thing up here that's showing me the numbers behind the scenes. Because we had questions about one or two of the traits that we needed to be able to see the numbers to kind of get the answers for. And then we also had some curiosity about like how fast you're burning through our food and all that. All right. The only new system you disabled looted buildings over time because they're goblin. Oh yeah, I forgot they added that. That buildings would gradually get looted. Okay, so still not thirsty. Need a thing of cabbage. Let's see. Oh, it's new for this build. That's working for you. I don't have much that's not working for me. Now we're gonna use them as our source for butter. Well fed, not thirsty. Well fed, not thirsty. Oh. Well fed, not thirsty. Okay, and we can go to, if we can get to actually click on you. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's only, like, just judging by how this has been moving, I'm thinking we only get one time per X amount of time that, like, there's some duration between pets that you can use to improve your mood. So I can't just keep petting the cow and, like, bring the mood, like, improve the mood again and again and again. That, like, I can pet the cow and I have to wait. Now keep getting the foraging up. We're looking for logs as well. No zombies that way, or that way that I'm seeing. Alright, well, I guess we'll head towards town. Hey, get over here. You can do it. Good job. Yeah, so it looks like we got this field all cleared. I believe the town is straight west of us. So we'll start fighting that way. We are on the lookout for logs and all that. Granted, we're very far away. I'm actually getting really good luck with all our food. What's that, 4? 4 foraging already. We're getting close to strength, too. We're getting lots of goodies foraging over here. Ooh, okay. We'll get barley, corn, flax, rye, soybean, sugar beet, tobacco, and wheat growing season information. That's interesting. I didn't realize we had tobacco in the game. So maybe people who got the smoker trait and going, I'm begging you, man, I just need one more. Maybe they can finally actually solve that problem. It'll never be that kind of game, you pirate gold. I don't think they ever intend on implementing, like, chronic illness and all that. Is just a normal thing that happens. You found rolling papers in a nightstand? Gotcha. I also found, like, chewing tobacco, which is new. Which every time I see it's like, yep, gross. Yeah, it'd be something you put time into that wouldn't add, like, wouldn't realistically add to anyone's experiences, but would definitely detract from a lot of people's experiences. Nothing I really want in this group. Let's go get the stragglers by themselves. Yeah, no, I figured you were. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's just a lot of times we actually hear suggestions that aren't jokes. Usually it's stuff like, man, the number of people who wanted to like be able to cannibalize the zombies, I'm like, but why? It's one of the many things the devs had put on there. We will never implement this list. Stop asking. Just randomly die from catastrophic health issues. 10 out of 10 game. Did everything right. Character randomly just fell over dead. Okay, so we're definitely gonna have zombies moving into our area here and there. As time goes on. And that's fine. It'd be really nice if we could find a radio in the emergency channel. Oh, that's not actually what I wanted to do. I figure we'll keep those for now. So we know we don't have a reason to want them. Alright. Yeah, so zombies are getting more spread out, which is good for us in the short term. We will end up trying to like campaign to get stuff off the road and all that.
Thank you, Critical_V, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Critical V, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those on all of Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and that does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so I've got them down there. You need a full stick of butter in that. See, a broke stone should be pebbles, and a broken branch should become twigs. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that. No problem. Immediately goes to the panic extreme emote because it is one of the best. Okay, is anything going stale in our pockets right now? No, so we're gonna eat a probably poison berry. Because, yeah, we do want to keep the zombies away from the cow pasture as much as possible so they don't scare off the cows again. And then we do want to work in towards town. That way we can loot, like, you know, there's going to be magazines in the trailer park and all the houses and all that. Of course.
Thank you, Shadowbane, for subscribing for 5 months.
Thank you, Shadow Peon, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you chose to use it here as well, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Just bear with me for a moment. Also kicking off a hype train. You mind your business down there. Alright. Little dicey, but we managed to get them all to stack. Nice, neatly, and organized.
Thank you, Taker of the Hill, for subscribing for 4 months.
And then thank you,
Train.
Taker of the Hill, for the Tier 1 sub. Subbed the channel for 4 months now, so I really do appreciate that as well. So thank you so much for all that support. Means a whole heck of a lot.
Yay.
And...
Something D's nuts. Bottom.
And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate it. And I'll get that stretch when we get back to the other location. We start working on some that, you know, I'm watching a status bar move. Versus pausing in the middle of the fights and not.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Where's some fingerless gloves? Man, I need y'all to get better shoes. You know what? Also, let's ditch this cowboy hat. We'll do something with her hair in the long run. Like change up her hairstyle and all that. Make it like pink or, you know, magenta or something like that. How's the muscle strain looking? Probably not that bad. I mean, we're at decent strain, but it's honestly not been that big a deal. Not since it got knocked down a bunch. Because like when it first came out, it's pretty rough. But I don't necessarily feel like it was in a bad place. I feel like just some things needed a little tweak. Like either it needed a very minor tweak down or something like that. I do think it's in a pretty decent spot now. I wouldn't even mind if they turned it up a little. We got kale. But it'd be one of those things that other things need to be adjusted first. Alright, so let's rest for a minute. Then we can get our way back home. That's a big thing I'm hoping the lean will help us a lot with, is just get ourselves some better sleep so we're not getting as fatigued as fast. Yeah, we pushed ourselves pretty hard, didn't we? Alright, that's fine. Oh, we found some chives. Cool. And a stick. And this is the sapling we pulled up on our first way out here. Okay, and we'll start doing some stuff like trimming the saplings, doing all that kind of stuff, trying to get our materials out of it. I'm still hurting for those logs, but we might as well keep our things going. The big thing is I don't want to use the materials I need for the lean until the lean's done. Because then we can build that, get the next thing starting to build. That'll work on our carpentry and our, some of our other stats. The hardest thing is going to be acquiring the nails. It's not going to be an easy way for me to do that. And thank you for the hype train. Hype train wrapping up with a level 2 with 3 subs and 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that support. You've all been very generous the last couple days, so thank you so much for that. Like, it really does help me keep this going. Without it, it would be one of those things that, you know, I wouldn't be able to do it full time. Let's see, do you get nails from taking apart furniture? Yes, that is a source of nails. You can also find them in hardware stores and cupboards and all that. And thank you, Senji Cookie, for the Gigantify of the adorable cookie in a mug. Likely facing certain peril. All right. The coffee is just a hot tub for the cookie? Yep. That's what the person who's about to eat the cookie is definitely going to tell the cookie. It's a tough life being a cookie. Can you guess who randomly woke up at 4:30? I'm willing to bet there's a line of people. So trim the sapling. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Drop that. Drop that. I'm getting way more of this than I... Oh my god. All the seeds for the cabbage. And this, and those. And that. And you. And that. And trim this as well. Okay, let's get this drink of water. And then meanwhile, we had... So cabbages are still good to plant. And what else do we have seeds for now? Kale? How is kale? Kale is also fine for me to plant. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's like, oh my, that is some floor organization. Also, evening. Yeah, I don't usually like the floor organization, but we're very lacking on places I can put stuff right now. We're gonna get there, but right now we are in the we don't really have another option. It's the floor or bust. So floor it is. All right. We could use some rain so I don't have to water these myself, because I won't. Alright, so sow the kale seeds. Sow the cabbage seed. So problem is, we're getting to the point that these trees and all that are getting in the way. There are two chairs besides me that look much like the floor. Well, this'll be curious. Sure, why not? And we can get more and more stuff planted. Because even the way I figure is, even if none of this makes it, I don't care. Like, I've done what I can for it. We don't have a container to put water in, so we can't do that. We'll have to see what we can do to start working that way. That'll be one of our focuses here now, is starting to try and get, like, again, the lean, starting to get, you know, what I need to make some of these things, like the forge and all that, so we can start making stuff out of that. Get ourselves our own tools being produced. I'm amazed we have not cut up our hands. Alright. I'm also genuinely surprised I'm allowed to just plant stuff in the tree. Because I believe I need maintenance to be able to make an axe. Okay. You have how many more seeds? 4, was it? 3. Because I'll plant all these. There's a chance I'll need them for trapping, or if we start getting starving, it just gives me more options to, like, try and set that off. And just hoarding the seeds probably won't matter much. I can forage for most of them. Okay, so we've got all that. We'll eat another berry. Feeling much different from Build 41? Yeah, no, the game is very different from Build 41. Very much so. Loot is different, zombies are different. There's just a lot of different priorities on how you deal with a lot of things. The crafting has been massively overhauled. There's way, way, way more loot. There's mechanics where as the game goes on, places will start getting looted. That you'll have less loot. You can turn all these things on and off, by the way. Oh, I thought I saw a log there. Alright, so let's loop back up here. More chives. Man, if I had a salad bowl, the wonders of food we could do. Alright. Let's go up here and see if there's anything productive we can do with some of the stuff up here. Because they need to be working on some of these crafting, and I need to not waste materials. So, like, nothing that's going to use a log. I'll need to make sure we know how many tree branches I can craft with right now. You could stand right here. First, buildings. Weirdly, it's listing all those stuff up here, despite all these ones down here. Oh, is it that I can't see them or something? You know, I got everything here. Huh. Yeah, so we've got everything we need here. Oh, it's not listing any of it because I'm not allowed to because it's too dark. That's fair. Meanwhile, anything not good for us right now? That berry is stale. So continuing to eat whatever goes stale first. Let's go ahead and drop the worms on the pile as well. Alright, we should hit ridiculously tired soon. And go sleep on the ground. I need 2 logs. Like, literally, I just need 2 logs. I've just been failing to find 2 logs. Once I find 2 logs, I can make a lean where I can sleep in it. Let's double check what we have listed here. Honestly, we could start this process. Trying to think how I want to set up the layout for this place. Okay, I see. I was hoping it'd be smart enough to grab the items off the ground. So I'll take a few more than I need. And then 4 of the ripped fabric. So 26 storage in there. Okay. So let's grab the seed bag. Put that in our secondary. We go down here, and all the seed packs and loose seeds and all that, we'll chuck that in here. Yep, so put this in there. Go back down here. Let's grab the magazines next. Chuck those in there. Let's see, in case you missed the testing time, you can pick up items from the ground now. Even the logs? Yeah, no, I grabbed one of the logs I have were picked up off the ground, but thank you for making sure I was aware. But yeah, I'm picking up lots of rocks and logs and all that kind of stuff. We can go for this stuff next. So grab all the fabric stuff. So I'm trying to just clean up this pile of garbage as best we can. Okay. Let's also take, like, the caterpillars and that kind of, like, bait stuff. Stuff that I can eat, but I probably shouldn't eat right now because they've got good food for the moment. Well, good for the style of run we're doing. I'll grab you as a weapon for right now. Got the beta blockers, the electronic scrap. Put you in there. Oh, you're already drowsy. That is not good. We're just getting to the point because we're doing such crappy sleep that it is starting to escalate more and more. We may go wandering around in the woods and just make that the goal for the day. To get our lean sorted. And honestly, the rest of that could just stay on the ground, because it's still 120 weight. Oh, I know. Wine, wine, wine. I'll eat the stale dandelion. Will that make you happy? Alright, what do we got up there? Just a bush. It picked up on sack. It just... Sometimes auto mod just grabs stuff. They're like, you know, I understand it can be used in a way, but like, come on, auto mod. Oh, we got some stale parsley, so we'll eat that. We're just gonna go looping around in these woods. Desperately trying to get ourselves 1 or 2 more logs. Impact. Focus. I guess it'd be under firewood. I believe all focusing does is, it kind of penalizes the thing you're not focusing on so far as what shows up, and boosts the other one, is my understanding. I never sat down and really gave it a proper test. Because even this moment, I'm like, but no, I want to find all the things. Because you never know when you'll walk around, you'll find, like, the generator magazine, or, you know, something else that is, like, substantially of use. Ah, there we go, log. Good old log. It's big. It's heavy, it's wood. It's even better than bad, it's good. You're up early today, so you're tired. You're getting tired? Yeah. Alright, so what are we eating now? I think we're gonna slam the whole cabbage. Cabbage doesn't keep well. Alright, so one more log after this one. And then we'll be able to build our lean. And be able to sleep not horribly. Oh, I know I'm carrying too much. I'm carrying a log. But it's got to come back to where I need it, so... It's just what we're doing. I don't really have a way I could carry the log back home without it being too much. Gross. You know what we're talking about. Instead, we get to listen to our character pant frantically. I'm trying to walk through here just in the off chance. What is the egg? It means I'm injured. It just means my max life is a little bit down. And that's because I'm carrying too much. So we're taking mild injury. You can't, like, unless something's changed, you cannot die from carrying too much alone. It can weaken you where something else that would otherwise not be dangerous becomes dangerous. But by itself, it can't hurt you. Still real dangerous to carry too much, but when you got, like, no strength, moving anything heavy means you're no matter what gonna be over the amount. Alright. So, log in the ground. Rags in here. Oh. Roach in there. Flint on the ground for right now. Twigs in the ground for right now. Stone in the ground for right now. Oh, I see. By putting all the seeds in the seed bag in here, that's gonna just be annoying. Alright, well, let's try... I gained fitness by moving a seed bag? Okay. Alright, so we're going to try and recover some of this, and then I'm going to go foraging up and see if we can't get that second leg. Carrying the log did it, but I wasn't carrying the log anymore. I mean, it's probably from us recovering our stamina and all that. It's fine. Maybe. Alright. Don't do that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Pretty soon, we need to get more drink. So we're ridiculously tired. That said, it's way too early for us to go to sleep. Oh, right, I owe, like, multiple stretches. I was supposed to do that. Alright, let me quickly do that stretch real fast. Because we've had multiple redeems for it. And I kept saying I was going to do it the next time we had a status bar, and then something would come up. And so I'm not doing it, and I should. Alright. The soundbite from Path of Exile? Yes. It got introduced in Delirium League. It's if you have Delirium going and you go to the aqueducts. The blood aqueducts. So not like the regular healthy aqueduct, but the one where you go and it's like, oh, that's a bunch of cursed gross. Stale berry, well, we're not poisoned yet, so let's see about riding that poison train. There we go. Go ahead and eat a lemongrass. I don't need to, but I am because it gives me a hunger and it takes away a lot of symptoms. Just the whimper every time. You're just like, oh, I'm so sorry. I know you keep saying it, but it's just like every time it's like, it's like, oh, I'm sorry I'm putting you through this. It's not gonna stop, but I mean, you know. Someday. Someday her life situation will improve. Someday she'll have butter. Oh, here we go. That's what we needed. Sighing because he misses fried mushrooms. I could relate to that. If you're picking up all these mushrooms and being like, man, I remember when we used to bread these and fry these and get some type of sauce with it. Usually be something that's got a little bit of tang, a little bit of bite, like some kind of like horseradish sauce or like, you know, a chipotle sauce kind of thing. I remember those days. Instead of eating a raw mushroom that maybe you dip it in the river once or twice to get any dirt off of it and you just shove it in your mouth. It's too late to be hungry, how dare. It's never too late to be hungry. It might be too late to do something about it, but it's never too late to be hungry. Alright, so with that, I should be able to make a place to sleep. The moment is finally upon us. Why do I not see it? Oh, because I used a tiny bit of the tree branches. So I'm ever so slightly too low on tree branches. Well, that's unfortunate. That, and we needed the ripped cloth here, so that's fine. Alright. Okay, so I think we only need 2 more tree branches, maybe? So those I can probably wander around pretty easily and get a hold of. Because right now we're ridiculously tired, so everything's taking way longer than it needs to. Gonna eat all our stale stuff. Focusing on food this run? We've already got the food secured up there so far as long term. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am going to need to be able to lead the animals. So let's see. How many branches do we have? So we need 2 branches. So that's what we gotta find. All right. The good news is, if we're foraging and we see a branch, you get 2 branches for 1. Honestly, if we go out towards where it's more open, this might actually be easier for this one. Because branches aren't particularly rare. Do you have wood? Yeah, I can switch over to firewood. I'm choosing not to, because while that will help me get just the branches, I kind of do want a lot of everything. So I do just want to keep collecting all the different goods, getting our foraging up, all that. Because I've had some good luck going along places like this and finding tree branches. Alright. Echo Creek. I'll probably be doing Echo Creek for a while. Mostly just because that's the new place that I don't know anything around it yet. Or I don't know much around it yet, we're learning. So I get to have the enjoyment of just... One of the things you learn in Project Zomboid over time is where to find stuff. And kind of once you have that knowledge, there's no taking it back. Let's get back in here. It's starting to get real late. Let's stick by the water. That way, if I do get to the point where it's too dark, we can just walk back following the water line. I also think it's too dark. They won't be able to build it tonight anyways now. Yeah, let's go back. Most likely it's going to be too dark that even if we get it, it'll be like, it's too dark. Did you die in the previous character? Yes. Was going out to try and fix our food problem because we were just continuing to lose weight and had a helicopter happen while I was out. The helicopter went mostly fine. Oh, we're still poisoned. Don't do that. The helicopter went mostly fine, but the house we had gone to, we had a zombie banging on the window. And what ultimately happened was I dealt with it, which aggroed more, which aggroed more, which aggroed more, until, you know, there's nothing left for me to do to try and stay alive. Alright. There is no spearfishing. Spearfishing is gone. It's how do you start 16 times FOP? You can't find a viable location to get things going. You can probably notice that literally I'm in the middle of the woods near a river. There's nothing here. It's basically just get away from the higher pop areas and set yourself up to then push back into the higher pop areas. Or wherever you aim to go. Okay, we can have a drink. You got the larger search radius, so let's go try and get back out here somewhere. See if we can't get lucky and find that tree branch. Yeah, you kinda go a little bit of like a hermit lifestyle. Alright, we'll just get a book on fishing, don't mind me. I'll take that right now. Yeah, that's the reason I leave it on, like, general foraging versus, you know, targeting, is just, you'll sometimes get those lucky things. Because that was fishing 1 as well, so it wasn't just any book on fishing, it was actually one that was specifically useful for us. And cut across the road, work our way back up here, check on the cows. Partly I want to make sure that the cows are loaded in close enough while the rain's going on, that we continue to have them taken care of. One of the things I'm going to need to do is get ourselves rope so I can bring the cows back to where all their water is and whatnot. And we'll see what it takes to keep the cows happy. Ultimately, I could see dragging them down where we're at as well, as they expand that area. Alright. Literally not finding anything. Yes, I do, but I have to make the correct type of rod to then turn the hemp into rope. And I'm avoiding messing around with any of that till I have my lean built so I don't accidentally use more of my materials like I did earlier, which is why we're hunting for sticks now. Alright, we got the sticks we need. Okay, all my grape leaves are going stale, so let's just eat all of those. As you've only found 2 houses on the whole map that only have 100 zombies, everything else is like 400. Okay, that's weird.
Hey! Hey!
There is a lot of zombies as when... Okay. So I think we've hit a migration. It's likely the zombies from town working their way... You know, out farther. Okay. I believe these are the other 2 we just killed. Alright, so it looks like we started to have some migrate over from town. We did intercept a couple of them and kill them real fast. We'll want to go after more of them. That's gonna take us a minute. Because the danger is those could migrate to where we've been staying. Deal with the one behind us, and then we'll rest some more. They may have scared the cows around, so I'll have to check on the cows again. All right. That's going to be an ongoing issue from town until it starts to get cleared up. Alright. Well, the good news, we have everything we need for the lean now, so when we get back home, we can make a place to actually sleep. So we should be able to do a lot more in a day, because we won't just nearly immediately have problems again. Alright. But yeah, I know it's, you're gonna end up having to stay away from a lot of places when you're doing 16 times pop early game. Genuinely speaking, a lot of times it is going out in the middle of, like, farmland, nowhere, trying to figure out where you can get a foothold. There's a good chance you will have to fight zombies to get into a place, but it's also okay that you can survive without a house. Like, we're coming up at 2 weeks alive, and we're just sitting along a river. Is it ideal? Nope. Not at all. Alright, so there's most of the cows right there. That's 3 of the 4 cows I know we have here. Okay, you are well fed and not thirsty. You're well fed and not thirsty. Don't startle my animals. Because I noticed I got the option to feed them. Stop scaring all my animals. Oh yeah, no, I'm not running out of food as in hunger. Hunger is well managed. The problem is not losing weight, which is a very different animal. You can't forage and, keep your weight up that well. Alright, so let's look at you. So, animal, well-fed, not thirsty, calm. So I don't think I need to feed it right now. I think I have the option, but I don't think it's required. Alright. Yeah, but generally speaking, historically, meat, butter, sweets, that's how you gain weight. Vegetable, forage, bugs, that kind of thing, that's how you lose weight. There's definitely exceptions, like peanut butter is a thing that's really good for weight. Cereal's relatively good for weight. It's a little different in this one just because there's some balance stuff that needs to be worked on. So like, for example, right now, butchering the animals like this gives you negligible calories. Can you milk the cow now? If I had what I needed to put milk in something. Right now I don't have a container for the milk. Well fed, not thirsty. How did you keep your weight up for this run? We haven't reached the point. I'm gonna use the cows. Because right now the cows, you can take the milk and make butter, and butter is extremely effective way of keeping weight up. Does it need to be a milk cow? Yes. Like, you'll notice the cows, they say they're required to have a calf. Which I think it would just lure them back to the actual barn where there's a, we've got an animal area. That'll work. The only reason I'm not making where they're standing an animal area is there's no water there. So I want to take them to where there's water and handle it over there. Oh, that's a spare fillet knife. Anything not fresh? Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for hanging out and all that. Looks like that's probably a bread knife. I really did not want you to become a crawler. Alright. There's a key to something on that one. Replacement work boots. Alright, with that, let's start working our way back home. We can build our lean as long as we do it before it gets too dark. I have no idea, Serverlord. I'd actually be surprised if they did implement that. I would guess more than likely it's an aesthetic thing between the cows, but I could be wrong. Because I don't think people would be super excited about having to chase down. It's like, oh, I got the wrong breed of cow. I gotta go find the right one. Alright. Yeah, so we'll get the lean up. Then the next thing it's going to be doing is getting the hemp turned into rope so that I can lead the cows back to their barn. And once the cows are back at their barn, they should be in relatively good shape. Did you check if the weight system worked correctly or not? Yeah, so the thing we found was that the meat from the animals we were butchering was just basically inadequate. That we would butcher an adult pig, and each chunk of the adult pig was about 90 calories worth of food. And we were getting between 4 and 7 per adult pig. And to give you a context, if we were to actually watch our calories, I don't have something calorie dense enough to like bump this up, because that's what that gauge there is. It would go 90, and by the time I was able to, like, if I'm just walking, not doing anything else, just walking and able to eat the next thing, you know, because you can only eat so much because of hunger limits, I had already burnt off all 90 calories. So it's just the animals, butchering them needs balancing. Because even if you're horrific at butchering, with the amount of effort it goes to like find and go and do all that with the animals, it needs to be higher. Like, not going from the realism side, because I don't care about that side, but like, there's just, you know, you get like a tub of peanut butter from the store, and it's just grabbing it and going. It's way better. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, you find a thing of ice cream, it's way better. So it just needs to be adjusted. There's gonna be lots of that. In the unstable build, you're gonna have lots of those kind of things that the numbers just don't make sense because they need to be adjusted. But the point being, for maintaining weight, it looks like the two go-tos are fishing right now, because the fish you can pull out are absolutely absurd right now. Which I think is fine, because then there's a logistics problem with, okay, I've got this 44 weight fish. How the heck do I get it home? And then that kind of thing. Alright, so put that in the secondary. And grab all those. Put this in here. And before it's too late, let's go ahead and construct. Lean shelter build. Ah, we have moved up to just poor comfort. Ah, living the good life now. Let's not eat that yet. Okay, chives, mint, and cilantro. What can I plant this month? Chives are good to go. Mint. Mint is a no-go. And cilantro is a no-go. So, mint, cilantro, no dice, but chives were fine. No problem. Good to have you here. But yeah, what this does mean is while it's not going to help me this in-game day, it does mean future in-game days. We should be in relatively good shape. For all that. Okay, we toss the bugs in here. We'll save those for bait. Wait that before we lose it since it's going stale. Nah, I got you. So what we'll do with this... So you can sit this way. If I recover some endurance, we can read ourselves a book. This game, you're away from home on vacation, so you can't wait to play the update. The update's good. Alright, so we will drink this. Honestly, with the way resting has changed, just carrying the book with us doesn't even feel like a bad idea. And we'll eat the questionable berry. Alright, so what else can we put to use out of our mountain of junk here? The crude wooden fence, don't care about. So let's get this out of the way, look at our actual crafting menu. We can make... Alright. We can just flat out make rope right now. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a rope. And we'll get a bundle of twigs. And another bundle of twigs. I don't think we get a skill or anything for bundling twigs. So much as it'll consolidate them. There's 3 bundles of twigs. We can put the rope away. We're up to 5 clay. Still on Ling, yep. So we're pretty tired. But let's go see if we can't get those cows back to their barn. How are the stats coming along? The stats are coming along alright. We're about to get our first point in short, blunt weapons. Not like our combat stuff is kind of lagging. But strength and fitness, we got 1 and 2. With strength and thing, we got a little bit of sneak. We're at foraging of 5. We are actually reading a book on fishing we found laying around in the forest. With the animal care, we're already almost half a level towards being better at taking care of animals. It is a skeleton. It was a zombie. Oh, hey, branches. I forgot those were just laying there. Go save myself some time. They rot now? They've actually done that for a very long time. It's not all of the bodies. Basically, the bodies have a cup... Ooh. Oregano. Basically, the bodies have a couple different phases they can go, but not every body does each phase. So there's some variations. So you got like another one who's like a skeleton. And when they hit the skeleton, usually all the loot's gone, or most of it. Yeah, no, it's been around for a while. It's just, it's not that large a percentage of the bodies. Like, 1 in 50, maybe, I'd guess?
Sorry if you're repeating yourself. What's your Xmas schedule?
So, it's actually up in the air, Randall Thor, so thank you so much for the 200 biddies. If everything goes well, I will not have a stream on Christmas Eve. I will have a later than normal stream, I believe, on the 28th. Otherwise, I believe it'll be a normal schedule. But there is some stuff up in the air right now that, one of Tomb's coworkers has had a very, very serious health thing come up that if I'm stuck here, like, I won't be stuck here, but, like, if she's not going to be able to get home till much later, I might stream on Christmas Eve and all that. So there's, like, a lot of scheduling and plan is kind of not super sure what's going on with it because of that. I believe the person is, I guess, having, I don't know the terms we do it with, a pulmonary embolism, which is big yikes. That is. So, you know, hopefully they'll be all right. Not enough rope. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I needed more than one. Oh, it just needs to be, okay. Hey, cow. You butchered the same rabbit like 5 times, you found a bug for food? Yeah, there's a couple. I also know there's a way you can duplicate chickens, duplicate rabbits, and duplicate rats.
Are we?
So you can get a rundown how the animal stuff works. The Zomboid now, the pros, the cons, any bugs. There are dupe bugs in the game. The pros are some of the animals are amazing. So, like, for example, the cows right now, this is probably going to get nerfed because it really needs to be. Milking cows and making butter with the milk is ridiculously powerful. As far as taking care of them, I'm still learning a lot of it myself. But basically, they need food and water, and they can graze and drink from stuff nearby if it's available. But you have, like, zones here. So if you take the animal into the zone, and you can make your own as well. If you ever, like, you can want to say add zone, you can draw your own. Or get rid of them. Alright, so detach animal. So now if I check that zone, I can go here and say, hey, check zone, and it'll sit there and go, okay, you have a bull in here. And I go and I can check the information on the bull, so you'll see this bull is well fed. It's not thirsty, it's calm, and you can be absolutely adorable and go up and, you know, give the animal pets. Most important feature. It literally gives you happiness, by the way. It does counteract your character's depression to pet the animals. But yeah, so it's basically you bring the animal, you create an area for them to live. Some of them have requirements, some of them don't. Like stuff like chicken will give you eggs, and then you can kill the chickens for meat. Right now, one of the big cons is for butchering the animals. The animals really don't give you much. It needs to be adjusted. I wonder if I bring Mom, is it going to bring Calf with, or am I going to have to do 2 trips? We're going to find this out. Okay, cool. Baby is following. That's what I was hoping. But yeah, so different animals have different benefits. Right now, I would say there's not much benefit to pigs. Maybe the manure has value, I don't know. The cows are a really good source for high-calorie stuff with the milk. The sheep can apparently also give milk and are also relatively good. And then you could use their you can use their fur for stuff as well, but again, not really messed with it myself. The chickens are a decent source for eggs. I imagine that scales relatively well. Come on, baby. Okay, so baby's in the zone. So we can detach you. So we can detach you. And double check to make sure it's showing us in this zone. We do show us having 3 cows in there, and I'm aware of 1 more cow out here. Which is just up here we can bring back. Does cooking up... Does cooking food bring up the value? Yes, so cooking does bring up the value, but it's a percentage-based thing. So, like, if I have something that gives me 10 nutrition, and I have decent cooking, I might be able to bump it to 11 or 12. The problem we have is when you're looking at, you know, animals that are only giving you a small, tiny amount of nutrition to begin with. It kind of doesn't matter how much you have in cooking, because if you bump up 10% of almost nothing, it's still almost nothing. And I believe that's all the animals that were here. You wonder how much you get with butchering 10 and the butchering post? Maybe it's better. I would definitely argue if it's something that you need those things to get any meaningful amount of food out of it, when that's kind of the least investment so far as part of the effort. And there's very little opportunity to level it because, you know, once you butcher an animal, you're kind of done. I would argue that's a problem. But yeah, the animals will stay inside the designated area unless something scares them off or otherwise, you know, something kind of pressures them out. All right, one last check. Make sure all the animals count. Yep. So you got 4 cows in there. Yeah, so right now, because the cow... There's a baby calf there, but I'm guessing just with the way it was generated, it's not being counted as if it's the baby. If that's that cow baby, whatever. So we can't get milk from it right now. But we will once there is a baby, but we should be able to do stuff with that soon enough. I'll go ahead and eat the acorn. Alright, cool. So we got things going pretty well. We've got a place that we can actually do legitimate sleep now. So not just lay on the ground by a tree in the mud and the rain and be like, cool, good living. You know, have Ling here sign up a little sign that says like live, love, laugh or something on her little like lean down there. Makes it home, apparently. Even if you die a little inside every time you see that. No campfire yet? I've been able to make a campfire anytime I want. I just haven't had a need for it. Okay, so we got cows. We got a farm. We got a fishing book we found in the middle of nowhere. I just realized YouTube chat got disappeared on me. Sorry about that, YouTube chat. I was started considering how a cow will give you milk after they give birth. Enough for one person anyways? Yeah. But nah, so there's some adjustments to do. Go ahead and take those dandelions. Someday I'll get the all-powerful bowl. The funny thing is, technically I could use the bowl for carrying the milk, so the bowl can even help with that. Would it be good at it? Probably not. Can you carve a bowl? Probably. I haven't looked. It'll either be the clay or carving or something like that. I'm assuming there will be a way to make a bowl. I just don't know what skill they'll put under, whether it'll be the pottery thing or what have you. Okay, so when does oregano get planted? Oregano is out of season. So it goes in the cabinet. And for right now, we got our animals put away, so we'll toss the rope in there. Actually, let's bring the rope back. We'll put that in the heap. And give me those rags back, too. I'll put those in the heap again. And do we have more bugs in our inventory? Nope. Oh, fillet knife. Let's take the spare fillet knife and drop it on the heap. Dirty rags on the heap. Denim on the heap. Rope on the heap. Branches on the heap. Then we go find some houses for loot. We will be starting to explore broader, yes. We'll be clearing the area as we go. Because there's nothing we urgently need. There'll also be a certain amount of, I don't know what I'm doing right now. We'll drink our water. Okay. And with that, an actual proper night's sleep. We even managed to sleep all the way until we woke up. Oh, did we get neck pain? Yep, that's fair. Alright, so we got all this junk piled up over here. So we could bundle up a bunch of stuff. We could carve tongs. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's check here. Yes, we make the crude fence and all that. Let's see what we've got for some of these things that we can get early on. So blacksmithing, we have the advanced forge. I wish they had... So we have the primitive forge, which is a stone anvil and all that. That's not going to help us. A primitive furnace. So 6 clay, stone, and a bucket of clay cement. Where do I get a bucket of clay cement? So we can make a wooden bucket with carpentry 2 with a lot of materials I don't have. A bucket of clay cement weirdly does not require a bucket. It requires clay, sand, and water. Alright. For farming, for the butter churn is just a hammer, 2 nails, and 2 planks. No skill requirement for it. That'll be good. We're not too worried about the furniture too much. A stone cabinet. Ah, we can make a stone cabinet out of the stones. That's fine. Miscellaneous. Outdoors. A nice gravel floor for that. Dirt floor, that's fine. We can make a nicer shelter. Sand floor, sand bags, a tarp shelter. Barbed wire fence. I'm assuming the zombies have to break that. Rain barrels. We have the pottery wheel. I assume that's going to be a thing that we need for that. A hand-operated press to press clay items and turn seed paste into oil. And for us, we could starch large quantities of liquid, but we need a mason's trowel. Alright, the point is, we don't have the crap we need for any of that. Alright, so with that, I do think we are moving towards town to clear up a little bit there. And we're going to want to work on various skills along the way. Keep leveling our goodies. Prepare some weapons. Right now, the only weapons I could really prepare are the spears, and they're honestly terrible. I would rather keep the long pieces of wood for using as like fencing and stuff like that than make spears at all. And unfortunately for a lot of the other stuff, I don't have the materials I need. I'm also going to need to make some type of surface to make stuff on. We could probably find a boulder and do all that, but I'm going to have to figure that out. Go and eat the carrot. That won't last very long. Alright, so plan up here is we're going to go west from the farm towards the town, because that's where Echo Creek is. So we're going to start clearing our way into town. If we see houses, we're going to loot them. If we see, you know, other buildings of interest, we're going to loot them. As far as other animals go, if we happen to be in a position to check in on them, that's fine. They're not going to be the priority. One thing before we get too far. So helicopter was on the 17th, so we're only 4 days after. So that's all you gotta check, because the next helicopter, because we have it set to sometimes, can't happen until the 27th. And all I'm doing is checking to make sure there's no zombies near the barn. Just to know if I need to clear them out again. Okay, I'm gonna pet one of the cows. And check its info. Ready for milking. Okay, so if I find a container of any kind, we can milk that cow. I don't have anything I can do with that right now, but we do potentially have a milkable cow. We also are going to need 2 planks and 2 nails. Milk her directly? That's just not a thing. Not that kind of game. Alright, so what I want to check real fast is 2 planks, 2 nails, and any hammer. Okay, so the nails are probably going to be the hard thing. Because the hammer probably won't be that bad. So we have to fight zombies on the way out there. We are trying to clear the area to keep our area safe. Alright, you got something stuck in you. Cool, so we got the handful I saw over here. We can rest from in the street and keep moving west. Oh, your tune gained a lot of weight? Unfortunately, this is not the same character as, I mean, it was the same character at the end of yesterday's stream, but it's not the same character as the beginning of yesterday's stream. We did take a death. But we're doing alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Seed paste into oil could be a big thing. Yeah, it depends on how much seeds it takes.
Thank you, SoupDog9, for subscribing for 14 months. Hello.
And thank you, Soup Dog, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you could have used it anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So really do appreciate the support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, 14 months, year 2 months, long time. Was it from said weight loss, or did you get nommed? We got nommed, but the pressure that got us nommed was the weight loss. We basically left home, and we're just trying to find either cows or fishing pole or, you know, any of the short list of things that would let us have solved our problems. And then while we were out, a helicopter showed up. We set up in a house after it was basically wrapped up, and we thought everything was fine. Had one zombie tapping on the window, went outside to kill it, and it was just one of those things, like killing that zombie. Other zombies heard me kill it. I fought some of those zombies who heard me kill those zombies. And then suddenly we found ourselves completely overwhelmed. But it was the middle of the night and just trying to manage it where I could go into a place that was extremely high population, or I could go run for the woods. And we ran for the woods, and it didn't work out. Got lacerated, got infected, and then we're like, well, what is this place you've been circling around? What is happening? Okay. That was a real long hang there that got me worried. So I don't know what the game just loaded in, but loaded a lot of something. Yeah, it could be like a horde of zombies. I saw the one way up there. We're not going that far out of. Yeah, it could be loading in a ton of zombies. It could be we've just hit some area like there's like a tall skyscraper or whatever here. I would doubt that. But, you know, it could be just a really big building is over here. So it loaded in all that. I'm assuming with all the things changing where like buildings will get looted over time or whatever, as just a game mechanic, it could be that was like refreshing to do the update of all the loot that, you know, disappeared that was previously loaded in. I have no idea how that mechanic works mechanically behind the scenes. Alright, looks like a bunch of zombies. Also looks like there's a barn up there. You get the idea of that mechanic? Yeah, you can just turn it off. I think the idea is that as the game goes on, and it's just, you can just hoard more and more, so that it doesn't get to that situation where you're just like, oh, solve problem, and you just get bored. It does become a thing that takes a little bit more effort to find the same things you used to find. Alright. Yeah, still lacking in weapons. I have to be careful when we're dealing with groups. Straw hat? Yeah, no, I'm choosing to ignore the straw hat in this one. I do try to have each of my characters have their own kind of identity, sense of style if they live for any amount of time. So the last character had the straw hat, so I probably won't do the straw hat in this one. I haven't quite decided what Ling's aesthetic is going to be. Yeah, I figured it's going to be like that. Yeah, and I got them timed, spaced out, so... Oh, that almost got me killed there. Okay. Getting in danger by the UI. Alright. Let's see, do you look at the pottery making containers, or is that something intensive in terms of recipes and such? I have not gotten that far. I did see there's an amphoram, but either way I need wood and nails and that to make the pottery stuff. Nope, stay down. I got all lined up, just stay exactly where you are. Oh, come on. We're still on this person. Fall over. I wish there's a little bit more of an obvious way to know when you've got a zombie pinned. It's mostly an issue early game, but with these kind of settings now, the early game is longer, so it's becoming more of an issue. Alright, what was that? Just let me scroll up, Twitch chat. Let's see, there are a lot of diseases that are transmitted by saliva, but not blood. That's the weird part. The weird part is that scratches and lacerations doing you in, but not having to worry about blood in your eyes and that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. But that's video game stuff versus... Because it'd be super annoying if you had to, like, wear face protection at all times. There are guns and suppressors. Yes, those are actually, are suppressors? I think suppressors, there's one or two. I can't remember. If there are, they're super rare. But guns are absolutely a thing. Yeah, no, I thought there were a couple suppressors in the game, but they're very rare and not really that big a deal. Because remember you can get like red dot on your gun and all that. It's just, the guns are extremely loud as far as the zombies are concerned. So you can use the guns, but, you know, you are going to be fighting everything in the area. So, they are really effective in killing zombies, barring there's a couple of bugs right now with them that they're working on. But, even Build 41, like, the shotgun was the single most effective way to just take down large numbers of zombies in a timely manner. But the catch-22 being is, it was also extremely loud, so you can get yourself in a lot of trouble just by popping off with a gun and suddenly the entire neighborhood's hanging out. Let's see. Even when you use up all the ammo given you at spawn, you would not kill all the zombies that tracks with shooting? Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. So it's definitely one of those things you gotta collect enough ammo to make it worth aggroing that much. So they can be useful. They can be very good. But it is those things that if you're looking at maining guns, you're going to have to crank the loot to the absolute max for guns, and you're going to need mods to crank it up even higher. There's just, you know, there's not that many, like, there's just a lot of zombies. You hope they make craftable ammo? Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, like, I think it's good to have the guns. At the same time, if it gets too easy to get the ammunition and the guns, then this just becomes another zombie game where you shoot guns the entire time, and you look at the melee weapons and go, ha, and you just don't use them. So I do like that Project Zomboid in a lot of ways. You know, guns are a little bit of a luxury that you can take advantage of sometimes. That's a problem with the server you're playing on? Oh, there's just way too many guns and ammo, so everyone is shooting guns always. They have melee weapons that aren't spears and such? Yeah, and they got spears, hammers, like crowbars. They've got like a katana, a machete, axes. Yeah, it's not gonna be something I can push. Yeah, rock. Yeah, and I got plenty of options for melee weapons. You use pickaxes, shovels, saxophone, electric guitar. Those last two are terrible. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer's another pretty terrible weapon. It's just the swing speed on is so obnoxiously slow. It's just so dangerous. Work with me here. Oh, come on. She was standing on you. Alright, that's fine. Can you forge a sword? I have no idea what the crafting is capable. We did get blacksmithing, I just don't know how far it goes. I'd love to see you use a saxophone to conk some zombies. It's another one of those weapons that's really not good. It breaks really fast. I was thinking of playing, you don't know if crafting a base defending for a long time was possible, or if it's meant for short runs. Oh, no. You can do some ridiculously long runs in this game. Base defense is really not this game's forte. It's not 7 days to die where, you know, the 7th day comes by and all hell breaks loose. It really is, once you clear out an area of zombies, you can have, you're never safe, because there's always that one zombie you missed, and this is a game that any injury can be fatal. Zombie plague is 100% death. And it's a percent chance based on the type of injury on whether or not you get infected. I have not been able to get them to cooperate with me. Okay. But yeah, it really is focused more on the intent being a long run game. You can have short runs and have fun with them, especially if you're doing gimmicky mods and all that. But the intention is like almost all the main systems that kind of come together and start to shine are more in the long run than the short end of it. Let's eat that cabbage. Can you cut clothing faster with scissors? I believe the scissors let you cut other clothing, like clothing that you wouldn't otherwise be able to cut. So like leather, denim, stuff like that, whereas if you don't have scissors, you can't. And are you more likely to get thread? No idea. You can also use knives, which brings the question of speed. Yep, no idea. Those are the things that I usually don't pay attention to or much care about in the game. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at it. Do I change the way I play the game based on information? Not really. Because, like, this is killing our action speed, but I also don't care, because the action speed's not that big a deal. Alright, so bear with me, chat. We're about to have an ad break, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be right back, and thank you again so much for tuning in. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Okay. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Okay, good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare Thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Alright, and we are back. Alright, so what we're doing was this game. How do I play? Let's see here. There's just a zombie coming through a tree. 2 zombies coming through a tree. This is why we declare the trees as the real enemy. Idiot. The trees are in league with the zombies. They are the same team. Okay. So we're still getting tired relatively easy, but we are improving our sleeping situation, which is good. That's fine. Because what this does let us do is, as we do these laps back and forth, we're going to keep getting our stuff, getting all that sorted out, finding more goods, do more other things. We are going to eventually run into a problem where the actual time for me getting back and forth to where I can fight some zombies or, you know, get anything worthwhile will be its own problem. Right now I'm playing on normal loot rules. I have played on much reduced loot rules, but with this being a new update and who knows what being added to the game, and, you know, balance concerns and all that, I have opted to keep the loot on its default settings. So it's neither more common or less common loot. You wish they'd have a hotkey for foraging? I get behind that. Are you actually in the zone? Yes, barely. Watching you, bull. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely want to change this hairstyle. Get someone with a bit more personality to it. Whether it's a different style or just dyeing it or something. The parsley's going stale, so we'll eat that. Let's see, drank down a blueberry soda. Now your character is cold because the soda was cooled. Caps lock doesn't do anything for me. There probably is a toggle, like, maybe it's not on by default, but you could probably set a toggle for it. Alright, got some time. Okay. And if you're wondering why I'm not jogging back and forth, this is kind of one of our limiters on how many zombies I can kill a day. If I start jogging, I'm using this up, not fighting. And that's regardless of how high of level I get it to. Now, granted, as I get to, like, sprinting to higher levels, it means it takes up less of that amount, but you get the idea. I've got only so much oomph in the tank, and I could use that oomph killing zombies, or I could use that oomph walking faster. Or even put milk in a gas can. I mean, you wouldn't... I don't think you'd be able to get the milk to the gas can, or the gas can to the milk. I mean, we haven't been able to put water, I think, in a gas can, but they also reworked the liquid, so I could see weird edge cases there. I feel like the gas can would probably only take gas, though. Okay. Alright, so electric... Oh, wait, no, electric scrap we put elsewhere. Large flat stone, regular stone, tree branch. And we can go here, dismantle those earbuds. Said any liquid go in any container? Right, but then my counter thing would, does a gas tank count as a container, or is it like some kind of machine that's its own like special category? That's the question mark we got here. Okay, poison berry, so we'll leave that alone for a minute. The kitchen knife? So so I already have a knife down here. I'm gonna go ahead and just put a knife in here as well. Because that knife will last like 2 hits anyway, so I don't really see a reason to carry it with me. Alright, so we're still at crude fence and all that. Can't do much better than that. We can get a large drying rack. Can be used for large leather animals like adult cows. Yeah, so that'll be if we go to do leather and tanning and all that. We have the butcher hook. We have just the crude bookcase knot. Oh, that's still set to the butcher hook. Yeah, so that's just tree branches and that. What would it take me to... That's for sitting on a log table. So that requires an axe. All right, so we got tool needs for that. So it looks like we're probably dealing with this stuff first. Let's see here. So carpentry, those aren't going to help us. We could saw logs. The bucket is until a ways down here, and it has a pretty heavy requirement for a bucket. Carving doesn't make anything quite that significant. Yeah, it's for just packing and unpacking ammo. Glass making would let us make this stuff, but that's not helpful. Break large rock into smaller ones. Those would be chisels and all that. We don't have any of that. Metalworking, we're not going to be able to do a whole lot with right now. Oh, we could refill our lighters now. That's cool. Packing is just consolidating. So the pottery appears to be for like making brick and all that. But we need to make a brick mold, which again costs a saw. Survival. Smash herbivore skull. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so it looks like we need tools for most of this, so like we're kind of stuck at what we can do. We're also at sleepy time, so we're not gonna be doing a whole lot anyways. Yes, let's see. The stone hammer requires maintenance 1. Alright, so that's what we got. We gotta get maintenance 1. Oh, I should be reading each time we sit down. What happened to the previous character? Basically was traveling the map trying to find a better source of food. And while that happened, we got a helicopter situation, and we survived the helicopter itself, but the night after the night of the helicopter kind of thing, We did run into a situation where a zombie was banging on the house we were staying in. We killed it, which aggroed more, which aggroed more, which aggroed more, and then, you know, I didn't have a means of getting out of the situation, tried to run off into the woods and died. Well, got lacerated and infected running away. Because I couldn't see anything. Alright. So the big thing we're hurting on is tools. We can find some of those just by foraging, or getting lucky and getting to where we can actually loot some places. And the other thing that happens is as we forage, the radius we can forage in one go gets wider and wider, which just helps us find stuff even faster. I'm going to go up the road this time. We'll grab some rocks and such. Because we might just get straight up lucky, pick up a fishing pole or something like that. Alright.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Stop trying to give me the large branch. It's a terrible weapon. Yeah, so we're gonna start pushing into town. The good news is once I start being able to get into town, we can start hitting the trailers, see what we can find. And get all that sorted out, see what goodies we can get. We've been doing really well so far, just like generic, like random nonsense. We'll need to get carpentry up. It'll be one of those things that once I get maintenance one, will be in good shape. The problem is I'm really struggling to get maintenance in this version of the game. Like, we're about to hit Short Blood 1, but I've got 5 in maintenance. Because I am coming to believe that, let's see what it says for maintenance. Decreased trained through melee combat. Yeah, so it feels like something's not quite right with maintenance right now. In that we're leveling up skills. That's clearly poop or something like that. Yeah, it's cow dung. And how you doing? Well fed, not thirsty. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. There's a bit of XP for repairing stuff. Yeah, we don't get much opportunity to repair things. That's kind of the problem. Combat melee with real weapons. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It seems like they've limited what you can use to get it. And the problem is right now I'm just not finding much in the way of weapons. Because I did notice I wasn't particularly getting it from spears when I was using them, but that's because spears break 90% of the time. It's why I'm not even bothering with the spears in the early game. I'm just gonna not bother. Because I would use a spear and I might get through 2 zombies, and I'm like, well, with that wooden stick, I'd rather get 10 of them and build a section of wall or whatever. Oh, with that... you can get rope to lead them, the bigger animals. The littler animals, you can pick them up in your hands. So, like, in the last run, I ended up carrying a bunch of chickens by hand. But this one, I led the cows back to their barn using rope. And our foraging skill is getting really high because we're just constantly picking up everything we can. Wait, that container's full? Really? Okay, so put that in our back. Toss that in the ground. Toss those in the ground for right now. What do I have in here that weighs so much? I guess I just have a bunch. And that still as well, so we'll go ahead and eat it. Okay, so we got a busted tree branch. Because we'll still grab those up, and we'll just put them back on the ground, and it's just one of those things we can grab on the way back. What stat does sad and depression give? All that does, it slows down your action speed. For those who don't know what the action speed is, me taking stuff from, like, this backpack and putting in my main inventory back and forth, that's action speed. If I were to, like, go to carve something, that little bar going in the top, that's action speed. It does not impact, like, the speed you swing your weapon. That's not action speed. That's combat speed. And there's more clay. Because we'll need that for stuff. All right. Just keep pushing on up. Not sure how that's growing in the middle of the road, but that's fine. Okay. I didn't see what that magazine was. It was called Kentucky Farmer, but that should be that much more I don't need to figure out. Alright, so it's a bunch of stuff to treat the various garbage that can afflict your plants. Yes, it looks like there's just the two here. Alright, so let's back off, and we'll read the Kentucky Farmer, and probably drop it on the ground when we're done reading it. Just because they're dealing with carry-away problems. Okay, that's fine. You have carry away problem, but only in Tarkov. Every game with an inventory, there's a carry away problem. Whether it's actual weight or tiles of inventory or whatever, just inventory management becomes real. There we go. Pencil is way better than a blue pen in my book. So let's take the blue pen, get that out of here. So we got a bunch of friends showing up. The quieting of combat sound is the one change I'm hoping we see soon. The fact that you fight zombies that are barely, like, visible or so far away respond to it. Really kind of... And the fact that they walk so slow, so you aggro the zombie from half a mile away, and then they take, like, 10 weeks to get to you. Yeah, and the difference was they've randomized the zombies' hearing. So it used to be you'd have, okay, regular hearing, and the zombies would just have regular hearing. And now it's just random in general, which means you get a bunch of zombies with pinpoint hearing mixed in. Did they fix the calories with the animal problem? No, that's gonna take a while. All these things that we spot as problems, don't expect them to be fixed, like, in a week, unless it's something truly, truly, truly game-breaking. Like, you expect it to take a little while, because they have to prioritize stuff, and so something that makes the game unplayable is going to get first billing, or something that's, like, a way you can die that feels really awful. That's going to get priority over other stuff. Yep, don't mind me. I'm just going to read my book. Okay. Be nice if someone had, like, a decent backpack here. Alright. Yeah, so we're starting to get to the part of town where there's actually a decent number of zombies. Like, it's still not a crowded part. It's not as quiet as we've been looking at. I appreciate you turned around. Just so we could see what's going to come at us. Okay. We got all 4 of you, 5 of you aggroed over, that's fine. Go ahead and eat that acorn. Been holding on to it for a bit. Yep, so we got all of them have aggroed over, so let's back off. Try to have the faster ones separate out from the slower ones so we can take them. Yeah, because like all of them are coming over. I'd like to see more themed zombie inventories. Like if a guy in overalls, they're more likely to find a tool weapon. That actually is a thing. It's just a lot of the other stuff, it's gotten more rare. But like the ones in the overalls, the farmers are likely to have seeds or bags of seeds on them. The bikers are more likely to have short blades on them, that kind of thing. The ones by universities and all that are way more likely to have like school-style backpacks. Where we were on our last character, there's lots of cultists that had, they had a lot of, like, trowels and all that kind of stuff, and they also had, like, lots of, handmade clothes and all that. Alright, so that's too many for our level of exertion, so we just gotta back off again. It's a whole new world, but it is like the same Kentucky map so far as like the world hasn't changed in the game. So like they've made it bigger, but it's still the map of Product Zomboid, but this is a new instance on this character. I don't reuse my worlds. Oh, grape leaves going stale, so we'll eat those. Alright, so meta event drew them northwest. Alright, so it gave me a bit more time to read a book. It didn't really do that much, though. They went a little ways west and then they stopped. That's super frustrating. Alright, so we're gonna have to do it this way. Since they're all staying grouped up and really, really slowly, when you get close, they'll switch to just the, like, I'm chasing you speed. So I'm gonna kite one or two away, kill them, kite one or two away, kill them. Okay, go. You can combine the radio to create distraction. That is a thing. There are remote control sound things. They're pretty mediocre though. They take way too much to set up. And then usually most of the time, where you want the noise is where the zombies, like by the zombies. And then the problem is you'd have to take the thing there to set it up to begin with. And so it's not a lot of opportunities in practical gameplay to do it. Mediocre is very generous. Yeah. It's a cool idea. It just, unfortunately, as well as things that when you think about the gameplay side of it, like, just, unless they were, like, super loud or something like that, it's really hard to leverage them in a way that feels meaningful. Thank you for the follow. That's what I don't know I just did. Okay. Dismantle that. Okay. Just use a gun, position, draw them up. Yeah, that's usually what you do. You just drive your car, honk a horn, shoot off a gun. It's just way better. But, like, there's not many cases where you see zombies that you want to draw. Like, you see the zombies there, and you can set something up over there to draw them over there while you're here. Like, there's not much opportunity to take advantage of that, unfortunately. It's not totally useless, it's just... gameplay-wise, there's just not many scenarios you run into in actual gameplay. But it's a cool idea that just doesn't really have a good use case. Skinner says ones that are only one hunger. Trying to reduce our carry weight a bit. I can see the building now. Okay, there's more than I wanted to fight, but I have no idea when the plant season for strawberries are, so we just snagged it. So looking at the other building, it looks like there are 2 or 3 buildings there. So there's a good chance we might actually have something decent in there. Alright, so we got 2 who are fast movers. You found David the Gnome. Yep. Yeah, to give you an idea about the hearing, that's what heard me kill that zombie. Not this one, but the other one. Now, granted, I didn't exactly try and stay back to be all stealthy or anything. Oh, come on. Alright, gotta back up again. And rest for a couple of minutes. Alright. We're just gonna be doing this at high exertion, I think. We just have to be careful because we are pretty spent. It's fine. Okay, so join me. These two left. Ah, letter opener is like the only one that I wouldn't even bother picking up. Usually it breaks on literally its first hit. Okay, so it's gonna get dark before we get home, but I'd rather be a bit rested before we start the journey. Than, you know, getting there before dark, because we did have a meta event, there's always a chance it could run into a rally group on the way home. And if I'm already mostly spent, that's a good way to die. Okay. Nope. I don't think we need to forge that bad right now. Okay. The road is relatively okay. It's also a thing as time goes on and our fitness gets higher, we'll be able to stay out longer just because we'll get more rested and it'll take longer for us for our endurance to come down, and the longer it takes our endurance to come down, it'll also slow down the rate we fatigue as well. Because there is a feedback loop between your exertion and your fatigue, your stamina, and like how sleepy you are. That the sleepier you are, the slower your stamina recovers, and the lower your stamina is, the faster you get sleepy. So that's the reason why you get in those death spirals in your runs where you just keep getting more and more and more tired. You seem to not be able to recover. It's because you literally can't. Jog just a little. Start working and getting at least a little bit into the running. I'm just gonna go to the first mark of exertion. There we go. Stayed out longer than I should have. It's fine. But that's part of the reason why we clear. Is that way when we get in situations like this, if I've killed all the zombies in the area, the likelihood of me running into a zombie gets lower and lower and lower as I get better and better about clearing out the zombies. Not that you can never truly know an area is safe. Not without going to, like, debug or using some mod that checks to see all the zombies in the cell or, you know, other things like that. Okay. It does make me wonder if it would be, it'd be worth me grabbing... We got a wrench. It'd be worth me grabbing and, like, tearing apart the cars. If I would get anything for it, it'd be, like, literally just a waste of time. I figure I can't see anyways. Might as well see if we can get an arrow pointing me at anything on the way in. All right. And we're almost home. All right. You don't be able to read that here. We can take the scrap and the caterpillar. Get all that sorted. For right now, I'll put the scissors in there too. Is he able to milk a cow for the first time? It's very, very good. Oh yeah, and that's everything I've been hearing is people being like, oh yeah, no, the cows are very generous when it comes to the milk and butter situation. Okay, eat all the stale stuff. Well, all the not potentially dangerous stale stuff, I guess, is more accurate. Okay, we read the strawberries. When is the strawberry season? Oh, it's non-season. That's when. Chuck those on the shelf. Is there anything new or exciting I can craft here yet? We can make the campfire. I don't really care about that right now. Oh, heck with it. Actually, wait a second. There was carpentry. Ah, okay, so sticks are just for the fence. Yeah, in that case, if the sticks are just for the fence, let's go ahead and start grinding up our carving. Because I might as well be doing something from that. You think you make butter from sheep milk? Yeah, no, I assume it's just going to qualify as milk regardless of what it comes from. Okay, so you've got the spears. I don't know what we need the crude tongs for.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? We make crude tongs, but I don't know why we would want crude tongs. I'm gonna make them anyways. Because I'm assuming it'll still scale stuff up. Because last time we made an absolutely obnoxious amount. Tongs are blacksmithing? Yeah, no, I realize there's like tongs that do a lot of things in real life. I'm just not sure in-game what they would do. Are there no objectives on the screen? Did you manage to secure a safe haven? The reason I got the objectives off the screen is we died in our last save, and we were kind of at the beginning on this one. They don't have a specific thing I need to be working on. That we're in that early one where it's just kind of the get everything stage. Alright, so we've got all of this going. So let's check out the status of some of these. Info, well-watered. Well-watered. Yes, all these seem to be perfectly happy. They do have a very long grow time, though. So that's just what we've been doing, is planting and hoping. Oh, did I not grab... I was going to grab at least a spear for her back and a spear for her hands. I don't expect them to last any length of time. But the idea is I want to at least be doing something to progress some type of skills. There's one for her back. There's some for both hands. And we'll keep it at that for right now. Okay. We had ourselves another meta event, no big deal. See, when you get a camp tour and a rundown of your character's plans, I mean, the camp tour is basically, I've got a lean, which is just, it's that little thing that you saw me sleep in, where it's just like that little slat with a bed underneath it. That's the only real structure we have. We also have like a cabinet, which is just where I've been tossing all my seeds. All the other stuff is just random crops. There's like no rhyme or reason. It's anything that I found a seed for that's like you're in season. I shoved it in the ground. So that's really all there is down there. I do plan on building a actual structure there, but right now I haven't really planned out what that structure is. This is the Raven Creek area. Raven Creek is a mod, so no. Raven Creek is a modded map, and this is not modded. We're at Echo Creek. We are on 16 times pop. We just aren't in a high pop area because if you've seen 16 times pop before, you start outside the 16... no, you don't start out. You flee from the high density area and you have to fight your way back in. It's just not viable to stay inside the area. Believe me, I have tried and many others have, and it's just not a thing. Is the reason you're keeping hemp dog bane? You can turn to rope and other materials. You're not? Well, you saw it. Cool, man. I don't know what you saw, but you know, it's the whole thing. And just like that, they're not here anymore because I got better things to do and deal with people trolling on YouTube. Let's check on... I also want to keep checking in the animals to see, like, anything changes. Just to make sure. Okay. Well fed and not thirsty. Good to see. I'm curious how it goes when it comes to taking care of them during the winter. That's the part I don't know, is like, will I need to be hoarding food or anything like that? What are you complaining about? A little uncomfortable? I mean, I guess you did lose a lot of life there between overcarrying stuff and being a bit sick. But yeah, so we are trying to push ourselves back into town. This is not one of the higher population towns in the map. You rob other farm animals' foods? Yeah, I mean, I can see doing that, but it's like, okay, but long-term survival. I'm assuming we would have to chop the grass, somehow make that into hay. Let's see, system ran out of memory and terminated some application. That's always fun. Oh yeah, better things than dealing with trolls, like wandering open road. Better thing than dealing with trolls, like, I don't know, literally just anything that isn't dealing with trolls. Life's too short. Don't waste it on that crap. I am very team when someone starts trolling, you just hit ban and move on. Or block, or whatever's appropriate on the respective platform. The more you engage it, the more people want to do it. You just don't feed the trolls. Oh, you have a backpack. Ash, is that you? What happened to you after your Pokemon League, buddy? Even has a handheld game console. Which I will be disassembling immediately. Let's see, I've learned from you and trolls, our friends, to just throw trolls into the sun when they show up. I think we both have excellent communities because of it. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that there's definitely a place to trying to be like, alright, you know, maybe this person is just saying something, like, they're not literally trolling. That's the trolls that are hard. The ones that pop in, they just drop it, they say something racist, it's just like, boom, right out the door. But some of the other ones where it's not quite as clear. Okay, so that's just a hands down upgrade, because they readjusted some of these. They're like, what, you don't want to engage in a discussion? It's like, not with you. No, sir, I got better things. Do you have Easter egg zombies? Yeah, they got some zombies that are nods to things. Broken branch, it's okay. It breaks pretty easily. But like when you're in the beggars and choosers kind of situation, a broken branch does actually work all right. The Game Boy. Here's the thing though, we can't recharge it. So that's probably why Ash Ketchum there originally fell. His Pokedex and his Game Boy both ran out of batteries, and he just wandered into the sunset, unsure what to do with his life. Oh, hi, friends. Please save the next one. Sadly, I don't think the game has where you can even play them or anything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, already went from spear to long broken stick to just broken stick to worn broken stick. To broken. Yeah, no, vanilla product Zomboid, you just assume it's busted. They played it too many times while eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's all sticky. And no amount of like trying to like rub it out with water or anything is making it better. It's in there. Rock is the new meta? Yeah. They're just easy to come by. I'm trying to deliberately not use materials I want to build stuff. We can just beat zombies with rocks? Yes, you can. That's a thing now. You just grab a rock, put in your primary hand, and start swinging. They have okay durability, pretty good damage, pretty low endurance usage and muscle fatigue. So they are actually pretty strong. Alright, we got a whole list of stuff here. Oh, that's why I was complaining is muscle strain, that's fine. Yeah, I want to go to the other side of the trees because better visibility. The cracked egg is basically saying, hey, you're hurt. And that's just because we were carrying too much and eating things that are poisonous and that kind of thing. It just gets more cracked as your life gets lower. It's effectively an icon just for your health bar's current status. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Anyone know why you can't use KBM on a Stream Deck for Build 42? Keyboard and mouse on a Steam Deck? I have no idea. Please stop eating poison. I think you're addicted. Hey man, I can quit anytime I want. I just really don't want to. Alright? Just gonna finish the book. It's got like 10 pages. Okay. Yeah, no. I think officially right now, Project Zomboid and Build 42 is not supported on Steam Deck. That'll come up later once, you know, it's got a little bit of time to work out the bugs and all that. So likely it's something along those lines. It's just it's not supported right now. Well, oh wait, I could actually fit those logs in my backpack and not go overboard? That was not expected. Works the controller, not keyboard and mouse? Yeah, no, my guesses are something with Build 42 they're still working on right there. But like I said, it is not currently supported by Steam Deck on Build 42. Gonna eat that berry. Probably pure poison. And maybe not. Does that free up enough space to toss you in? You're probably 1. I'm 0.1 too heavy for it. So let's grab you, toss a magazine in, toss one of those in, main inventory, and we're fine. But yeah, no, unfortunately I don't have an answer for you. Other than I would not particularly expect to see much come of it for right now. They'll likely get everything else working, and then they'll circle back to get all sorted out. Yeah, no, I know I already read the magazine. I'm gonna bring it back so I could use it for fuel. Stuff like that. By really strained arm. No, actually not that bad. I'm surprised we're able to chuck a whole log in that backpack and have that manageable on this character at this strength level. Oh, there's one back here. Let's deal with that. Heard her and was like, nope. Okay. Oh, I was not expecting you to go down in one. Okay. Alright, little by little. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, would you fall over already? I would say I could do this all day, but I think eventually we wouldn't be able to do this all day. Alright, switch out our boots. Just doing that regularly and all that. Alright, so let's back off a little bit. And rest up. Losing weight fast and not gaining? Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not worried about that yet. Like, we still have a long way to go losing weight before we're actually in any kind of danger. And this time we actually have the cows set aside. So we're actually working our way up towards town in hopes that we find, like, you know, a bucket, something like that. Because right now we're at 65. We're still considered overweight. We lose 1 more kilogram, we'll be considered at, you know, at not overweight anymore. Okay. trying to line them up on the road so I don't have to fight vertically where... Okay. We can kill you. And that'll probably be time to go back. Cool. Anything starting to go stale? Not really. Alright. I'll go and eat another one of our gamble berries. Alright, Professor Answer, how's it going? You ate a burger with triple steak. My God, like, guy loses weight so fast with slow metabolism. Yeah. Go ahead and dismantle that while we're here. Yeah, no, it's definitely right now, it's very hard to maintain our weight. Do that while we walk. Let's see, weight gain has been such a problem. Say what a product Zomboid? Well, it was very manageable once you learned the tricks in like build 41 and all that. Because it was, if you did any amount of trapping or any amount of fishing, keeping your weight up was usually pretty easy. The problem you ran into is just right now, with all the changes, I haven't seen it be particularly easy to keep trapping and all that kind of stuff going. Like we haven't gotten the books and all that. But part of that is my settings. My settings are making it way more tricky for me to go around and do all that. But generally speaking, for maintaining weight, fishing is the big one. Getting milk and butter can be a big thing for keeping weight in this version. I have no idea where the situation is with trapping right now. My assumption is it mostly works the way it did before, but I haven't actually done it to properly say one thing one way or the other. Hunting is unfortunately very not great right now. Like the actual experience is fine, but it's just you get very little calories of it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What did I just miss? I'm not willing to go that overburned. I can set in the ground for next time. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, it is just one of those things. For the moment, weight is a little bit of a challenge. I do think it's going to be mostly people fishing and doing stuff with the cows. I'm also hoping when the devs go and circle back to get it all sorted and fixed, I am hoping they will prioritize getting the other stuff up to where it needs to be before bringing this stuff down, or doing it at the same time. Because if they did nerf the ability to get the butter from cows and the fishing without fixing the other things, we could find ourselves in a way that just trying to keep your weight up would become incredibly monotonous. Let's say they nerfed fishing. Let's say they nerf fishing to be a bit weaker than it was before. It means it would be your only option, really. But that's unstable branch. That is the thing. You are playing unstable. It is buggy. It is unbalanced. That, like, it literally warns you about it when you pull it up. That's fine. They're actively working on it. And most of the problems they're aware of. Now, granted, if you find a problem, still report it. Because Some people have found some wild things, or like little weird stuff on the map, like people are finding if they go to a specific tile in a specific area on a specific town, that they get teleported up to the surface. That can be dangerous. You know, report that. There was apparently one place where you could like fall through the world in some weird way. And that got reported. The fishing is not OP. You still need to waste a good amount of time. Yeah, I don't have a problem with where fishing is. It's just you pull in one of those like big old lunker fish, and it does give you a really large amount of food, but I think that's totally fine. Because then the issue comes, you've got this gargantuan fish in your pocket, and how the hell are you going to get it someplace? Because it's not like it used to be, where you could like make a building with a little hole in the floor of it, and then just fish through the floor. Let's actually see if I can do anything crafting-wise with this. So I think it's totally fine. It just means you get a good couple days food if you get one of those like really big ones. You'll still need a generator or anything to keep it for more than a couple days, so then that becomes a situation about the generator and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I said, because the fish you have to look for the bubbles now, it just is one of those things that them giving you a really large fish just means you gotta deal with. Yeah, no, I'm curious as well if, like, in Build 41, when you hit winter, the fishing gets very massively penalized. I'm curious if it will still be that case. Take the bug. The boxing, it's literally just like a bookshelf cabinet kind of thing. Yeah, so that's like just a container. That's a lean, that's our bed, and then these are just a bunch of different crops. Like the only ones that are really distinct is the one with the stakes are tomatoes. Oh, wait, I still have you. So drink the water. Campfire. Is it too dark? No, it's not too dark yet. Alright. Don't think we need a splint for anything. What is the rope even under? Because I'm curious if we get any skill for making the rope. I don't think we do. Yeah, no, it's miscellaneous, so those aren't going to give me any skill in anything. Oh, good, you can cut tires. Copy building key. Okay, that's kind of cool. Weaponry. Not a whole lot I could do there. I'm really hoping I don't have to turn to just carving lots and lots and lots of, lots of stakes to keep our, carving skill up. Alright. You could fire hardened spears with fire? I don't think that's a mechanic in the game. What's that big scavenging run? Like, into the houses for goodies? Well, that's what we're trying to work towards. Because we are doing 16 times pop, I gotta push into town. So I gotta keep clearing the zombies to get there. Oh, there is fire hardening? Fire-hardened spear. Ah, I need a spearhead. Okay, okay. So yeah, we need any type of weapon on there. Can we make a spearhead? Not yet. The big thing holding me back right now is needing maintenance 1, which it seems like they've taken maintenance and made it quite a bit harder to get. Whether that was a deliberate decision or a side effect, I don't really know. Alright. I'm just gonna get through these trees real fast. And then I need to quickly take a 2-second break to step away to use the restroom real fast. Spearhead from sharpened stone. It's not an option here, which means... Yeah, if it's not an option there, that means I need to make some other tool under this menu to do it. And we don't have hardly any options there because I don't have a hammer yet, and I can't make a stone hammer because I need maintenance 1. And that's kind of been our big issue for the time being, is I need maintenance 1 to make anything other than spears for weapons. And we're just getting such a negligible amount of maintenance right now. Yeah, like literally with the fighting of spears, I don't think I gained a single point. So I'm not sure. It says with fighting with weapons. It's a circle? I don't know what you mean by it's a circle. Oh, you mean like I need maintenance to make the weapon, but I need the weapon to get maintenance? That's what I'm not understanding. I feel like there needs to be an adjustment with the maintenance skill and how you gain it, or there needs to be a removal of the requirement for maintenance for those very early level weapons. But bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. I'll be right back.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, we could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, sentient cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb like say ooh that I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that I mean.
I don't just spontaneously say it.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey, Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... Alright, and I am back. So let's go ahead and get this back up. Yeah, no, that was, like, most of the stuff in RimWorld is relatively fair. You occasionally get, like, the little nonsense like that. That was easily the most egregious. Like, I've certainly lost reputation from, you know, like, there'll be a group of insects in a hive, and you'll have a group show up and they'll attack it, and they'll get wrecked. And you'll take, like, a 15 penalty to your stand. It's like, whatever. But that one was, there had been fire, and it was fire left behind from a attack I'd done earlier. But it's not like I was firing nearby them or anything. They walked onto the map, walked into the fire, and then threw a hissy fit over it. And I was pretty salty about it. Because it wasn't like if I got just like a 17 penalty, it's like, whatever, you know, it's RimWorld. But it was the fact that it basically dropped me by almost 200 standings. Alright, well, fed not thirsty. That's all I care.
Oh.
Are the other ones still here? Where are the other ones? Yep, nope, we still got 4. They must be inside the barn. Yep. Cow just doing cow things. He was just writing infractions against a colleague as he burns from a fire he walked into. No self-preservation, stop, drop, and roll. Nope. I haven't run into that issue again since then. That was a far outlier for just garbage in RimWorld. You just finished your coffee? Why sleepy? I mean, sure, drinking coffee and having caffeine and all that can help mitigate sleep. But, I mean, the body still requires sleep to run. Okay. So the good news is we have been getting up to these buildings here. My hope is it looks like there might be 3 buildings there. Like I see a long black building, another one that I could barely make out, maybe squarish, rectangle, can't tell. And I see the tiniest little bit of a tan. And the tan buildings are usually residential or something of that nature. So my hope here is that one of them is probably going to be just a barn. We probably won't find anything we care about in there. But what we might get lucky is we might get lucky and one of them might have like farm equipment, so we might find like a pitchfork, maybe some hammers, nails, a saw. Alright, we got some zombies wandering at me, so let's intercept them. But yeah, as far as where people mentioned earlier, like, I'm aware how maintenance has leveled historically, and that spears are specifically awful for leveling. But that's kind of my comment is, because I can't make any other weapons right now, just the spears, because the other weapons require maintenance, I'm in this weird thing that I have to use spears, and spears suck for gaining maintenance. Because the way historically you've gotten maintenance skill is when you hit a zombie with a weapon, it rolls a dice. It says, did that weapon just take damage? And if you lose a roll, the weapon takes damage. If you win the roll, then you gain a point, well, you gain like a little bit of maintenance XP. And the weapon does not take damage. And one of the things that is the balancing thing for spears is they have atrociously bad durability. Which means you lose the rolls real bad. Maybe Stone Axe and Hammer. Stone Axe and Hammer requires maintenance 1. They didn't used to, but they do now. That's the problem. I can make stakes and I can make spears. That's what I can make. No, you're all good, Tessie. I was just basically explaining what's going on, because it is one of those things. I already have that magazine. It is one of those things that, like, that used to be the approach and all that. But with the changes in crafting, I've got this, like, real big hurdle I gotta climb over before I can do that. And then once I can make the other stuff, it should be easier to level maintenance. Or if we get lucky and we find something that's got some durability, like almost any of the decent short blunt weapons, crowbar, basically any of the blunt weapons will usually hold up pretty well. Like the actual weapons. Crafting weapons don't get any maintenance? Not that I've seen, but I only can make spears and stakes, so... I imagine the later ones, yes. But right now, I'm just getting, like, none. Excuse me, sir. I was trying to equal out my strain a little bit, if you don't mind. All right. Got one zombie over there. That's a rough one. You usually do take an occupation that gives you at least one maintenance, because it's always a pain to level. Yeah, no, maintenance has always been relatively slow. But it's always one of those ones that, like, early game maintenance takes a little bit of work to get off the ground. But because it's based on winning the rolls, as you start getting more maintenance so you win more rolls, it's one of the few skills that in a weird way starts to level faster as time goes on. You started to kill more than 254 zombies. Is that a bug? No, in this run we've only killed 254. There's only a few skills that's true of where, like, weirdly the skill picks up speed. Tailoring kind of does that. I don't know about now, but tailoring historically, because at the beginning you get next to no tailoring skill from ripping stuff up, because you only got XP from tailoring from ripping something if you got thread. But what ended up happening, or sorry, I think you get way more XP if you got thread. But the answer with that is, once you get like 2-3 points where you start getting a decent amount of thread more reliably, because it increases as you, the rate you get increases as you skill up, you start to get the XP faster too. Just so I can't despawn if we get bullied away. Yeah, I figured we were strained. Does sharpening blunt weapons give you maintenance? Can you sharpen a blunt weapon? The only times I've leveled tailoring is when I went out. Yeah, I was gonna say, I also figure you need some type of sharpening stone. Oh, he means dull. Yeah. I would assume so, but I believe we need a sharpening stone of some kind. That's not gonna work out the way I want to. Well, that answers me doing that as a thing. Trying to make a whetstone? I'm gonna have to look at what I need to make a whetstone. I haven't had the option yet, so either I'm not grabbing what I need to do it, or I have some skill required to make it. We'll see. I figured you'd be broken by now. I should be ditching these ones by now. We're taking damage penalties from that, and that. That's... Okay, one just became a crawler. I'm just trying to stubbornly keep hits going in to try and get maintenance go, because maintenance doesn't care about damage. All it cares is, did you win the roll? Oh, don't bleed into one. Okay. Come on, fall over. If you fall over, I can end this. Alright, they're all mostly dead. Alright, we got another thing of this. We got basil. Those are some pants. That's all I gotta say. Suit pants? New mission. We fix these pants. We found our style. I'm not sold on the sweater vest. The sweater vest, that I'm not sold on. We gotta get that sorted out. But like the neon greenish yellow, like the neon yellow green pants, yup. Maybe a tie-dye shirt to go with it. Why sit and spin? Because I need to get my endurance recovered, and I recover more with that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And a top hat. More than likely, I'll probably just want to dye my hair a weird color. Yeah, no, you got to sit down and recover. And the reason I sit and spin is that way I can watch for zombies around me. Because we are fast forwarding while I'm doing that. Make it go faster. We're not sick, so we're gonna go ahead and eat a berry that we have no idea if it's poison or not. It's really trying to avoid using the rocks as a weapon. Okay, so we did just use that stick and everything. Let's see, did we get any maintenance from it whatsoever? We did. We got 2 points of maintenance from that. So for both spears and that stick, it was about 2 XP worth of maintenance. Now, I don't know, like, what gave what, but... because I don't know if the stick does count, or it doesn't count, or any of that. Does he do the thing that you can make it so you can look around on a chair? I don't know, because I think the view is literally locked to your character. Like, their orientation. So that'd be new tech. Do you gain maintenance from stomping? No. Alright, doing super strained. Yep. How's the rock doing? Because I'd actually like to not... okay, the rock's 1 hit away from being broken. So we're going to not keep using the rock. How'd the previous run end? We were venturing farther away from the cultist area because we were gradually losing too much weight. And so I find... your shirt... I don't know what that blue shirt is, but we'll try that. But we did get to a situation where we were out exploring, had the helicopter show up, and we actually got to the helicopter just fine, but, it was getting super late at night before I got back to a house, and so it was already, like, really, really dark outside. There was a zombie out there, killed it, it aggroed a bunch more because they all have, like, not all, but a bunch of them have, like, pinpoint hearing, so dispatched them, which led to more, and then it was just one of those things that we got a pull of, like, 20 plus of them. And it was just so dark that I ended up getting a laceration that got a zombie infection. And once that happened, it was over. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we just got our new boots. Dismantle that. Could you let me do my thing? And I saw it. I'll deal with that one in a moment. All right. Let's get back up to this one. Lose the sweater vest. I feel like we're moving the right direction. I'm not sold on that shirt either, but it does feel like an improvement over the sweater vest. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. Yeah, we're running almost entirely mod-free. I actually hadn't planned to even grab minimal display bars for a while. But it was just one of those things that we were trying to troubleshoot why we were still, like, massively losing weight despite eating entire pigs and all that. So we were investigating if it was, like, a problem with the trait being, like, severely bugged or the pigs not giving us much calories. And it ended up being the pigs not giving us hardly any calories. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Early game muscle strain, like now that they've nerfed it, is like pretty much barely a thing I got to worry about for the most part. It's only when I'm going ham with like kind of crap weapons that it's becoming an issue. And it's really only an early game problem. Once you get past the early game, it's a non-issue. Yeah, no, I definitely feel like it could be more severe. And I know there's been a number of people who've been turning it up again. I think there's just some other adjustments that need to happen. Like, at first it was very rough. I think that was as much a lot of the other things around it kind of adding to it, and then people adjusting their expectations. It's almost time that we need to head back. You're saying they're too nerfed? I don't think so, because you got to keep in mind that most likely they're going to be going on vacation here in just a little bit, which means they probably wouldn't be able to respond to feedback in a timely manner. And because it was the only thing anyone was talking about, and so it doesn't do them any good for trying to figure out the problems with the unstable branch, what needs balancing, what needs that, if the entire conversation is dominated by just one or two issues. Because basically people complaining about that and then the Moodles. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if we see other stuff get adjusted. Like, you know, some of the weapons get a little bit more tweaks and balance and all that. And then after all that happens, if we start to see some of these things that, you know, got quick nerfs and all that, see them get adjusted. How are the cows going? The cows are doing perfectly good. Alright. I should have identified it so we got the XP, but it's fine. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They're going to be doing lots of that. That's one of the reasons why when people were like, should I switch to the build 42, like, is there any reason I shouldn't? And the answers were, if you're primarily focused on multiplayer, there's no multiplayer in build 42 yet. It is coming, but they're trying to get everything kind of sorted out and tweaked and figured out before they throw the multiplayer on top of that can of worms. So right now, build 42 doesn't support multiplayer in the meantime. So that'd be one reason. The second one is if you are someone who can just not stand balance issues and bugs, it is a unstable branch. It is going to have bugs. It is going to have balance issues. And these are both absolutely a thing we are experiencing. All right. Yeah, since we changed out of that dress, I will say our aesthetic is very different. In a lot of ways, I do very much feel this is way more 90s than what we were rocking before. The idea of our character just walking around in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky in a dress, not really a thing that I could see. Walking around in neon long pants and a very loud, bright colored shirt. That's 90s. I recognize this. It'd almost certainly be for a TV show or a band. But it'd be like neon blue. It would probably have like at least some green and yellow on it that would certainly glow in the dark. No question about that. Would absolutely glow in the dark. Yeah. Hey, smell you later. Radical, man. Gnarly. Was Wicked 90s, or did that already fall out by then? Radical's the one I remember being a whole big thing. Wicked was specific areas, mainly like, namely Massachusetts. That would make sense. The Fresh Prince had a lot of style clothing. Yeah. Yup. But yeah, we'll try and patch up our clothes over time. Did we get Nomad? This is a different character than we started with yesterday. We died during yesterday's stream. So you can eat a poison berry once while in a normal stomach, right? How about weak stomach? Do not take your chances with weak stomach. The threshold from you're okay to you're dead is very small when it comes to eating things you're not supposed to. Like, that's the whole gimmick of weak stomach, is there's just no amount of consuming stuff you shouldn't be that you can safely do. I don't usually have our character clean up, but in this particular case, we got our fancy new clothes, and I don't even know what that shirt has on it, so I'm curious. It's an A. Okay. Yeah, no, on weak stomach, I would take my chance with berries or mushrooms unless I literally, like, if I'm actively dying to the point that it's very clear I'm not going to get an opportunity to get something else. But usually by then it's too late anyways. Okay, so let's check our information again. So we have basil, and we have cilantro. Basil is no longer in season, so we're going to put that away. And then cilantro is no longer in season, we're going to put that away. I'm sure that'll be one of those things that eventually you'll just remember what is and isn't each season and yada yada. So broken stick on the ground. And I cannot craft anything right now because it's too dark. I drop that stone on the ground because it's worn. All right. So we'll eat the unknown berry. You can eat the stale stuff. Which just makes those sadder and sadder. We are getting bored of eating stale dandelions. Okay, we've already read these magazines. We'll get rid of those. Drop you here. Drop you here. Okay, so let's check some things. So our maintenance is at 7.47. So if I craft the 2 spears, does it go up any? So first spear it's still at 7.47, so making spears does not help maintenance. I didn't think it would, but it is helping our carving skill. Yeah, so our carving skill went up, but maintenance did not, which is kind of what I expected. So I'm going to go ahead and choose back in both hands. Okay. And every little bit of skill is still our ability to get stuff faster and better. Foraging's probably getting pretty close to 5, isn't it? About 4.5, just shy of. And then we're going to make our way back over again. So we got 2 more days until the next helicopter can potentially happen. That's the earliest. But the other nice thing is as we pick up this stuff... I'll throw the bag for right now. We'll probably end up dumping it again, but whatever. But it is a good thing that we actually get more on the loot table. If it says fresh berry, are they good? No. The way you can look at these is if you look here. So there's 2 different things going on. You see where it says unknown berry? That means we don't know. It could be safe, could be poison, no idea. But then next to it says fresh. So separately from is it poisonous or not, is it fresh, stale, or rotten? And you can eat both fresh and stale and be perfectly fine. Your character doesn't like eating stale, but it doesn't hurt anything other than makes them bored and a little sad. But yeah. And if it's rotten, don't eat it. It's the same... Basically, eating rotten food is the same thing as eating poison food, is for all intents and purposes. Okay. Yep, we'll still just keep doing laps, killing zombies, getting our little bits of points. Like I said, more than likely what'll happen is we'll keep going through a cycle until I get myself like a claw hammer or a crowbar. Something like that. The zombies can have those things. That'll let me start racking up some decent amount into maintenance. Oh yeah, the thing I was going to check. Right. People wanted to check to see if I could make a whetstone. Maintenance 1. So, also gated around it, maintenance 1. I believe you can make a crude spearhead using the using stone once you have the skills to do stuff. Yeah, no, I do kind of agree. I think some of the basic weapons, like the hammer and the axe, maybe take the very crappy versions off of requiring maintenance 1. I think might be needed. Because it does feel like right now you get pretty hard gated on the maintenance until you get 1. And then once you manage to muscle through that, then things get better. Now granted, okay, so you're still fine. Now granted, we are dealing with a bit of an exacerbation on our issue here. Just in the fact that loot is so hard for me to come by. Can you do a thing, cow dung? Probably fertilizer or something like that would be my guess. Get a compost bin, it probably composts really well. In this build, you don't get XP for ripping clothes? Yeah. They definitely took away a lot of the sources you get XP that don't involve actually doing the thing you're getting XP for. So, like, you don't gain tailoring for shredding clothes, you don't gain carpentry for breaking furniture, you don't gain... Electrical, I still believe you do actually gain from taking stuff apart. But they've moved away from that, and they're moving towards you have to actually do the thing. Because the old strategy with carpentry was you just go to a church and tear apart the pews, or you'd go to a park and tear apart all the benches. Because just as a vague idea, or you go to a hotel and tear apart all the beds, because it's basically the however many tiles of ground something took up was a very loose estimate on how much XP you'd get from it. So the bigger something was, the more likely you get good XP out of it. Come back to these. I need to build skyscrapers to get Carpentry 5. I was curious how bad it was, because I know in the past I have ground up carpentry without taking things apart as a major contributor. But that was with books and everything. It's like really kind of setting myself up well. And even that could get pretty tedious. But I do think they're trying to move more... What is your shirt? It's fine. I think they're trying to move more and more to you trying to do long-term stuff, less pop it in, being able to just kill zombies, all that. You'll still have all those options. We still have game settings and all that. So, like, if you're like, I don't like the direction the game's going, no problem. Just go into your game settings and just turn it back. Yeah, no, the spears, they just made it so what you need to make the spears is a little trickier to come by. Which is fair, because you could easily sit there, chop down a couple of trees, and then spit out like 180 spears. It's pretty silly the amount of spears you could produce and how fast you could produce them. Gainer says, it should be heavily reduced, not taken away. I mean, there actually is a setting in the game for it, I believe, that you can say, hey, you can get up to level 3 from taking things apart. But I believe it's gone by default and all that stuff. I mean, there's enough things you're going to repeat to get yourself carpentry slowly. Like, boarding up windows will slowly get your carpentry. Is it going to be great? No. What is the trait Slow Healer and Cat's Eye? Cat's Eye gives you a little bit better vision in the dark. It does not help you in, like, pitch black rooms or anything, but it does make things a little bit brighter. And then Slow Healing means when I get injured, it takes me longer to heal. Me and Lamprey have both, Oh, what's the trait between those two? Oh, between those two? I'll check in a moment, sorry. Oh, that's a Speed Demon. It makes your car really loud. It technically lets your car have slightly higher, like, horsepower and all that. But in practice, it just makes your car really loud. Okay. Come on, cooperate. Alright, back up for a moment. I don't want to be that all up in the trees. Now, if they'll just give me a break, we really need to rest. Let's say there was one more. Let's deal with her. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Let's see. For Sarah saying you easily get starting levels of crucial skills by watching TV. You doubt there's a lot of people who love that love this misery of 16 times up. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. One of the things to keep in mind of the TV is it'll get you a couple levels of carpentry, but there is also a cap that now TV can only get you, I think it's up to level 3 and stuff. Basically, they took away most of the ways to get, like, really, really easy peasy stats. That you could just, like, knock out a skill in a matter of, like, an in-game day or two. Because that was the thing you could do with carpentry. If you went to, like, one of the big motels, you could just walk around and have a level done. Like, you could just get really thing. Level 3 is starting to get... Oh, yeah, no, but that's like, watching all the shows. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. I always said don't worry about the shows, that they're relatively easy to level, and I would still say that's mostly true. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Do crawlers naturally spawn in Build 42? You swear you've only seen them turn... No, they don't naturally spawn generally at all in Build 41 or 2. Let's see. What bugs you most about the currently is the fear of indoors never fades after discarding and foraging items adds fatigue, but doesn't grant any AP. Lose scenario. Oh yeah, the discarding of foraging things not giving XP really hurts. So does stink really not matter much? No, not too much. If you stay in it too long, you'll start having your character get queasy and nauseous. Generally speaking, when it comes to dealing with that, I don't usually care until I hit nauseous. Once I hit nauseous, I usually, like, it's not like beelining out of there, but it's like, oh, it's, you know, it's time to start backing out of this area. We're starting to get sick. If I ever get to, there's one more after nauseous before feverish, and I'm blanking on what it was. I think it's just sick. If I ever see sick, then it's drop everything and leave. Because once you reach feverish, you're genuinely looking at potentially dying. Like, feverish is life-threatening in this game. Why is my right... Okay, my key to go right wasn't picking up, and I was like, I need to go right here. I want to go diagonally upright. And I was just going up, and it's like, that's not going to get me out of this. Change your keyboard? I don't... Another keyboard here I hate. I got a Razer keyboard, and I was super not happy with it. I need to take the keyboard... I need to take the keyboard pack apart and clean the keys. And I stream late, and then I got so much going on because holidays and all that I forget. Yeah, I need to pull it open. It probably just needs the contacts cleaned up or whatever. Photograph of a cute animal. Yaw. Hey, I take a dodgy keyboard over a dodgy mouse. We had at one point, my mouse was getting worn out, and the right mouse button got unreliable, and we definitely took more than one injury because of it. Surprisingly, that's the run that's still alive, but it definitely had some dicey moments there where I had to stop playing Product Zomboid for a while until I got the, you know, situation resolved. She was saying, something weird has been happening for you while playing. Your weapon swing will stop working, and I'll have to actually change weapons and then go back before it starts working again. Oh, weird. That's definitely something to let someone know. I would probably, like, is it any weapon? A specific weapon? Because, yeah, no, that's no good. This wouldn't be so bad if I had some points in Nimble, because if I have points in Nimble, as long as I'm not backing up into another zombie, I can work with it. Alright. I forgot I can have this, so I could actually see when my endurance is low. Keep in mind, the keyboard I'm using is like 13 years old now. It has been very heavily used, so it having a little bit of dodgy problems. It's an old keyboard. For heavy use, it's been going like a champ. I literally bought a new keyboard. It only lasted a couple of months before some of the switches got dodgy, and went right back to using this one. Cleaned things up. Because getting this one to be reliable was easier than trying to get the other one to play nice. And it wasn't like I cheaped out on the keyboard. I'm pretty salty about it. Because it was like right after the return time that it started acting dodgy. Yep, so all the zombies start closing in again. Like, if we could get ourselves an actual weapon That'd be good. That's what I've been trying to watch. See if we can find one that's got like a hatchet or a hammer or a crowbar. Not had much luck. Ah, too slow. HE keyboards are all the rage now? I don't know the brand HE. Let's try and set this up again. Okay, so got those two. Unless something changed, the only thing you need to refill a propane torch used to be you just needed the, a propane tank. But it might have changed, because I know they added, fluid for, like, lighter fluid and all that, so it could be that, there's more to it now. It wouldn't super surprise me to find out that was the case. Oh. Take that apart and I'll take those boots I chucked on the ground and put them on a body so they disappear. Okay. Okay, we just keep having one by one straggle in, but that's okay. We'll end up getting some strength out of this. Honestly, if we got a tank top like that one, but a neon color, I think that would make the outfit pretty well too. I think we're pretty good as we are. I think we just need, like, to get a different haircut. And then some bright neon color. Alright. Let's kill just a couple more, then we gotta head back. Oh, is there... the link will just get filtered by Twitch. But yeah, no, if there's a bug, there's probably... Yeah, if there's a mod to fix it. We do have a channel for Product Zomboid on the Discord that's a good place for it, or you can DM the person directly. DM Kalaria directly on it, or, like... if there's a bug. Just because it is one of those things that I just keep the links turned off by default, because most of the time when links come through, it's not someone trying to, you know, be like, hey, here's something cool, here's the thing. It's usually, you know, some bot trying to drop in to have you visit their OnlyFans or whatever garbage. 99.9% chance it's a scam. the thing that got me to turn them off, because I had them off from when I started streaming, and I turned it on, and I was like, you know what? I've never actually had a problem. Let me go ahead and turn on the links. It should be fine. We haven't had a problem. And literally the day I turned the links back on, within 2 hours of stream start, I had someone who was just trolling pop in here and said, this is one of those songs that upsets those woke people. And it was just like, nope, link's gone. Ban that person. It's like, nope, link's gone. I turned this crap on for 30 seconds. And some a-hole had to get all political and drop garbage in there. You know, it wasn't like a regular wanting to share a song. It was literally someone whose only goal was to rile people up. The word woke should be an auto-ban. I used to have it on auto mod, but there was too many okay use cases. Like, you know, you'd have people like us like, oh yeah, I just woke up. Auto mod jump on it. I was like, you know what, fine, whatever. Like, it's too common of a word. That's part of the reason I think it sticks, is it's one of those ones you can't realistically put on an auto mod because it's too commonly a used word. So moderating it becomes a manual process, or you need something a little bit more intelligent that, you know, it catches like combinations of words. Like, I don't care what people's political viewpoints and all that kind of stuff is, but anyone who's dismissive of someone else in that manner, bam, right out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, doesn't matter. The moment someone starts being a jerk and minimizing of someone, right out the door. It's your second time trying to attach an animal trailer where it attempts to send your truck into orbit? Oh, okay. I know we had those issues in the early days of Build 41 multiplayer, where you would go to attach something to a vehicle, and it got breathtaking sometimes. It got real dicey sometimes. Yeah, it's okay. The Twitchings are to come to hang out. You never understand people who want to chat just to start arguments, attack people. You see, the thing though is they don't care what the purpose of Twitch is. When you get to people with trolling, they're trying to get a reaction kind of thing. That's just the whole thing. So if you engage them and you yell at them or you get all upset about it, literally they're getting what they want out of it. That's one of the reasons why in so many things, like on social network and all that, it's the best way to handle that is you just ban, block, mute, whatever the appropriate thing is the platform. When someone is just coming in, like, to be the troll, just don't even engage, just shut the door and go, nah. No thank you. And then if they come on a second account, then you report them to Twitch, and then they get an IP ban, because that's called ban evasion. And it will get you permanently banned from Twitch. One of the more interesting ones was someone doing that from a college campus, and getting an entire dorm building banned because they had a shared IP. And for the record, Twitch was like, sorry. Like, this is the only enforced mechanism we have. So that person was very unpopular on their college campus for a while. Usually those don't last forever because IP does change and yada yada. That's how you get bullied? Yeah. Yeah, that's how you get known as the one who got everyone else kicked off Twitch. Yeah, no, it's just... there's like a whole thing in psychology that I remember learning about when I was in my classes, and it was one of those things that they were trying to figure out, like, what leads people to so many antisocial behaviors, the trolling and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of the times it comes down to stuff like lack of autonomy in your own life, that this is something you can do, that you can control, and all that. Yeah, well, I mean, anonymity does allow you to get away with it, kind of thing. But, like, the actual reason why people do it is more, you know, if you got the boss that you have no choice but to deal with because you need your paycheck and all that, and they're a total jerk, and you got the customers are a total jerk, and you just gotta suck up dealing with it because you can't afford to lose your job. And, you know, you go through this thing where you have, like, no control, and you can just pop online, be kind of a jerk, and you got a little bit of control there. It's not a healthy way of dealing with it or anything like that. But it's stuff like that. It's usually a lot of problems on their side that they then take out on other people. Which doesn't make any of it right or okay. It's just kind of how you get there. Okay, 8 sticks and a couple of rags. Let's grab the sticks. Yeah, no, exactly. It's someone having a legitimate problem they're coping with, but the problem is the way they're coping with it is in itself very harmful. I wonder why I can't build it there. There's something I'm not seeing with this spot that makes it no good. Try that again. I guess the grass is just too tall. Alright, so the question goes... Oh, I can keep stuff inside the house as well? That's kind of cool. I didn't notice that at first. So little by little, I'm cleaning up my mess. Alright, you have a good one, Tassie. I'm gonna try and move the heap over there too. The denim strips can go in here. We're full now. Okay. It's interesting that the grass gives a hunger stat. I still think if you eat the grass, it's probably a bad time. But the fact that it gives the hunger stat is just a curiosity to me. Oh yeah, we still have that on. As we're walking around, I'm like, I can't see anything. It's like, of course, you're still foraging. Alright. So we're actually hurt pretty bad because of carrying so much, but that's okay. We'll sleep it off and it'll be fine in the morning, I'm sure. Now, the real danger is I've got one more day until we're back in the window that the helicopter can show up. And needless to say, I definitely don't have the station yet to make that not an issue. Alright. And just like that, our situation here is looking way better. Anything not fresh any yet? Go ahead and eat a berry. Have ourselves a sip. Oh, do we know when the radishes can grow? I should have checked that last night before we got there. Radishes. We do not. Since we don't know when they can grow, they go in the crate. Is there anything else I should probably put from the ground in there? Because I'm mostly just trying to get the stuff off the ground. To tidy up a bit. Knowing I won't be able to get everything off the ground, considering there's 82 pounds, or 82, encumbrance worth of stuff there. Yeah, so you're full. So let's put that clay back in the ground, and that'll be it. Alright, and back to this, and on our way. Oh, I didn't grab the spears. I want to keep grabbing the spears every time. I got room for maybe one in the backpack. Cool. That gives me 3 spears. That's probably about as much as I could do before my strain becomes more of an issue than the actual weapons. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You like to imagine the character reaching around a shelf to put stuff in and taking them out? Yeah. In the dark. Do we magic at cows? Yes, we have cows. We do have cows. I don't have anything I can put the milk in yet, but we do have cows. So if I get any type of like water bottle, bowl, anything like that, we can at least get milk. I'll need to find nails to be able to make butter. But that's okay. In the meantime, we have been slowly pushing our way west towards the town, towards Echo Creek proper. We've got some barns and all that we're getting to. For those who haven't seen 16 times pop, by the way, this is a very normal thing that we deal with. And that is one of those things that when you're looking at how that works, you get up kind of to the cell, like because the map is gridded out into cells. You'll get to the edge of a cell and you'll kind of just slam into a wall of zombies and you'll keep fighting and you'll keep fighting and you'll keep fighting and you'll keep fighting. You'll feel like you're making no progress until you've kind of depleted the numbers in that cell enough that you can start actually properly pushing in. That is normal. That is just how it works. So, like, if you feel like you're making no progress, that's fine. What eventually happens is you kill enough zombies in the cell that it can't kind of refill in the area you've been clearing. And then you'll suddenly go from where you hit a wall to you'll just suddenly, like, go in and just, like, plow through the rest of the cell till you hit that next cell over. I don't think you're going to be able to use with, like, games like Project Zomboid with 2 keyboards. Unless you do, like, the only way I could see that working is if you went through and mapped the 2 keyboards entirely differently, because just unfortunately the way those input devices work is it doesn't detect device A button was pushed, it just says A button was pushed. Now with controllers, it's different, but with keyboards, they typically haven't intended to be that way. I'm sure there's probably some open source software out there somewhere where you could remap a keyboard to controller buttons or something like that, so it would be a keyboard, but as far as the game's concerned, it's a controller. I've never looked into it, though. Not thirsty, well fed. I have a feeling eventually I'm going to need to pick up all that cow dung and do something with it. Sooner or later, that's going to be a problem. Let's see if I stand over any of it, if I get any new crafting recipes, just in case it's a material. Yeah, that's the thing. The composter definitely feels like something we could do. Alright, nothing showing up there. In real life, you could use cow dung as a fuel source. Yeah, that could possibly be it, that there's some type of, like, fermenting or something where you can have it off gas to methane or whatever. Cherries? Excuse me? I mean, those have always been a thing in the game, but never... You couldn't forage for those in the past. I'm also eating them right away because... Cherries have... Like, cherries and strawberries both in the game expire super fast. Cologne? Does that count as a fluid bottle? How many ounces do you carry? 100 milliliter. It's technically 1/10 of a water bottle. Let's go get our first milk. I'm not going to be able to make butter with it. It would be incredibly monotonous to try and do anything. Alright, where's our cow? You went inside there? We have milk, chat. We have milk.
Oh.
I know, I feel the same way. I'm hearing you, Ling. Oh yeah, no, we can drink it. Weirdly, it doesn't say fresh, which to me implies it lasts forever. Because usually anything that can rot will be fresh, stale, or rotten. And if it doesn't mention fresh or anything like that, it usually means it doesn't go bad. Like, the cricket will never go bad. Whereas all these other ones would say fresh will.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Nope, that is a hit that would kill me. Or rather, it would get me in trouble. You could always have the potential for a parry. For those who don't know, if you are facing a zombie, and there's nothing wrong with your character, there is a chance you can do what's known as a parry. And all that really is in the game is your character, instead of getting hurt, will shove the zombie off of you. And it's based on the weapon skill you have in your hand at the time the zombie tries to grab you. But it only works if you're facing the zombie. Have you found the Rat King yet? No. Okay. Yeah, milk cologne. Now sponsoring Only Farmers or whatever that website was. I remember like a lot of shows were making fun of it. That no was the disappointment being told something was in the game? I'm what? Oh yeah, no, Rat Kings are absolutely cursed. Oh, the timing? Oh, I didn't... Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's a sound effect from Path of Exile. There's the delirium thing where it says all sorts of like cursed things. And you go to this area where there's an aqueduct full of blood and meat chunks. And he goes, "Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?" You're like, "No. Mm-mm. No voice in my head. I'm good on this one. I could live a long, happy life not doing that." Ah, that one lasted so long. Just went through all the stages of Broken Stick in the matter of like 3 zombies. And only like 5 swings. Okay, we got him in time. Alright. We got onion seeds. We've already read that magazine. I'm going to leave that extra magazine on the corpse. It's the same one we got multiple copies of. And have those. And I do have one more spear in the backpack, if I recall correctly. There's also Squirrel Kings, apparently. I've not heard of that. I don't even know how that works with how bushy their tails are. Not in game as far as you know. Yeah, no, I don't imagine either of those would be a thing in the game. No, the Rat King is in game? Thanks, I hate it. You know how I don't do burns? We might burn a Rat King. Just kill it. And chuck it in fire. bloody leather jacket and all that, that's fine. Okay. Okay, and we're fine with all this. Take the broken stick. They had a weapon or something, got them, but they're pretty far out of the way. Oh yeah, this is mobile display bars. It basically gets me the ability to see what's happening behind here. We had it the other day when you're trying to troubleshoot. I was eating entire pigs and still starving to death, so far as nutrition goes. And we're trying to see if it was a problem with one of the traits I took, or was a problem with the amount of calories you're getting out of the pigs. And the answer was, it was the calories you're getting out of the pigs was the primary offender. I'm gonna eat those cherries because I know they go bad super fast. Okay, and you're way out there, so I don't care about you that much either. Alright. So keep searching, keep moving on. Pig gives less overall food than a can of tuna. Yeah, it was something ridiculous. We found like each chunk of meat was something like 90 calories. And I was getting 4 to 7 out of 1. It's just a thing that needs to be balanced. Like, this isn't me being like, oh my god, how dare they. It's just a thing that needs to be balanced. Literally all they're going to probably do is go and be like, okay, it needs to reward more chunks of meat. More realistically, they'll probably take the existing, you know, things of meat and just go, alright, each chunk gives you 220 or like whatever. Because with that, with those 4 chunks of meat and all that, you get over 1,000 calories, almost 2,000 calories, which is still be pretty low. But you get the idea. They just need to change the numbers. Yeah, no, it's very clearly that just the numbers aren't right. Yeah, no, I personally feel like if you butcher an adult pig or an adult cow, well, in real life that could feed a family for a good long while. For game balance kind of decisions. Oh, don't target the other one. We almost got grabbed by the ankle there. Okay. Okay, it's those ones that everyone in the neighborhood heard me. But yeah, so it keeps seeming like I'm getting up there and then immediately bullied away. That is because that is the edge of this cell. It's very clearly the edge. And the way you could tell is I walked up to the edge and just saw like all the zombies lined up, but there's kind of this invisible line they didn't want to cross. That's how I could tell we were at the cell edge. And then once I pull them over to this side, they'll spread out on this side. And we just kill whatever's there. Maybe quick with you. Yep. Does boredom do anything meaningful? It just makes your character unhappy. It slows down action time. To be clear, action time is not combat. Action time is like moving stuff from a cabinet into your backpack, or moving stuff between your backpack and other inventories. How long it takes to craft a spear. That's action time. Anything that puts the bar above your head. Yeah, no, I've been petting the animals each day. It seems I can only pet an animal, like, once a day and get the happiness from it. It does give me a little bit. It's not that important. I'm eating a bunch of, like, stale and raw food and all that. So we're just not going to be happy. Any happiness I get, I'm going to just immediately tank. Oh, come on. All right. Do you remember how long it was between Build 41 and Sable and multiplayer was released? It was about a year or so. The difference is, it's very clearly they never want to repeat that. It also says, since they've got everything in place for when they did the Build 41 thing, I don't imagine it's going to be nearly as bad this time around. Like, I know they specifically don't want it to be nearly as long. Because the Build 41 thing, there was a lot of things that came around that helped cause it to drag out. I would still expect it to be at least a couple months, though. Like, I would not be counting on Build 42 getting its multiplayer in the very immediate future. But I would say most likely they're going to be working on getting all of the current stuff going on, balance and otherwise going on with this. Not that it needs to be perfect, but getting a lot of the more significant balance and bug problems sorted with this before we'll be likely to see anything multiplayer-wise. But yeah, no, if you're waiting for multiplayer, you're probably gonna be waiting for a little while. Alright, so the problem we have right now is tomorrow in game is when the helicopter can make its next pass, because we are set to sometimes, and it will have officially been 10 days once we hit tomorrow in game. Now the problem is, I certainly don't want to, you know, bring the zombies to where I'm trying to clear. Does a mod with status horizontal bars work with 42 now? You don't remember. This one you can change it to be horizontal as well. You can configure this one to be either way. Yeah, so we're starting to spread more and more zombies over this way as well, as we're dragging them. Hey, hang on. I'm trying to fashion here. Do you mind? Actually, ma'am, I want your shirt. I think your shirt would look much better in my outfit. Okay. Ooh, matches. So how does your shirt look? What? I'm feeling the blue more. I'm not feeling the A on the blue shirt as much, but I am feeling the blue more. The neon blue kind of works better in my opinion. Not, well, I mean, there's one up there that has something on their back, but I couldn't make it out. Like whether it's a backpack or a tool or whatever. All right. That's a hiking backpack. That is a prize is what that is. Yeah, we'll see if we can get there, because it is already getting pretty late in game. I might have to circle back for it in the morning. Let's deal with the one behind us first. Would you fall over? All right. So we're coming back for you, buddy. Because you're way in there, and I don't have weapons, nor do I have the energy, nor do I have the daylight left. I want that backpack, but I can't. It's not going to happen right this second. But wait a second, you got a screwdriver? Give me that. I still need to back out, because we're already going to get back at dark. You know, at first he was turned with the backpack behind him, like facing towards us. Is like, you have something on your back. But because it was dark on dark, I'm like, I can't tell. Do you have like a meat cleaver? Do you have a backpack? Like, what do you got going on? And when we looked back over, he had turned around. I was like, oh, that's a hiking backpack. I think it's the big one, too. So hopefully we don't have, like, a meta event or something to scatter them. Oh, man, we're just gonna hope that the helicopter doesn't show up tomorrow. The second best bag, third best. It's the big hiking backpack, then it's the large backpack, and then it's the military backpack. You know, again, assuming we didn't get anything new. So it is the third best backpack. Whereas I think we have, as far as actual backpacks go, things that you can put on your back, I think we have the second worst. This is 16 times pop. We're just out in the boonies. We're trying to work our way into town. It's a hike. And we're just starting to get to the edges of town. But we're nowhere in the near density of it. It's not going to really appear dense until we get much closer. Could jog a bit. Yeah, no, the changes to the population distribution has also significantly impacted the feeling of 16 times. That when you're in the areas with zombies, it is just really thick and 16 times pop. You know, basically what you expect when you're hitting any of the major cities. But then once you get out of the cities, it does drop off pretty hard. Alright, time to break some knees. We're going full exertion, so we're just gonna walk. Huh. I actually haven't seen the road investigate area appear that much, even on the roads. Yep, that's fine. It's heavy. Deal with it. Take some basil on our way home. Okay. That's still extremely overloaded us, but if we put the rock in our hands, we could still shove, which is my concern. But instead of being 40 weight, it's only like 10. Thoughts on muscle stream? I actually like it as a mechanic. It definitely was a bit rough with some of the other balance stuff going on right now when they first released it. Now that it's been kind of brought down by about 40%, it feels like it's not... Like, it feels like it's fairly tame now. I wouldn't mind it being a bit worse. But I do think it's a good mechanic. It kind of ends up being a thing that balances out the one-handed, two-handed weapons more, where there is a lot of reason to go one-handed weapons, or that there is consequences of two-handed. For those who don't know where I'm going with that, now when you go indoors, you're going to want a flashlight, which means you're going to want to be holding a weapon one-handed. If you hold a two-handed weapon one-handed, the muscle strain is absolutely murder. So definitely don't do that. But that does mean when you're going to be going inside, you really don't want to be using a two-handed weapon. There you go, drop. Oh, calm down. I just made you drag a ridiculously heavy rock. It's not that big a deal. Okay, so onions. When do we plant onions? March or April. Well, those are out of season, so you're gonna go in the cabinet. The bug goes in the cabinet. I believe all those are on the floor, right? One in the back. One in both hands. One in the backpack. Drop you on the ground. Drop the twigs in the ground. Drop the hemp on the ground. Okay. Anything else we want to make here? We are seeing some more stuff show up here. We can make the campfire, which I haven't done yet. I don't really feel a need for the campfire yet. That's fine. So take our sip of water. Let's see, why do you see everyone play this? One that seems to have way more clear... Seems way more clear and useful? Why do you see everyone play with this one? I'm sorry, I'm missing this one. What? I missed context. Do fitness and strength affect muscle strain? No, not really. It's almost entirely the muscle skill. Strength does help some, but it's going to be mostly your weapon skill and then the weight of the weapon you're swinging. Oh yeah, another vertical one here. I'll probably adjust it. I think previously I had it as horizontal bars the last time I used it. Yeah, so like muscle, like strength and that, basically the big thing is your weapon skill. That is to be your primary contributor to preventing muscle strain. And the idea is, like, if you're not swinging your weapon well, like, you're not going to have, like, straight-on hits. It's going to be harder on your wrist, knowing when to, like, really tighten up your grip on something versus, like, letting it hit and kind of bounce back into your hand as opposed to trying to just hold on to it dear life and all that. You know, your character would learn all these things. Help prevent a bunch of strain on them. Oh, stop whimpering. It's fine. And we are officially no longer overweight. Okay. Well, here's a question. If I just drink the milk, so we're at zero, we're at minus 2,200 calories. If I just slam the entire Cologne bottle of milk, like what is our calories from just drinking milk? Where's my hydrations to the moon? Calorie-wise, I don't think we literally gained calories. But weirdly, our hydration is exceeding what the meter can handle. So I guess we are in the negatives in hydration right now, or thirst. Okay. That doesn't feel like it should work that way. I wonder if milk is much better to carry around for auto drink. I don't think it will auto drink the milk. That's the catch. I think you have to manually drink it. Usually with stuff like milk and soda, you have to manually drink it. But I mean, just keep it in your bag, and when you get thirsty, you just slam it and you're good. Now, the real question Is that went to -1 and like it's like -1? I'm curious if I do another thing of milk, can I get it to -2? Can we like? Is there no limit? Could I sit there next to the cow and then like hydrate myself so I don't need to drink for like 5 days? Did you milk the right cow? I mean, if it could keep me hydrated for like, you know, an extended time frame, I'd say it's the right cow. Yeah, also, it's only 100 milligram, it just super hydrates us. Ready for milking. Do you need to be in my main inventory? Probably. Okay, so we're at -9.95. And we're immediately drinking this milk. Because we'll see what happens to these numbers. Hey, come back here. I'm still thirsty. Because we're at -2 almost. And what happens if we take another swig? -2.9. This is certainly not how this is supposed to work. -4.9. If I get nails to make a, Oh, for cheese? We probably can make cheese. Okay, I'm not gonna sit here for, like, the next half hour. So in theory, we have about -5 hydration. Which is, interestingly, going slower down than I would have called before. Hey, Bonds, we're just breaking the game. Don't mind us. So yeah, so if you're going for a long trip and you're not sure when you'll next be able to reach water, you know, all you need to do is just drink a lot of milk. Because apparently, it doesn't sound like it respects how much hydration you can do at the max. You could just keep drinking it and keep hydrating yourself even more. Should kind of do want that. At least a bonk stick or something I can do. Oh, drop the tree branches. Those are heavy. Yeah, so it doesn't give you the awakeness, but I noticed when we drank the milk, our bar got a little high. And to keep in mind, when I'm drinking this milk, I'm using a cologne bottle because that's what I've been able to find. So we're using a 100 milliliter cologne bottle, and each time I'm drinking, I'm getting about one entire meter worth of hydration out of the milk. But it's not respecting that it's got a limit and it's gone. It's broken out of the box. Get a bucket and try again. If I can get a bucket, you better believe we're trying that. Sadly, no calories. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing today and how did it go? Let me go ahead and get Suey a shout out here real fast. For those that don't know Suey, a fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team, an absolutely fantastic hunter. A review key frenzy day. Find anything particularly good or anything particularly cursed? We've been experimenting with build 42 and we discovered the power of milk. This is my little bar with hydration. That's the little bar supposed to end. That's where it actually is. You really liked Lost but Found. Gotcha, I haven't heard of that one. But yeah, for those that don't know, so again, fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of the same games that we do. Has done like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, a whole bunch of goodies. So definitely check them out. Good times over there. Maybe you move the bar down more, it'll go up. Yeah, no, it's literally just going up the top of the screen. By about 5 times. You're down to only two review keys you need to cover. Nice. Oh, wait, we don't want to go that way. Right. I got so caught up by the overpowered cologne bottle of milk that I forgot we saw, like, a big hiking bag. And I want it. Spears are so terrible right now. What were you seeing up here? Let's not worry about that. Get the other side over here. Deal with these two. And reacquire the location of the bag. What's your spear maintenance skills? Non-existent. Because the spears don't last long enough to give me any maintenance skill. Literally the only reason I'm using spears is I cannot make any other weapons until I hit maintenance 1. No, respawns are off. Anytime you see someone playing on more than, like, high pop, unless they're doing mods that make it super easy to kill zombies or some other settings that, like, make the zombies easy to kill large numbers, they're going to be running with respawns off just because of limitations on how many zombies you can kill a day. Like, if I turn on respawns and I go to any of the major cities and start killing, even if I were to pull out all the stops to get, like, the maximum amount of kills I could knock out in a day, the zombies would outrun me. And that's, like, if I'm going absolutely... Would you stop aggroing? I want to go this way. You're going through the build 42 traits, rip. All those nice free points from Short-Sighted, Smoker, and High Thirst. Oh, I've heard Smoker is rough now. Like, just finding... Where is that backpack? All right. That new wilderness trait is real strong? Yeah. Short size still points. The big concern is if you ever trip and your glasses fall off, don't ever trip. Is that him up there? I can't tell. Yeah, I think... There, he's right here. Alright, so I'm going to do something that might be a little reckless, because I think trying to pick at this isn't going to work out. I am going to hope he is a fast-moving zombie relative to the others. So we're going to go up here, and we're just going to start smacking right in the middle of all of this. Where are you? Where did you go? There you are. We haven't had to do this in a long time. So the idea here is want to keep doing this where all the slow zombies will fall behind and we separate out these handful by keeping close enough to them that they keep the faster movement speed. So it'll be just the fast ones and this handful that should be only ones you have to fight. I didn't want to push, it's fine. Okay. It's probably getting close to dead. Now, downside is I'm going to be dumping all of these zombies afterwards into an area I've been clearing, which is going to mean I'm going to have to re-clear them all when they spread out. But in this case, going for a big hiking bag is quite the prize. Alright, almost. Okay, he's in there. We just dropped him again. Got him. And now we just take the zombies away and we retrieve our prize. You'll only trip running if you bump into a zombie. And that's not even a guarantee either. Alright, I want to get as many of you away as possible because I have no idea how heavy that backpack is going to be with whatever's in it. So I would like to take all the time in the world to be able to grab it, you know, throw it in a hand, that kind of thing. Oh, give me whatever the heck that is. You have more goodies on you. It wasn't the big hiking bag, it was the other one. But that's still, I'm not unhappy with that. So you're 2675. Yeah, so you're just hands down better in every way, and you're empty. Start moving things between our bags real fast. Put this one on our back. Small bag is gone now. Okay. Sucks that we got one sitting right over the body. Because he had more goodies on him. We had a fanny pack and a couple other things. Hey, twist. Okay. And I know you've been here for a while because we were talking about the stuff earlier. Friendship bracelet, fanny pack, digital watch. Cool. So we picked him clean of everything I care about. Ooh, that encumbrance reduction on the fanny pack, 85. That is really nice. Alright, so now we ditch, and we come back and play cleanup, which we are going to have a pretty bad cleanup after that. So the good news is we actually got ourselves a water bottle for putting milk in. We could try it. It's not giving me the option. Where? Ah, it takes your head spot. Yeah, so we're wearing it right now. Oh, did it reset down to 1, or it just slowly worked its way down? Because with all that running around, it wouldn't surprise me if we sweat off all of it. Okay, well, we got ourselves another backpack upgrade. Yeah, no, running will get you heated up And when you heat up, you sweat a lot. No, it wasn't 5 days worth. We didn't get nearly that far. Alright. Yeah, so those are all the zombies we dumped everywhere. Part of me wants to let them just spread out. And deal with them after they spread out. Because of the pinpoint hearing thing they've got now, like on every couple of them. I think if we just go for it, it's going to be a big pain. Get a sneak peek in the building. It wouldn't be the worst thing. It's honestly not bad if I bring the zombies with me. Like, we're not going to go running around in the building, but we could take a peek, see if it's like a warehouse or what's going on. Yeah, I think with how slow they are these days. The Pied Piper thing doesn't work nearly as well now with the zombies having different movement speeds. Which I'm mixed in how I feel about that, because on one hand, the Pied Piper thing could get pretty silly, but it was also a high skill thing that you could do that had, like, you know, a high risk, high reward. You know, Pied Piper all the zombies away from something you want, sneak in, grab it, sneak back out. But with the different speeds, you really just can't do it anymore. You know what I bet it was? I bet you I ate something that gave me a point in hydration that had whatever check they run to make sure you're not... like, it's not over 1. So I'm willing to bet by eating that thing that gave me hydration, it did its check, cleaned it up, and said, oh wait, you can't be that high. Oh man, we are not getting in there for a while. Okay. Alright, we're not being able to peek that building. Not in a way that wouldn't be begging to get killed. It's a whole enclosed area. There's no good door for me to look like pop in real fast, take a peek, get back out. Maybe it was the water bottle? It very well, you know what? I bet you that's exactly what it was. I probably picked up that water thing, the water skin. The helicopter could help out with spawns. The problem is, with this, we don't know when it's going to happen. I don't have the radio channel. Today was the first day it's possible. And there's one more in-game hour it could show up for. But it could be anywhere from today to, like, 2 weeks from now in-game. Like, there's an RNG behind it. Alright, so that's going to be... we're not getting in there fast. We're just going to have to keep fighting and working our way. Yeah, no, that's what I guess. It's just we probably grabbed something and we consumed water, and when it got auto-drank from, it probably reset us back down. Okay. If you tried to post the link, Twitch will deal with it. But yeah. Thank you for clipping it, because I'll be curious. That's what I'm gonna. That'll actually be pretty good, because I'm gonna go ahead and let the devs know about it. I don't suspect it'll be a high priority thing, because it's such a niche thing. Alright. I figured we had more one aggro, but that's fine. I think that'll be our plan for right now, is until we have the next helicopter, I'm going to keep coming out this way. We'll keep picking away at the zombies until the helicopter arrives, and just like the last one, the moment it starts showing up, we go north. To try and drag the zombies just out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we got that. We got all you. That's full of holes. You can have that screwdriver. And I will take your crappy knife. Alright, and we're on our way back home. Now we're past the window. The helicopter could show up. No luck finding a hammer then? Oh yeah, no, we're just using what we can find. We just haven't been finding any hammers. It would have been nice to be able to get in that barn, but I genuinely took a look at that. I was like, nah, that's absolutely, you walk in there, realize you just dead end yourself, and you die. Like, if it was something urgent for some reason, maybe not, you consider it. But we're not in that kind of a scenario at all. But yeah, hiking backpack. I'm pretty sure the hiking backpack's yeah, it's better than the duffel bag if I remember correctly, because I think it was the for like ones you can put on your back. The purse, the satchel, the school bag, the duffel bag, the hiking backpack, the big hiking backpack, the large backpack, and then the military backpack. I believe was the order. I might be missing one. Yeah, no, once I get maintenance 1, I can make stone axes, I can make stone hammers. And all that. I mean, I guess technically the fanny pack goes in there as well, but that's kind of a side thing where it has its own dedicated space. They definitely upped the efficiency of it, though. 85 weight reduction is really strong. It's just very low volume. So right now, to sharpen a blade, I need a whetstone, but to have whetstone, I need maintenance 1. Did I try pushing a tree? So I generally won't do anything like that. I know there used to be things like put a weapon in your hand, shove a door, like that kind of thing, and no problem for anyone who does that. I've just always been someone who just doesn't do those kind of strats. Alright, so we severe. What did I just cut? I scratched my upper torso. I guess touching the corn was not a good idea. Oh, the bodies are all gone over here, aren't they? I mean, we're not gonna bleed out by the time going. You said that about rocks at 1.2. That's a bit different. But yeah, no, like, generally, if you've ever seen me play, like, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. I'll never do the thing where you just, like, nimble in circles. I'll never do, like, I showed it off one time way forever ago where you have, like, a billion zombies on the floor below and you just stealth back and forth kind of thing. But you won't see me, like, typically do any of that. To me, it's just neither interesting nor fun. And I know I, for one, don't really enjoy watching that kind of thing. Like, I don't enjoy watching where someone is just sitting there going, like... You know, just sitting there, like, going up to a door and just shoving a door again and again, or just running against a wall for a long period of time. Like, no fault to anyone else who does that. But to me, it's like, you're not really playing the game, you're just kind of... Like, those kind of things are like, if you're gonna do that to me, I'm just like, just go in and edit your save file or something, just give it to you, because you're doing it in a way that there's, like, zero concern. It's fun. We're just losing blood. I'm just surprised we got scratched. I just walked through the corn a little bit. I've had a lot of random scratches in the game, and we're not running like thin-skinned or anything like that. Which I'm okay with. I think getting random cuts and bruises and all that, like having ways those things happen naturally, isn't a bad thing. I just don't know, like, what the cause is right now. Alright, so we can go up here to where we're bleeding. We'll go ahead and wrap that up so we stop bleeding everywhere. Is Sage in season? Nope. The Sage goes in there. Oh yeah, I had a spare spear.
Thank you Penny Meowie for subscribing for 2 months.
And
hello survivors.
And thank you Penny Meowie for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 2 months you've been subbed to channel. So thank you so much for the continued support. It means a heck of a lot. Is the water turned off yet? I have no idea. I haven't been near any place that I could possibly get water in forever. We should actually be at the point... Yeah, no, we should definitely be at the point where water would be guaranteed shut off. Because I did notice it could be from 0 to 30 days, but it also has a thing that's like up to 14 or whatever, and I'm like, okay, so I guess it's just 14? Or less, I guess? Please stop grunting, lady. I know, I made you carry a real big rock a whole long way. So it kinda is my fault, but also, it's getting awkward. Alright, so nothing I want to craft right now here. You're making our crude bookcase. I do find it amusing when you have the materials in the ground, it will queue up to do it. And then they'll get there and they won't have what they need because they didn't pick it up. Where are the sticks? There we go. Grab the branches. Grab the cloth. And we'll try that again. Okay, so stuff on the ground. Put the clay in there. Put the hemp in there. Dirty rags in there. Probably not the twigs or broken sticks or anything like that. Yeah, so rest of this I feel pretty okay with just leaving on the ground because it's like sharpened stones. Well, actually, the sharpened stones, those could probably go in there. Little by little cleaning. What are you building anyway? So right now, we're mostly just trying to set up our area. This is just storage, so I don't have everything heaped on the ground. So we've got limestone and clay over here. And our flint. Then we'll build whatever we need to. Okay, and that means you're full. Alright, now that we've got all three of those in range of me, so we don't really have a whole lot I want to make here. That's the big thing here is with the tree branches. We'll keep not using the tree branches for stakes, because I did that last time just to try and power level carving, and I honestly was pretty unhappy with dealing with that. Okay, we're not thirsty yet and all that. Let's see, where were you able to find clay? You don't seem to see it on the wiki. If you need to forage for it, like actually using the foraging skill. And the places I've been able to find it is along rivers' edges and along roads is where I've been finding. I also have found a decent amount of it in like farming areas. It seems to be kind of around a lot of places, but you gotta use the investigate, the little hourglass up here. But if you just walk around, you'll find it. It's not super duper common or anything, but it's not super hard to get a hold of either. So I'm up to what? I'm up to 8? Yeah, that's fine. It just takes time, though. What about hemp? Hemp is the same thing. Literally the same thing. Hemp, on the other hand, if we go for an example, I only got 8 of this. Meanwhile, if we check hemp, I've got 37. I've used like 10 of it so far. So hemp is actually pretty common. Can you find steel iron related foraging, or do you have to smelt it? You might be able to. The foraging, sorry, the foraging is always Benwell's things. It has almost everything on its loot table. But the odds of some of them are so horrifically low. Cool. So everything's still growing. The odds of it are so horrifically low. You're better off doing whatever thing. Can you milk the cow in the leather water bag? We don't know yet. I gotta get that empty first. Yeah, so it's still half full. Because that'll be an interesting thing if it's half as powerful as we've seen for the hydration otherwise. It'll be ridiculous. So bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break here in just a couple minutes anyways, and I gotta use the restroom. Oh, you know what? We'll go long. Yeah, so I'm gonna quickly do this ad break real fast. Use the restroom, all that. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in. 98%. No, those are all good. Alright, whatever. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well, that's not what you want. I heard it as like, where is it? That's gonna cost us. It's gonna cost us a lot, because I was at speed. I heard the noise, I was like, what? And I switched the camera out. Oh, yeah, that is a bad hit. Well, I'm glad we have our suit upgrades. Um, that is a real bad hit. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Done. I just realized I forgot to run the ad. Forgot to run the ad. I had to use the restroom, so I just walked away. So yeah, the ad will actually happen in about 5 minutes. We'll just keep playing. I'm sorry. I was just like, I gotta use the restroom, and I gotta go now. But yeah. No, it's just the deer. The deer, it's like, we're chasing it around or trying to hunt it, and I just got it between the zombies and just walked up and whacked it with a tire iron. It's like, this is way easier than, like, sneaking around and tracking. Just find the deer and just clunk it in the head with a tire iron. Who needs plans and strategies? This is the kind of game that makes you forget everything else. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely one of those games that you're like, wait, when did the sun rise? I was not ready for that. Like, especially if you get into like base building, or like if you're doing an inventory organizing or base building situation and you haven't done your inventory organizing in a while, you can very quickly get yourself into a situation where you're just kind of just going for it, like getting all your shelves all sorted out, and then you go, wait, how many hours have I been here? Like, about the only thing that keeps any track of time is the fact that you're like, oh wait, I'm out of water, I gotta go get some. Alright, with that hiking backpack though, we should be able to carry way more now. We are going to want to take a look around because I may have drugged some of those zombies back into the cell that we have our cows at. I just want to check on these cows. They've been standing in that same spot for a while. You're all good. Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah. We got a real big thing over here of milk. So that's all sorts of fascinating and possibly cursed. Okay, so we're slightly overburdened. Right, because I'm carrying a bunch of spears, so that should sort itself out pretty quick. Just eat that last dandelion, be rid of it. Same with the oregano. Okay, broken long stick I'm going to chuck on the ground for right now. Same with the flint nodule, and thank you for those follows. Okay. Yep, so I've got 2 wooden spears in the bag. I've got one on my back and one in my hand. So I'm going to use these things up. Moo, the sound of champions. I'm honestly curious how much milk you can get out of a cow in one day. Because we've not hit that limit at all. Because I haven't had a need to. We could basically just use it for... Like, it's funny, I could use that for hydration and not need to worry at all about water. Yeah, I'm picking those up and dropping those, so later on if we do have a use, I can roll through here and grab them. And I won't have to search for them. I'll imagine I could eventually make, like, medium handles and that out of them. So just be those things that we get a bunch of those. Yeah, so you're still way out here. It's still bunched up. I kind of want to just ignore them for now. And keep pushing over this way. So I'll drink our cologne bottle of milk. Yep, and we're back to super hydrated. Are people asking about clay? There's some right there. Right along the roadside. Okay, none of you seem to react in any way. That's fine. There we go. Alright, we got ourselves a large knife. Let's back off a little bit, because I don't like where I can't see through these trees. We'll probably go back around to the field side. Pull, we gotta pull. Keep on fighting. Yeah, and I found, generally speaking, finding weapons on zombies is way less frequent than it used to be. Like, just all categories. Okay. Spears are such rubbish. Like, don't get me wrong, I get that we now can harden our spears and all that later on. But right now, I can't. And without that, they're pretty awful. Early game spears have always been rough. But even then. Okay, so back. Both hands. Hold on, zombie. I'm doing inventory. Oh, you're not really dead. There we go. Ooh, what do you got stuck in you? Could you pull over, please? Nope, nope. We just walked to the big group. Okay, time to go. When fighting a zombie with spear to long blood to short blood, all in this attacking the same zombie, yep. Alright, so we got a bunch there. Could try and use the trees to like break them up a little bit line of sight wise. Yeah, so when I ate the berries, which historically have given us a tiny bit of hydration, I did reset my hydration for being way, way extreme to back down a bit. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's switch to our knife so we can potentially one-shot kill. Thank you. Alright. So we executed the zombie real fast. It's an RNG thing. You set up the opportunity and then it rolls a dice to see if you get it. We just happen to roll the dice. It's not a very hard dice roll, but the catch is you can only have one zombie aggroed on you for the knife execution to trigger. The spear does not have those requirements. The spears is basically you have to have only one zombie relatively in front of you kind of thing. Which makes it dangerous because you can get caught from the sides pretty easily. I didn't see, it looked like the other zombie had a broken long blade in them. Maybe. I'm kind of going through the spears because they're heavy. Oh, we no longer have to cut up our hands digging anymore? Excellent. Alright. Let's grab our short knife and deal with this. Okay. Oh no, our hands have been healed forever. I've just had no reason to take off the bandages. They don't hurt anything. I mean, I guess I'll make the window a little bit smaller. The torso might actually still be hurt. We were walking through the trees and we got cut, and that was just yesterday. Well, keep in mind with the large knife, that was after we had already stabbed those zombies a good couple times. Alright, I think the one... There's one's over here. That's some stuck in them. Or not. That's fine, whatever. May have been back there. I'm not gonna try and track through every body to find everything we miss. Unless it's like something really good like a katana or machete. Then I guess spend over tracking it down. Probably need to push for a minute because of the muscle strain. Not just waste the knife. Never mind, I'm not gonna fight with it. Yeah, we'll need to rest. Try and let that muscle strain go down, because it's penalizing our damage way too much. The good news is maintenance doesn't care about damage, so... Even if we are doing negligible damage here, we're still going to be doing the same number, like... We'll still be just doing the dice rolls. Alright. What can be attached to the hiking backpack? I have no idea. Here's where the maintenance is at now. It is at 21. Oh, let's get back so you can see that muscle strain. Yeah, the good news is when I get something like this that I can use for a while, that at least gives me something I can do about it. Okay, so our pain is going down finally. Which is the reason why we're just chilling here. Well, I'd love to be fighting. Right now, as bad as a muscle strained us, we're not going to do a whole lot of good. Alright, come on. Yeah, it's just taking a while to recover because of how far I pushed the character. Okay, so with that... Eat some of our basil that's starting to go stale. Then we'll eat the stale berry. In our basil while we can. We've had that for a little while. Let's see, your food foraging seems a bit better. It was for the cultist? Yeah, it's probably just different areas. The cultist, I couldn't get to the farms on a reliable level for a while. Versus this one, right from the beginning, I've been just hanging out by farms and in the woods the whole time. So it's just, I've had more opportunity to go to the better places to forage. Oh yeah, no, it's been good. Are you surviving? Yeah, we're doing fine. I'm just gonna kill these two since they're off on their own. Because we're gonna need to head back soon anyways. And I'm sure later on I'll be able to do stuff with like some of these broken blades and all that. Yeah, no, it did its job. We're not going to use a trowel. I do want that. I do want that for its actual purpose as a trowel. Because that way we can stop cutting up our hands all the time digging in the yard. You know, he snagged out one of the zombies there a little bit ago. It was during this in-game day. Are snacks good to load up in the store? Yeah, I mean, any food isn't bad. I mean, the only mistake I'd say with grabbing food is like, if you don't have a way to keep the food good, like just you have like a bunch of stuff that's going stale, grabbing a bunch of food that's going to rot on you real fast isn't worth it. But otherwise, always grabbing food is a good thing. Is it using tools for the actual purpose in Zomboid? Unheard of. We've actually been doing relatively okay with that kind of thing. But also, this is one of the reasons why I've been doing so well with foraging on this one as well. Is, as, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream, as kind of, I actually don't know what I could use that for. Gonna find out. For as much as we've been using a bunch of these, it's given me a lot of opportunity. So can I actually use this as a weapon? No. But, because we've been able to walk everywhere and forage at all times just about, like, I don't have to be like, oh god, I'm in the woods and it's dark. I've been able to sit here and constantly forage, which means when we're walking around, I'm still gaining XP towards that. You get how well we've been doing considering we don't even have corpses anywhere over here anymore, which is a little bit of a problem when I realize I have broken stuff in my inventory. I don't want to carry it, but doesn't really hurt anything. Okay, and all of those don't have a lifespan, so you can eat them as they feel like it. Hammers meant for nails? I mean, I'll use hammers for everything. The big thing is I need that maintenance. Till we get that maintenance, we're stuck mostly living that spear life. And whatever I can cannibalize from zombies. Oh, you know what I just... Hang on. I have an idea. Something I should have done a while ago. So, I can't get in these cars, which greatly limits their value to me. But I can do maintenance on the cars. Now that inherently for itself isn't that important, except there is one thing I can do that's particularly useful, which is we can go right here into this radio and uninstall that. And then go right over here to this radio, because we can check to see if either of them have our signals and all that. Okay. We've already got a winner. Okay. So, 96.6. And go right down here. It'll put by where we're living. Add note. Emergency. Channel 96.6. Okay. Because now with that, I've got myself the emergency channel. Turn that on, turn it down to 1, turn it off. Oh, I have to probably tell you to tune in. Tune in, turn it off. Cool. Yeah, no, it's the thing. It's like, oh right, like even if I can't get into the car, I can still do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this radio down, just somewhere here. Oh, I'd probably have to take it out of my hand. Got ourselves our nice little radio. Cool, everything's configured correctly. What's your deal? Just steal your battery. And dismantle you. Cool. And put you back in the bag. Drop you on the ground. Yeah, no, we're just starting to look nice. My only hesitation with the campfire, by the way, is campfires are so incredibly dangerous in this game. What is a growing season for radish? I don't know. We're gonna find out now. Radishes, I can grow those right now. Okay. So let's open the pack. Because radishes, as I recall, grew really fast in the past. Oh yeah, no, it's starting to look like an actual campground. Now granted, I don't think a normal campground you'd have an entire field of crop next to you, but you know, hey, maybe you do. And we can sow these. Cool. I'm gonna toss the worm in here. And go over here. So crafting building wise, I can make a campfire and the wooden cross. We're not gonna bother with either of those. Here, I can craft a singular extra spear. And that's about it. So put that into our hands. Meanwhile, we got bugs to put in here. I don't know if this has any use to me whatsoever. I could chuck it in a box as well. Let's just forage for a minute down the shore. We won't go far because it's pretty late. Band forge this way in a long while. I'm looking to kill just a little bit of time. Yep, that's good enough. Didn't find anything, but I figured I'd just do a little stroll down the shore, see if we find anything. Hey, Infinity Simplex. Good to have you back, and no problem, I'm glad I could help. Have some nettles. Alright, so the downside is, unlike the hand radio where I can, just chuck it in my hand and, listen to it, which I can do that with the radio we have here, but it's much heavier than those hand radios, this one is really not good for traveling. So we'll just leave it here on the ground. It does mean I kind of can't leave this spot till 8 a.m., right after the radio broadcast. When we're in that range that the helicopter can happen, I mean. All right. Which we are not going to actually be playing this day. Can you check how to make butter? I just need the butter churn, which means 2 planks, 2 nails. I just don't have the nails nor the ability to make the planks yet. Alright, so we're expecting light to moderate rain today. Nice weather tomorrow. That might be our character's morning routine, is I might start the radio and start washing the character. And no helicopter. But, chat, with that said, it is getting to be about that time, unfortunately. So what's going to end up happening here is, first, if you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because I need to have 1,000 subscribers before I can host, so I can't do that thing. So I have to drop you because I can't take you on to the next people. But for all of you here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We are going to go find someone for us to raid. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, be like the person who just did that 2 seconds